Peace, peace. Oh shit. I'm about to send the link right now. And we are about to get it in. Hotep, peace. Black African power. Wait, what am I doing here? Okay, I know what I'm doing. I spelled my name wrong, so I gotta fix that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sending it again right now. I'm online right now. Yeah. This guy, I sent it to you. I don't know. I don't. Nah. I was in the car. I was in the car driving. I don't know where I sent it, but I'm about to send it right now. It might have went to your. It might have went to your son by mistake. Yeah. That psycho guy. Yeah. So where I'm gonna send it to your Facebook or your phone? Which one? All right, I'm gonna do it right now. All right. Yeah, all right. I mean, you got some people right here waiting on us, and you over here. Oh, the vaccine thing. Who? With who? Nah. Yeah, I'm gonna put in the vaccine thing. All right. So I put in the vaccine thing. I'm gonna send it to your phone. All right. Yeah, I'm on live with the phone in my hand, looking crazy. All right. All right. So let me just give this Hey Mika, what is this about this African with the coronavirus? Hey, I'm seeing different like titles on this. It's so funny. Like one title was my man Melanin saved him. So people just taking this and going crazy with it. Hey yo, me and Mo was up here last night with somebody, and Corey was here too. On live with us, getting it in. Talking about everything under the sun. See, when Mo go live with me, we talk about everything. Like we don't stay just, one way with it. We be talking about everything. Mo had a ball last night. Listen, y'all know how I do. When I go live, I fall asleep. And they be just getting it in. All right. So, hey, man, before Unc get here, an organized lie, oooweee. You dig? We love a lie. We hate the truth. If you watched the Death Squad earlier, you would see people was loving a lie. It's crazy. So much evidence. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me show y'all something. Let me share my screen real fast before I get in here. You dig? Because they ain't gonna want to talk about that York stuff. So let me share my screen real fast. So nobody ever to lie to you again, ever again. Wait, what is this? All right. So in a few seconds, you're gonna see my In a few seconds, you're gonna see my screen. All right. So my man name is Dwight York. So let's stop calling him Dr. York. That's actually being pseudo. He's not a doctor. All right, at all. So I'm sharing my screen. You guys should see it. What's up with this TV, man? Oh, dang. So this TV. Oh, God dang. All right, let me make it big. So I believe y'all looking at my screen right now. Okay, how's that possible? All right. So yeah, looking at my screen. Yeah, that York stuff is crazy, but we about to lay that to rest right now. So we on Wikipedia, right? They was talking about no charges on rape and molestation. Okay. Right, I'm gonna drop the mic right here. This is Wikipedia. Now they can fight Wikipedia all they want. You dig? I ain't gonna do that. I ain't playing that. Wikipedia says criminal charges. His name is Dwight York. His name is not Malachi or Doctor. His name is Dwight. Okay, now you see what it says, right? It says rape, criminal charges, rape and child molestation, right? And when you get caught up in that type stuff, you watch this right here. Watch this right here. There we go. Watch this. Oh, damn. Let me go back. This is where York need to be. Y'all know about this. A man coming bringing pizza. Look, he trying to give her a hug. She ran from him. That's the first clue, dude. That's York. He thinks she's 12 years old. All right, so now watch when Chris Hansen pull up. There you go. You dig?
Hold on for a second. You don't get my kid.
All right, go ahead. You see this right here? This is called How to Catch a Predator. All right? This is what happened. This is how the FBI cracked down on York and them. Chris Hansen pulled up with a decoy and caught him in the act. That's what happened.
Okay. When? I'm on lettuce.
All right.
What's going on? Unbiased.
As I get ready, I'm gonna go back.
Lettuce.
I'm gonna go back.
Double.
Okay, now watch this right here.
You put mayonnaise on it?
Is this right here? Okay, it says, beginning in Brooklyn, York had established strict sexual practices within the community, reserving for himself sexual access to many women and girls, including wild
lettuce, turkey. No, you straight.
Okay, so I'm going to go to right here. It says, in 2002, York was arrested and charged with more than 100 counts of sexually molesting dozens of children, some young as 4 years old. God damn. Some young as 4 years old. This is Wikipedia. All right. It says in early 2003, York's lawyer had him evaluated by a forensic psychologist who diagnosed a DSM, what's that for? Some fake mental disorder. They try to plead crazy. And it says he was convicted, but look what happened. This is when the sovereignty package goes against you. So we heard that the plea was thrown out, but we didn't really was told we didn't get why it was thrown out. So Wikipedia says the judge rejected his plea because it was to be returned for trial to his own tribe after York claimed status as an indigenous person. So his plea was thrown out because he claimed to be indigenous. So it wasn't thrown out for any other. So like we didn't really get the reason why it was thrown out. Now I got some more stuff for you. Check this out. This that polite stuff right here. It says he asserted to the court that he was a secure party and answered questions in court with the response, "I accept that for value." This may have been a heterodox legal strategy based on patriot mythology. My man used some patriot mythology stuff. What is patriot mythology? The Christian patriot movement is a radical and extremist movement of American political commentators and activists. They promote various interpretations of history based on their belief that the federal government has turned against the ideas of liberty and natural rights of the American Revolution. It says in early 2004 was convicted in federal jury of Puerto Rico, child molestation, and financial reporting charges. He was sentenced to 135 years.
It ain't playing no sports.
So it says, okay, now watch this part. This is the crazy part right here. Look at this. York's followers assert a number of defenses, including that their leader, Malachi Z. York, who was charged and convicted, is not the same person as the Dwight D. York, who is listed in court documents as the defendant. So they tried that straw man in there, the all caps thing up in there. So it says one of York's sons is named Dwight, and sometimes the claim is made that it is York's son and not York who is or should be the real defendant. So it says others say that York was set up by his son Jacob in coordination with Al-Qaeda-linked American mobs jealous of York's influence among Black Muslims. York believes that his betrayal, arrest, trial, and imprisonment and eventual release were foretold in chapter 10. Oh my God, he predicted his arrest in a holy book, The Wars of the Gods and the Men, with York being represented by Morduk in that story. Damn. Well, there you go. There you go. So that's some information. I don't know if y'all came across, but that's it right there.
The hell is you talking about, man?
I'm talking about a Wikipedia article on York. I don't want anybody getting emotional. It explained why the judge rejected his plea, because when we were told that, we were not given the reasons why. According to Wikipedia, the judge threw the plea out because he claimed to be an indigenous person that he wanted to be tried by his own people. So the judge said, okay, your guilty plea is thrown out. Go to trial.
So basically, he killed himself. He shot himself in the foot.
Yeah.
Shot himself in the foot. Man. Yeah, that's funny, yo.
They got him.
It's hilarious.
It's crazy.
He shot himself in the foot. Yep. Yo, with the Yamasee route, Native American route, killed himself dead in the water.
Yeah, my man really believed that if he act like he's indigenous or sovereign citizen, that those charges.
Yeah, man. I don't want to talk about no pedophile, yo. That's crazy, yo.
Yeah, nah. I just want to bring that up.
Stupid on that.
Say that again.
I said, yeah, it's crazy, yo. But man, so what's going on, man? We got some dudes in the group. We're gonna start smashing them out. Y'all in the Amaran squad group. We're gonna start smashing people out.
Yeah, Lakeisha, that sovereignty stuff comes from white folks, man. Like the entire blackology doctrine comes from white folks.
Oh yeah, that's the bad part about it.
Yeah, white folks.
All man claims on down. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. And like, that was pretty much what, when I was talking to Ujawu, this crazy guy called in and he further proved it. You know, a lot of our leaders be borrowing stuff from like white folks, but then at the same time say they hate white folks and white folks ain't do anything.
Yeah, I think the ironic part is they actually borrow from the stupid white people. They don't borrow from the intelligent white people. They actually borrow from those who have got thrown out of their own communities. And so since the trick don't work on their community, they use it on us.
Right.
Take our money. Like that homeopathic medicine. That's white people creation right there. They created that. Homeopathic medicine, pseudoscientific, non-scientific based medicine. Anti-vaccine movement, white people. Dumb white people. They just catch the disease. We was right there, yo said that. I was like, what? I said, what? I put him in a trick bag. I bet you that video don't come out.
Yeah, I couldn't, but when he said that, man, I couldn't believe it.
I put him in a perfect trick bag with that nonsense, yo. He was like, yeah. I said, yo, answer the question. Remember that, yo? I said, yo, you running and ducking. Answer the damn question. I said, wait, I said, we don't play that around here. Answer the question. You taught me to death, yo. He was like, what? I said, yeah, you invading the question. Answer the damn question. He looked at me like I was crazy, yo. He said, just, you know what? I want my kids to catch the disease.
yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I ran him to crazy, yo. That was funny, yo. He wasn't used to a black person getting on his head. What's his name, yo? I forgot. I can't remember his name. Dale Bigtree.
Yep.
Yeah. You'll never forget this black guy. Promise you. What we got? We got 300,000 people watching or what? Yo, how many people got watching? What's up?
I didn't even share the link in the Facebook.
I gave it to Sheffrin and them, huh?
Yeah, I didn't even share it yet to like the people, you know.
You ain't give it to Sheffrin and them, yo?
Not yet. I will right now.
How many people we got in the building, man? We building the channel.
10,000.
So we get multiple channels. Huh? 10,000?
Yeah, Anthony, we just started. Yeah, 10,000. I'm about to share it with Sheffrin and those guys.
Send it to my phone.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, pseudo killers on deck.
Damn it.
Pseudo killers in a place to be. I went to St. John's University. And after.
Yeah, man, I don't think you got it, bro.
I don't got it.
Nah.
That's all right.
Yeah, that thing is long past you.
What? Man, 3 years ago, a friend of mine.
No.
No. MC.
Those are not your lyrics, bro.
And I said these rhymes I'm about to say.
You know very well who we are. That's my song. I wrote that.
Biggie.
All right, so let me put this right here.
Yo.
I don't see Yolanda.
Yo.
What? I popped on here a little bit earlier. What y'all had? What's the conversation?
Why we don't believe. And then we're gonna start putting, start going through the group, the Facebook group, yo, and beating the brakes off of people. So I'm gonna start making some people famous, yo. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, you got some trolls.
Clarence, how you doing, bro?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Peace, man.
You know how we doing, man?
Peace, unbiased.
Politically incorrect.
Most definitely. We actually me and TJ in the process of rebranding and doing the whole thing, because there's a few people who got the title kind of shorter, so we're gonna see how that plays out. But yeah, for now, politically incorrect. Yeah.
All right, y'all can switch it up. You know how we do. Go from I'm a Raw Squad to Pseudo Killers to
right, Pseudo Killer official. Yeah, for sure, always. You know what I'm saying? But did y'all tap into that conversation Garfield was having earlier?
Which one he had earlier? With the Malachi York?
Ain't no Malachi York. His name's Dwight York, man.
Yeah, Dwight York.
The 10-hour joint. I ain't even get to listen to it. I know the video said 10 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, ain't nobody on there talking. He's just Malachi York shit.
Right. No, I every time I tapped in, they was going in on the allegations, and it was like an old conversation was getting played, and then it was them talking. So I couldn't distinguish from the two, but they was going in. It seemed like I didn't know if you had listened. I seen Unbiased in the chat actually.
Yeah, they got video on York. He right here in the red shirt.
You stupid. No, that dude right there.
Unbiased, you stupid.
Chris Hansen caught him.
You stupid. But you absolutely right though. Like you absolutely right. I see what you're saying.
What's it?
I don't even understand how people can defend him or go on the record and say anything positive. Like I just don't get it.
Yeah, that nigga ain't that. I ain't never been that culted out, yo, to realize that nigga was a fool. It took me. My wife asked me, my ex-wife, she asked me a good question. She was like, so basically, would you leave your kids up there with him?
Exactly. Not only that.
Like, oh shit.
Hell no.
Shit. Me and my man was talking shit when he got locked up. We was like,
oh yeah.
Hold on, Vance. We say so now the white man ain't the devil no more, huh?
Right.
Up our wives, right? So you trying to say the white man ain't the devil no more? Like the white man don't lie? Man. So my homeboy wife, she was a doctor. She was working on a doctor's degree. My ex-wife was working on her master's degree back then, right? So we beating them up, yo. Then my wife threw that left hook. She was like, so basically, would you leave your kids up there? I was like, oh shit. I was like, nope. And then I ain't never went back again, yo. Yeah, never went back.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
Huh?
Ain't no way in hell. Like you can't just. And Unbiased, I don't know how true what Unbiased was saying. He was saying like the parents were separated, and then they were separated from their children. So like, ain't no way. Like that was a super cult.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, I had no idea.
And yeah, hey Unc, I didn't read that. It said in Wikipedia, it said that they were separated for like a month or maybe more, and they had to set up an appointment to meet each other. So
that's nuts.
And you had to set up an appointment. I mean, God, that's a clear pedophile, man.
Right.
He won't make sure that the child is psychologically back, somewhat normal before he let the child reunite with his parents. That's crazy.
Oh, I don't know about all that shit. I mean, remember, I never stayed on the lane.
Yeah, so that's why I'm filling you in.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. I ain't do that shit.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts.
I ain't need a father figure in my life.
Right. I had a real one.
I had a real one. That. Yep. I had a real dad in my life. So.
Nah, but he was beyond a father figure though. Like
that's what they used to call him that though. That's the point.
I know, but when they said father, they said it in the same sense like they call the Pope father. Like they looked at him as like God father.
Oh man.
God the Father, like that.
He wasn't nothing but another Ron L. Hubbard, just the black version.
Hey, listen, man, don't ever compare to Ron L. Hubbard is way more advanced than him, bro.
1,000,000%. I agree.
What?
Yeah.
I might argue down on that.
Okay, let's start right here. Let's start right here.
Biggest religion.
Scientology is still up and running. Where the hell is the Nuwapians? Ron L. Hubbard was smart enough to not put his business as a sole proprietary shit. Only a fool would do that. So I don't think nobody's on the level of York as far as that.
They're official. No, you're right. They're official religion. Like that's another thing.
Exactly.
Like they real.
Well respected.
Like they real. Not saying none of that shit is any kind of different than what York was talking about. It's just as spooky.
Right, not just as spooky, but they were smart enough to make it a real organization whereas one person could die and it still moves on and it grows.
That's not the point. That man wasn't running around openly snatching kids up and driving across state lines.
Yeah, but okay. Now
that might have been the reason why.
Okay, now let's say if York never done that.
If York never done that, that shit was rocking, yo.
No, it's a sole proprietary shit, bro. It was bound to fall. One lawsuit, one accusation of anything. A defamation of character, anything he was done. You cannot be the business when it's that large.
Okay.
Like he was doomed to fall.
That ain't what we talking about. We talking about if the nigga was still jamming.
Yeah, but I can't.
You would have been a damn whopping.
Nah. Listen, I'm telling you, man.
Whopping on your hat right now, yo.
Little old me was smart enough to get an LLC. Little old me. Big old York should have definitely got an LLC or C Corp, something, or a trust, something. This fool had a sole proprietary shit.
That ain't the point, nigga. Niggas don't care about that.
Yeah, well, I do. That's important.
He was rocking for 20 years. Prior to that, ain't nobody suing. Make you think he won't go make it another 20 unsued.
Hey, yo, as soon as the FBI got involved and they did a background on this fool, and they realized that this fool had a sole proprietary shit, they're like, oh my God. Man, they start putting this property for auctions and everything. They had early bids and everything on his land.
I know. Do you not realize though, if he never got locked up? That was the question.
Huh?
I'm biased. The question was if he never got locked up. That was the question.
Oh yeah, man. He was rocking if he'd have handled that right. I'm talking about, of course, if he never got caught if he never made the decision to do child molestation, but
that was the scenario we gave out, brother. And
but it got to be two. But it has to be two. I cannot let y'all let him have the sole proprietorship. I can't. It's you got to take both. You got to say if he didn't get locked up and if he would have established that thing correctly, he would have been rocking.
All right, man. It's your show. What you want me to say?
Say I'm wrong.
Hell no, man. I don't care about York like that. The hell with that shit. It's just stupid. Hell. Never had that. He was jamming around the world. That nonsense.
Yeah, but people know that, like, when he was doing his teaching thing, he was rocking. He was rocking. My man had the fancy outfits and everything.
Yeah, yo, was on that motherfucking rocking. Yo, he'll say some slick shit. But right now, if you listen to one of his tapes, he'll get you.
But yeah, I need those Prince York shoes though. I like those things on Sonetta.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did y'all see his shoes on Sonetta? Sonetta with I think who was there with him? Polite with somebody? And my man had the York shoes. They was all right.
He said the York shoes.
Yeah, they was all right. So what you want to do? Facebook? What's up?
Yeah, let's go to Facebook real quick.
All right, hold on. Wait,
when we start, I got 1 hour on this motherfucker. If that, let me see.
Yeah.
What's going on, Vance? How your day was today, bro?
It's good. It was good. Another day, another dollar. I can't complain.
Let me ask you a serious question. When did you realize? When did you realize that you did not believe?
It's kind of it's not really a cut and dry answer because when I look back at it as a child, I always had my questions, just logical questions, not to be like condescending, just like for real, like did this shit really happen? Did a man really get swallowed by a whale, spit back out? Did a motherfucker really walk on water? Did somebody split the sea? As I'm hearing these stories, because you go to vacation Bible school and you get to spend time and they tell you these same stories summer after summer. So me just being that type of kid, I was just curious. And I didn't really pay no attention as I got older. It kind of was in the back of my mind. Because death is always in the back of your head. So you're always like, damn, what the fuck? What's gonna happen at the end of the day? And my mom, she's sitting up here talking about Jesus Christ, my grandparents, and et cetera, and uncles, and and it influenced you to a degree, but I never really I never really took part in communion or did none of that because I used to have these conversations with my mom, like, what does this really mean? And she would break it down to me, and she was like, if you don't believe it, if you're not on that, then don't do it. So I was like, I bet. So I never really fully participated. So I was never really on it. And then I say about 24, 25, I began to have conversations with some of my peers, like 2014, 2015, just about different things. They pseudoed out, Illuminati'd out. I'm not really vibing with that. Then stumble across a young Pharaoh, and I come across like all in the same year, Hidden Colors and all these things. And I kind of get curious again, and I started kind of look into stuff. So I want to say about my whole life, really, I never was really I proclaimed myself a Christian and none of that shit. So I would never really align myself with none of that, none of those things. And as I got older and became exposed to people like you, I felt more confident and comfortable in my beliefs and my thoughts. And so, if to make it not to be too long-winded, I ain't gonna monologue y'all to death, but yeah, it's probably really about 24. I'm 29 now, so probably really about that age I really paid it attention and really thought about it. Like, yeah, I really don't believe that shit at all. Like, you couldn't put a gun to my head. God forbid anything happened to my family. I'm not going, oh, thank God. Like, I'm never going to be that person. So probably around about 24.
I think you said something that was deep, and I was going to say the exact same thing. You said listening to us, right? Listen to me. It made you feel comfortable in what you understood, right? And I think that's a vital point. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we got you on the show, brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, most definitely.
28 years old. So the young brothers coming up, they can actually, understand that. And so for me, watch this. My moment of clarity was when I was in the Nuwapians, right? Because I came in, in the Nuwapians, it was the Nuwapo, sound right reasoning. You know what I'm saying? And it was beating up all the religions. So, you know what I mean? I didn't come in when they was talking about the alien shit. I didn't come in when they was going through the Islam. I wasn't there when they was dealing with the Sumerian doctrine, Utnapishtim and all that. Nope. I came in when they was challenging God and the belief in God. And so it made me comfortable, right? Sitting down talking to actually Brother Bun at the bookstore on Auburn Avenue. He was really my teacher. York wasn't my teacher. I just go hear York speak on the land, but the guy that really walked me through it was Brother Bun. And he would say, nah, this ain't real. Right? And I never forget it. I was sitting in the Nuwapian class, right? On Auburn Avenue. And he was rocking. And he was like, he said, was talking about the gods, right? I'm like, the gods. And I was like, yo, I said, I hear all that black stuff. I'm with the black stuff, right? I said, but I ain't with the gods. He was like, what? He was like, what makes you think one thing runs anything, right? He said, your mind works with getting oxygen, you know what I'm saying? But the oxygen has to come through your lungs, and your lungs pump the oxygen in your bloodstream, and your bloodstream makes your heart pump. He said, that's how the universe is. It's all, you know what I'm saying? There's no one thing controls nothing. And the shit, and I was like, wow. And he said, oh, by the way, he said, God is something that men made up. So at that point, you know what I'm saying? I was saying that I would give up everything but the one God. But then I realized, that was something that people put together in their minds and their head. So that was a moment of clarity for me, being comfortable, just like you. So listening to certain information will make you comfortable so you can stand strong on what you understand and know, what you should believe, what you shouldn't believe. And so, you know what I mean? That's what I want to create. I want us to continue to give people moments of clarity, you know what I'm saying, on what makes sense and what don't make sense so that they can feel comfortable, you know what I'm saying, and standing strong. Because, all our families are religious based with some type of deity, some type of God. So yeah, that's real right there, Vance. And I hope we give people, clarity with the pseudo shows. You know what I'm saying, yo? And I'm glad to be over here on Unbiased platform. So we're gonna kind of rotate pseudo killer show. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, most definitely.
So the strong people, strong movement of those who don't believe. So you know what I mean? I can stand up and say, I don't believe in Egyptian gods. I don't care what Wuja say. He can make God existence all he want. You know what I'm saying? And so the question, as a matter of fact, let me go to the question that Wuja posted. Let me read this. I think this is essential to the dialogue real fast. I was going to respond in the whisper comment, but we might as well do it right here. All right.
Oh, share it. You can see it.
Huh?
Share it so you can see it.
I can't share it from my phone, bro. What you talking about?
Isn't it Amaral Squad?
Yeah, it's in Amaral Squad group.
All right, let me try to share it if I can see it. Hold on one second.
Let's read what Wuja said.
Hold on. Let me go ahead and pull it up.
Hey, peace to the family.
Peace.
Peace, Nahisi.
Peace, Nahisi.
Nahisi.
Are you sure it's in the Amaral Squad?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and all right, I see it. Well, I'm here. So hold on one second. Let me. All right. What does it start with?
I'm just typing Wuja name. Who his last vote?
Okay.
What's up, Nene? How you doing?
This guy.
Shout out to Lee Taylor, super clown, super pseudo.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Peace, Wuja.
Hey, Vance, that's how you bring Wuja out. Just say his name, nigga, pop up out of nowhere. That shit match.
Right. He Beetlejuice for real.
Do it every time.
Facts. He listening somewhere.
Good, you right here. Hey, what a post at Wuja?
Peace.
You here? Wow.
Yeah, what a post. That's all you gotta say. I don't know. I say his name 3 times and click my heels and he pop up.
Yeah, how does it start? So I can pull up real fast. I can search.
Right here. Yeah,
wait, what? I just clicked on the link in the inbox. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Talking about the post you did on Facebook. I want to answer the question.
Wait, before I want to pull it up though. Wuja, what does it say? Like, what's some key words?
Wait, y'all, I'm just now walking in. Y'all I'm trying to catch up. What you said? My post?
Yeah, you post on the word God.
Oh, that's that was today. I did that on my page. You gotta go to my timeline. I just posted it as a timeline.
I knew it.
Don't it show up in the group?
I didn't post it in the group. I don't think.
Nah, you didn't. Because I just okay. Does it start with godophobia?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I got it. So
that's a word I coined a long time ago. I don't know if I coined it, but godophobia.
Yeah, that's sound, bro. Right.
Go ahead, read that post so I can answer that.
All right, so now let me make it big so everybody can see it.
I thought you already spread out the comments too, because I think a couple people or you're gonna see my response to. Actually, you put a comment and I responded to you.
What you said? What you said?
Wait, let's first read it so people can know, like myself. There you go.
Y'all funny. You say you call my name like
yeah, that shit crazy. Yo.
Every time.
Say it 3 times and
I'm
click
saying
my
pop up. I just got the link from the inbox, so I didn't anybody call my name, but
yeah, damn, that shit like magic. I don't care whenever I do it. Go ahead, Unbiased.
Oh, you want me to read it?
Yeah, read it.
Yeah,
Okay, so what I said was godophobia, you know, and I'm defining it, basically explaining it. So say God, the word, oh, it just went away.
Is that the one where you said the house of consciousness though?
Oh, there you go.
right here.
Yeah, here you go. Here you go. I said say God, say the word God in the house of conscious community and watch how people get shook up. It appears that the Abrahamic belief system has taken a great toll on many, resulting in a traumatic response to the word God. And anybody could test it out. Just talk about God or mention God around people in the conscious community, and then everybody's gonna have something to say. It's gonna shake everybody up. It happens all the time. So I'm saying when I said that is an observation that everybody can make, and everybody know by reading that, they know what I'm saying is spot on.
All right, so I'm gonna go to the comments now. So somebody basically put spot on, Walter Posey the second. And Yanifa says religion in the workplace not a good mix. Oh, hell no, that does not work out at all.
Hell no.
Exactly.
So Net Het says, yes, it has. I'm guilty. I saw the live stream a few weeks ago with the Amarah squad and tried to keep an open mind regarding your stance on the topic, but I just couldn't get past the word God. He said, maybe if it was another word attached that I wasn't traumatized by, I would think differently. Wow. Ujabu, but you do state your claim very well. I have to get over that mentality. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Now thinking about it, when I hear the word God, I have a certain feeling. Mika said, I agree. Ankh said, it's impossible to get past a global word like God. It's part of European philosophy and folklore. So Ujabu came back with a dagger. He said, what's interesting?
You gotta expand. Click see more so you can see the whole thing.
Okay, there we go. He says, what's interesting is that another global word, which is the N-word, was part of the European philosophy and actually used in a pejorative way against people while connected with physical torture and forced labor for a long time during slavery. In other words, people were beat. There's Sheffrin. People were, move, Sheffrin. People were beat, tortured, and killed while the N-word was being yelled and screamed at them. But descendants of those same people got past that. He said, got past, in quotations, that and started using the N-word for themselves. I got what you're saying, but I got past that. I said, like, we claim that, but it's still effective. But we start using the N-word for ourselves from this day forward. Meanwhile, they are shook over mentioning of the word God. Shrugs. Right. So the N-word, we got past that. It doesn't affect us anymore. And we were getting killed, you know, by the N-word, but God, we still, you know, get emotional and traumatized by that word. So Kepra Tekken says, why not repurpose a whole list of words for our own use amongst each other? And please resist the need to explain to others. We should define for ourselves we're doing among us and the outsiders outside. She says, or he, whatever, he says, we need to plan, strategize, and keep mute when the enemy inquires, why do Black people stay to meet them? So I kind of get what they was trying to say.
Yeah, but do you see my point?
Yeah.
Is that people are fixated on the word God, or the word God has an effect on people to where it disrupts conversations, but yet we will get past the N-word,
right?
So much so to use it for ourselves as terms of endearment and the whole nine, and that's the actual word that was used in the act of torturing, in the act of killing, in the act of forcing people to conduct slave labor and stuff. And us as descendants, we adopted the N-word. When it comes to God, we have a problem when the word is mentioned. And so that was my point after Ankh had brought up that issue, because I wasn't going there with my initial topic, but since Ankh brought that up, I was like, okay, cool. I said, I like that. I said, that's what's interesting is that. So how you feel about that, Ankh? So you're okay with the N-word, but the God is something wrong with that, huh?
I think the older I get, the less I want to use the word or the N-word. When I was younger, we didn't even see. Here you go. So here's the difference, and that's why I wanted to kind of deal with the post. First of all, I thought it was very thought-provoking post. All right, and we get that. We stimulate each other. Thought, and that's what we want to do. So the N-word, I wasn't even raised in that environment of it being a negative word at all. I was raised in an environment where we use that word for a term of endearment. Where I came from, Baltimore, yo, that's my nigga right there. That's all we always knew it to be. We knew it to be nothing else. It wasn't until you watched Martin Luther King doing his birthday on TV, and you hear him talk about the N-word and all that. Did you realize that was a word used to actually damage our psyche? It was a word used as they was whipping you. Nigga, get over here, nigga. Or the word boy. You know what I'm saying? That's also something you don't allow white people to call you as a boy. That provokes the same amount of anger in you. But the nigga word, we wasn't raised on that. We never knew about that. So we flipped it. Now, if you was in your 50s back then, you would clearly understand that word, was a very, very negative word. The older you are, the more negative, the more you understand the negativity of it. People in their 60s, they be like, yo, that's a negative ass word. I don't want to use that. But the generation I came out of, I think we was the first generation, as a matter of fact, to really take that word and flip it to a positive. Over time, words can get different definitions. So that's a very traumatizing word. And matter of fact, it's the most traumatizing word in the English language. We know this to be true. But watch this. God is also, I would say God is the number one traumatizing word in the English language. But it's sneaky and it's invisible and it's hidden from us, but it's in plain sight. So the word God, whole nations was destroyed in the name of God. Whole wars was fought. Thousands and millions of people of all persuasions, were murdered in the name of God. The daggone the Crusades, he was fought in the name of God. Black people was enslaved, the doctrine of discovery. We was enslaved in the name of God. If you don't believe in that God, then we will enslave you and bring you to Christ. So as we was raised that God was something sacred and God was something you needed. And it's not until you understood the history behind it, you had to really understand the history behind it. And even understanding the history behind it, we still prayed to God or believed in God. But it's not until you really realize it was a man-made term, right, that you could really push yourself away from it. So yeah, we saying murder, death, destruction, sacredness. God is a sacred thing in your life. You learn from day one, raised up, you're taught to trust in God. We're not taught to trust in the nigga. Your parents don't teach you that. That's something you get out in the street. But as a baby, as a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, we taught to pray. They tell us our prayers, our Father, who art in heaven, or now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. We all said that prayer. We wasn't saying now the niggas and niggas. We wasn't saying nigga till we became a teenager and start hanging out and we use that word. So the word God for me is a devastating word, right? No matter what. And like I said, it's part of philosophical thought by Indo-European people. It's honoring their great ancestors. And for Black people, I think that word, it really provokes. Once you know what it is, there is no going back to the word God. And I know you changed the meaning of it.
So I got a question for you then. Oh,
let me add on that real fast. So also, it's not fair that we were giving God in like a fear state. You talk about duress, like we were giving God, while we were under duress, extreme duress. So when we was giving God, like we was giving God plus the fear of the white man, fear of repercussions and consequences not to accept God. So that's what I want to add. I just want to add that in, that we was giving God, and we would, like, for example, like we would be called the N-word, and then we know that they're going to church. The people who call us the N-word, they're going to church afterwards. now the anybody who's sane would say, "Nah, I can't believe what they believe because they're treating us like trash." But they go into a holy building and they want us to go too, or something similar. So somebody sane would be like, "Nah, I don't want to be attached to that." But we were giving God in a subjective, confined like state, and like in full of fear.
Okay, so here's the thing. I hear all of that, but here's the thing. With the N-word, people were actually being killed while the words were being uttered. People were called the N-word as a justification for the treatment of a group of people.
Mm-hmm.
You were labeled this term as if it was a dirty word, and that because you are this word, because that is what you are, this is what Europeans was calling people, because you are that, I can treat you like this. So we can get over or get past, as I put in quotes, we can get past that word to the point where we can adopt it for ourselves and call each other that. Now, Unc, you said that God is one of those top words too, because it's sneaky and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, when you brought up the N-word, you made a good point that you were younger and that people older would feel that word more so than you, because when you grew up, it wasn't being used in that fashion.
Facts.
Like the older people. But at the same time, you weren't alive during the Crusades or anything like that either. So God being used as a word, it wasn't being used as a word. So here's the thing that I want everybody to understand. That's why I put in quotations the word God, because you're jumping past the word and pointing to a specific concept behind the word. Because if I say human being, human, if I say the word human, you know that there's different types of humans, and that certain humans you're okay with and certain humans you're not okay with. But yet the ones you are cool with, the ones you're not cool with, they're both humans. So, but when it comes to God, all of a sudden, we don't make the distinction that we don't think that God is a label like how humans are, that there's different concepts behind that very word used by different people. So the Crusades, they had a certain concept behind the word God. And matter of fact, they didn't use the word God as in God, that word, God. The Muslim conquest with the swords and stuff like that, they didn't use the word God. They used the word Allah. But because you know Allah is a God, just like you are a human and I am a human and Europeans are humans, for some reason we don't compute that. And so that's the point. One of the things I keep stressing is that it's not about the word. Like everybody caught up on the word. That's why I said Godophobia. Everybody's caught up on the word God, and they don't never talk about the concept behind it and be specific. So that's like saying you blame it all humans, but you can't. There's different kinds of humans or class, or whatever case it is. So there's many different kinds of gods out there, and so not all the gods, the different types of gods did X, Y, and Z, or things were done in all types of gods' names. Just like you can't say all humans are bad just because Hitler did what he did in Germany. So what you gonna, what we're gonna say? Human is a bad is a negative term and stuff. We don't do that. But for some reason, this word God triggers this, and so that's what I mean. And we got to understand that. So that there's no way around it. There's no way if we can adopt the N-word and that word was actually used in a justifiable way to Europeans to treat folks kidnapped and enslaved and brought to America and tortured and forced to do work, and if they didn't, they were killed and maimed and hung and all this other kind of stuff, and that N-word was used in, and we can, and the descendants of those folks can then use that as a term of endearment today, then what's the problem with saying the word God? Why does God shake everybody up when it's not even the word itself, it's the concepts behind it? Nobody ever talks about the concepts. They just get shook up on the word God itself. And that's my whole point, is to make people think.
I think we shook up on the concept, and I don't think it's shook up like I said, the word God is a universal word. Nigga ain't universal. You can be in neighborhoods and they never utter the word nigga. But no matter what neighborhood you go to, no matter what part of the planet you go to, if you speak in English, you're saying God. You're saying it in your prayers, all everywhere. Everybody believes in God. You got over 3 million people. No, 3 billion people are Christians. 2 billion people are Muslims. I think maybe 100 million or 200 million might be Jews or something like that. No, the next line is atheists. You probably got like 1 billion atheists.
But at the time of slavery, the N-word was a global word if you speak in English to describe the enslaved. Period.
Yeah, but it did. Yes, but
I was gonna say that with y'all. I'll say I was riding with Uncle until he said speak English. And you was on something, but when you said English, I said I don't know about that. Whoever knows English has definitely heard the N-word.
Yeah, everybody speaks English, especially at the time of slavery. Heard of or used that word to describe the enslaved. I mean,
no, I didn't deny that. Not at all. What I said was, like, right now you got communities that don't use the word nigga.
Right, you're right.
That's what I'm, so they have no need. If you ain't got no black people around you, you ain't gonna. That's not every day. But the word God is used every day in all households. You would literally have to have an atheistic household not to use the word God. That's at work. Beliefs. Like, that's my point. Nigga is not at the forefront on everybody's mind. As a matter of fact, it's a bad word these days. You get fired from your job for saying that, but you won't get fired for your job. I'm saying God. And we know that you can't talk about politics and God at work because it's so damn divisive.
Yeah, but still, I don't think that doesn't connect with the point being made though, that God, people have a problem with the word God. No, then see, listen, the only reason why I brought up the N-word was because of your response to me. Because you were saying that God, if you read your response, you say God is a global word. It's part of the philosophy of Europeans and so on and so forth. And I was like, well, that's interesting because the N-word was also, but we use that one, but we don't have a problem with that one, the N-word, but we got a problem with God. So I'm just showing the inconsistent logic with that. So that's why I brought that up. But my initial point though to people is that people just got to be stop being I'm not gonna say scared, but that's why I say phobia. But people need to stop tripping off of the word God and understand that there's different types of God. Like when you say God, it's like saying human. There's different kinds of humans. There's different types and different kinds of gods. It's just that simple.
Well, Ja, that'll work for you.
So are you
telling
saying,
you that there's only one God. He's invisible, and he helps you out.
Wait. I'm sorry. I was rudely interrupting you. Can you repeat that again?
No, I said the God. There's only one God. No matter what y'all say, no matter how many gods you think you got, nobody believes that. But everybody believes in the God Almighty, the Almighty God, who's invisible. You can't see him, and he's working in your life. He brings death and destruction.
I don't know where you get. I don't know where you get that from.
That's true.
That's true for you. Just like you said that worked for you, would y'all?
No, that's 3 billion. Hold on. If you look at the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, but the
numbers don't lie.
But there's almost 8 billion people on the planet.
Yeah, but the majority of them believe in God though.
But
matter of fact,
God?
They believe in gods. Right? They believe it, and they believe is unknowable. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but here's the thing. That's still okay. Here's my statement. So I'm gonna repeat my statement. Saying God is like saying human, and I'm making that analogy because there are different kinds of human beings. There's different kinds of gods, and so what do you say to that? Like, are you saying I'm wrong?
No, I'm saying that we are intelligent on the subject, and it takes a person to be read to even comprehend that. But the everyday average person walking down the street does not understand that statement at all.
No,
not even remotely.
They do because, hey, listen, between a Christian and a Muslim, those two people will have two different gods.
Nah, they be like, no, it's just one God though.
Nah, that's not true.
Yeah, come on, man. You know they say that it's the same God. That's the joke.
No, they listen. No, they don't. Look, a Christian that believes that Jesus is God. So let me be specific. A Christian that believe that Jesus is God. There is no Muslim on earth that's going to agree with that and say that Jesus is Allah. They're not.
Yeah, they say they have no partners.
Allah.
Right. But I know you've heard the argument though that they're still the same God.
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. I hear what people argue, but I'm saying that's not like. Listen, okay. Let me ask you this. Is Jesus Allah to the Muslims? Do Muslims look at Jesus as being Allah?
They look at him as the Word of God. He's the Word of God.
Kalim Allah, right? The Word of Allah. The Word of Allah. But he's not Allah, right?
No, he's the Word of God.
Okay, so if a Christian believes Jesus is God and the Muslims believe that Jesus is not God, he's only the Word of God, then that Muslim and that Christian got two different gods.
Yeah, but all Christians don't believe Jesus is God.
I know, but that's why I was specific, because you mentioned 3.5 billion not being specific. So now I'm being specific, talking about those out of 3.5 billion Christians, there a lot of them believe Jesus is God.
But I tell you what, though, I tell you the central belief behind God is that it's a power. See, and that's where the atheists understand that God is not power, but the philosopher will say, well, God is existence. And you use that, but that's still philosophy, Wujah. It's a philosophical viewpoint.
No, but
existence is God.
But there are people on planet Earth that view God as existence itself. That's not philosophy. Like, where do you get that from?
Because it's not scientifically proven. It is philosophy. It's part of religious philosophy.
Wait. So everything.
Agree to that though, right?
No, wait. I'm trying to act. So your definition of philosophy is everything that don't go through the scientific method. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's why it's called philosophy, Wujah.
Nah, that's not.
Religious.
Man,
really?
Do we have to crack on what philosophy is now?
Yeah, what's philosophy? Let's talk about that.
Let me ask you. Okay.
Tell me that's not a philosophical statement that God is existing.
Wait. What do you mean by philosophical? What's a philosophical statement? Is math philosophy?
God is existence. No, it's not a mathematical equation.
Is math philosophy?
No, it's not.
Answer the question.
It's math.
Okay, but is math science?
No, it isn't. You use math to data. You know
okay, so everything that doesn't follow the scientific or the application of the scientific method does not apply to everything, and those things that it doesn't apply to doesn't automatically make it philosophy. That's what we just now proved just now.
Okay, but that is a philosophical statement though.
Okay, so
it's part of philosophy. It's part of Egyptian philosophy, as a matter of fact.
No, it's actually mathematical. That's why I said
no, Wujah, stop it. You guys stop that. You guys stop that. Saying God's existence is not part of man. Stop it.
Okay, listen.
No.
Wait. No, listen. Here we go. Listen.
Come on.
Nope. Listen. Here we go. So you just now said that math is not science, right? And because at first you were saying that because things are not scientific, it's philosophy.
No, I wasn't saying no. Well, if I said that, I said that wrong. My main point is that saying that God is existence is part of a philosophical viewpoint. It's not a scientific viewpoint.
Okay, so I could be on your page.
God is never science.
Okay,
no one says that. Listen, in the scientific community, nobody says that but you. You're the one and only person that says that.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. But
that's what I'm saying.
But here, so I could be on your page.
Woo philosophy.
So I could be on your page. What do you mean? What do you mean by philosophical statements? What's a philosophical statement? What is that?
You just made it. Say it. God is existence, and everything in existence is God.
That's I know, but help me out because
it could be correct.
I don't.
It still would be philosophy.
So wait a minute. I'm trying to understand Just because you say that is, I need more. Like what's a philosophical, like describe what makes something a philosophical statement?
Well, let's look up the word philosophy. Let's do that. Let's get technical.
All right, because you know philosophy is a actual branch of study.
Yeah, absolutely is. It sure is. You wouldn't classify that as philosophy, would you?
Well, I want to know what you mean first, and then we could we could go forward.
I mean what you mean.
Well, if you mean what I mean, then it's not. I already said it's not.
All right, let's get a definition for it. Hold on. Philosophy. Hold on. Philosophy, the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline, a particular system of philosophical thought, the study of theoretical basis of a particular branch of knowledge or experience. So I guess that second one fits very well, and the first one does.
Hold on,
right.
I was confused because I thought you were sharing your screen. I was like, what are you reading from?
Oh no,
That's me.
Okay. So I was thrown off. So just say it again.
The study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline or particular system of philosophical thought. And so within the Egyptian system and some African systems, they say that God is existence, but that is within their religion, you know what I'm saying? And within their philosophy.
Okay, so based on what you read, what is that like wrong, or you have a problem with that, or what's the issue?
No, not at all. So the Wikipedia says, it goes on to say, philosophy, literally love of wisdom, right? So it's part of their wisdom system, is the study of general and fundamental questions. There you go. So the question is God existence? About, watch this, about existence, knowledge, values, reason, mind, and language. There you go.
Okay, but now here's the thing. This is what you understand.
Huh?
When you ask the question, is God existence? You have to have you're making an equation. And you have to have a definition of what God is, and then you have to have a definition of what existence is, and the question is asking, are they equal? When you ask the question, is God existence, what you're trying to do is ask the question, are they equal to one another? And so you have to define what God is, and then define what existence is prior to asking the question. Then you ask the question, are they the same? Are they equal? And so what I'm telling you is that what these communities did in Africa, they're not asking the question. They're actually defining God as existence. They're not asking, is God existence? They're defining God as existence. That's a big difference.
Yeah, but it still ended up in the same framework. It's part of a philosophical religious thought, though.
No, okay.
It wasn't part of their science.
Is existence real? Is existence real?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if a group of people who, like you, knows that existence is real, and they define existence as God, then that's no different than being philosophical or not. That's not to say that that's part of their religion or anything, because you just not said existence is real. So if you met somebody who defines existence as God, then God is real in their worldview, in their paradigm. God is very real, just like existence is real to you.
Yeah, but it's a belief, though. See, that's the belief part. The belief that God is existing. That's a belief.
No,
and it's part of philosophy, though, no matter what you say. Because what is the word God? So what do you define the word God as?
Okay, listen, this is okay. I see what the issue is. Take out is, like, empty your cup, period. You okay?
It's still, wait a minute. God is the word used in religion. Like, come on, dude.
But it's no.
You gotta know that.
Wait. A lot of words are used in religion. Eating is a word that's used in religion.
It's the key figure in religion, though.
Wait. But listen, every word, there's a lot of words used in religion. You know, eating, you know, all that kind of stuff. Asking, they call it prayer. That's just asking something. So here's the thing though. So do you believe in existence, or are you aware of existence? Like do you have to believe it? Is that your religion?
You have to believe in existence. What are you talking about? When you
I'm
say
saying,
exist, you're talking about in the natural world, things
yes,
exist from
yeah.
a biological standpoint of view. So I'm talking about biology when we talking about existence. I'm
I'm
talking
talking,
about elements. Hold on.
yep.
I'm talking
Mhm.
about things that are tangible, things that can be measured.
Okay,
You cannot
okay. So
measure God.
wait, slow down. So I'm talking about not just biology. I'm talking about all things, whether they're animate, inanimate, whether they're living or non-living
That's
items.
why I talked about protons and neutrons. God
Yeah,
can't be
every
explained in terms of
wait.
protons and neutrons.
Listen, everything around you is existence. Would you say that everything around you is part of existence, right?
It's part of the natural world.
And it's existence. The natural world exists. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. If a group of people define the natural world which exists, called existence, if they define that as God, then God is as real to them as the natural world is to you.
Yes, and that's part of their philosophy. That's the point.
Okay, but do you have a philosophy in the natural world? Why don't you call that philosophy?
Do I have a philosophy in the natural world?
Yep.
Yes, of course I have a philosophy.
Okay, so it's the same.
And I
All
don't
right.
mix the two. So you can't mix the two now. You
No,
cannot
but
mix
I'm
philosophy
not
and
mixing.
science. Wait, do you get this though? You can't mix philosophy and science.
Okay, I'm not trying to mix
Study.
philosophy and science. I'm trying to
When
see where
you put the God in there, that's
no,
actually mixing it.
no, listen. With your acceptance of the natural world, is that your philosophy?
No. It's based off of being able to measure the natural forces. It makes
Okay,
you realize something exists. It's tangible. It has protons and neutrons and electrons.
I got you.
It has natural forces in it.
I got
It's plain and simple.
I got you. I got you. So
Right. So if God can have that, which God cannot have that, because God comes out of the mind of men and it can't be measured. And even within the systems you talked about, there are different variations of that. Like each person doesn't believe the same way. I have never seen people believe the same way. That's the humans don't even work that way, Wujah. So
no,
you could say God is existence. You feel
no,
me?
not. But wait. See, now you're going too fast. I'm not the one that's saying it, and I'm not the only one that says it. But I'm gonna go back to you and this natural world.
Yeah, let's
You
go back to the natural world.
right. You accept the natural world as something that exists. The
That
natural
had
world exists.
protons and neutrons in it. But if you
I'm
say
with you.
God is existence, God does not have protons
See,
and
okay,
neutrons.
but you see what you every time I say that, you see how you run ahead and you introduce God.
I
I'm not
gotta
I'm
run
not
ahead because if I don't run ahead, you're gonna run back and
no,
mix
I'm
it
not.
up.
Listen,
Mix the
no, I'm not.
philosophy with it.
I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going
You're
back.
not
The
Wujah.
natural
You
listen,
can't be
the
serious.
natural world, listen, the natural world exists. You say the natural world, which and then
Because
you
of certain things. You have
and
to
I
have
got you.
certain things for it to exist, Wujah.
And I'm not, I'm with you, full stop. I'm with you. The natural world exists. It consists of protons, all the elements, and all that kind of stuff. So we on the same page with that, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. What I'm telling you is that if a group of people define the natural world, which exists, that you agree with, as God, then that God is just as real to them as the natural world is to you.
Yes. But the Christians is just as God is just as real to them as the natural world is to me too. All religions think that.
No, but you just now said, but here's the difference. You just now said that the natural world is quantifiable. It can be verified, it can be confirmed, it could be measured. You mentioned the word tangible and all this other kind of stuff, did you not?
Yes, I did.
So if a group of people are defining all of that you just said as God, then their God can be quantifiable, it can be measured, it can be confirmed, and all the other kind of stuff. You get that?
Yep, right up until you use the word God, you just killed it.
No, but
You
see,
use the
okay,
word God, you killed it.
now this goes back to my post. You are suffering from godophobia.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Yes, you
suffering from that.
are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying if
Got
you
him.
change the definition in the middle of the game. See, to change the definition in the middle of the game, nobody believes you.
No, but
Nobody
here,
believes you.
but here,
Nobody thinks that God is a car, Wuja. Nobody thinks God is the rubber tires on your car.
but that's where you're
Nobody
wrong,
thinks
though.
that.
See,
Nobody
that's how I
thinks
tell. That's how I tell. Like I'm gonna be like the great John Henry.
No, do you get that though? Wait. Since
I heard
we're
you.
in 2020,
I heard
right? Back when the Egyptians was talking about things, was they talking about the wheel on the wagon? Wait, no. Hold on. Was they saying that the chariot was God? That's what I want to ask you right now. Because if that is the definition they're using, that the chariot itself would have to be God. Did they ever say that the chariot wheel and the spokes of the chariot wheel and the metal on the chariot was God, Wuja? Seriously.
God is existence itself.
So then
yes.
a chariot will exist.
So yes.
Would the will be God?
But hold up. You just
right?
now
You
said,
gotta answer. Give me answer some
I
questions.
already said yes. I already said yes. So now
said
let me
yes.
say something.
Yes,
Yep.
okay.
So let me say something. So
Right.
now
Which one did you say?
now we are in 2020. And what I'm telling you, see, what I mean by you're suffering from godophobia is because you for some reason, you can't see that I'm saying that your natural world that you understand, that's made up of protons, all that kind of stuff. If a group of people define that as God, then their God is as real to them as the natural world is to you. And everything that you can do about the natural world to confirm its existence is the same thing they could do to confirm their God exists, because they're defining the natural world as God. How can you not get that?
The same way you don't think that the Egyptians thought that the damn chariot wheel is God. Show me that text where they say and the chariot wheel is God. Show me that text, bro. They didn't never thought that.
Okay, listen. If I do it, will you throw all your black atheism out the window?
And allergy.
If you don't do it, you throw all your algae and your philosophy.
I got you. So y'all hear?
Don't show me where they said a wagon, a chariot wheel is God.
Y'all hear? Listen, y'all hear that right now, right?
No, I didn't say nothing. I just say go get that because I know you.
Listen, be careful what you ask for.
How the hell am I gonna throw not believing in God out the window when they God? That's crazy. I can't throw it out the window.
Be careful. So okay, here's the thing.
Go get that. Go get the chariot wheel spoke is God. Go ahead.
Okay, see now you're gonna be specific, and you want to see a text where they say chariot wheel.
Yeah,
is God. So
yeah, it's existence, ain't it? Come on, man.
Yeah. Okay. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with this. So here it is. So listen, no, but I want you to understand something, and then I can show you text.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, now let me ask you. There's a difference between comparing two things than defining something, right?
Okay.
You with me on that?
I'm with you.
Okay, so if you compare, so if I ask you, is a dog a cat? What would you answer if I ask you that? Is a dog a cat?
But they're both animals.
No, but so what would your answer be?
No, a dog is not a cat. A dog is not a cat.
Okay, now, how are you able to answer me? And that's a rhetorical. The only way you gave me that answer is because you have a concept of a dog in your head and you have a concept of a cat in your head, and those two concepts do not equal each other. And so you say, no, they're not the same.
Right.
Okay, but now here's the difference.
Here's the trick.
No.
I hear the drum roll going.
No. So okay.
I always know the trick.
Listen. I'm trying to get you to understand where I'm coming from. So now, what is a cat? Like, give me. You don't have to pull up no fancy definition, but just give me a general idea of what a cat is. Like attributes or whatever. Just like if you had to explain to me what is a cat.
Come on, you can do it. Come on,
Huh?
You can do it. Explain it.
Yeah, just
you can drop a cat and they land on their feet.
Okay, what else? Give me something else. That's one. That's an attribute. Give me something else.
They scratch, bro. They scratch.
Cat that can roar. Depending on the size of the cat, you got the big cats that can roar. They can hunt.
They could roar, they hunt. Okay,
But they
got you.
scratch.
They could scratch. Okay, they got claws. That's basically what you're saying. They got claws, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and they got fur. They got fur, right?
Yeah.
They got a tail, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the small ones meow. Like that's a small version of roaring. They like
Yeah.
they meow, right? Okay, so those are all right. Let's stop there. So those are 6 attributes or 6 things that define what a cat is. Now
All
here's
that cherry will, yo.
no. I'm trying to get you to understand something. So here's the difference. Here's the difference. Now earlier I asked you, is a dog a cat? And you answered correctly and said no.
Okay.
A dog is not a cat. And the reason why is because you have a definition of a dog and a definition of a cat in your head, and they're not equal. But here's the difference. If you gave me those 6 attributes of a cat, and then I define a dog with those 6 attributes, now the dog is a cat, or the dog equals a cat. I'm just trying to get you to understand how that works. If you gave me those 6 attributes, and I take those 6 attributes and I define that as a dog, you define it as a cat, but I define it as a dog, and then I ask the question, does a dog equal a cat? You would have to say yes at that point.
No, only if I didn't know what a dog or a cat was. You would be considered crazy to do that.
No, this is what I'm saying.
I heard what you said.
If I define, listen, if I define, listen, no, people do it all the time. People
do wrong because the dog is not a cat, and just because you give a cat all the attributes of a dog doesn't make that dog a cat. Just because you say existence is God doesn't mean God is existence just because you say it, and just because you define it as that doesn't mean that.
Okay, all right. So
you could define a car as a person.
All right,
and
let me work in reverse. Everybody heard me, so let me work in reverse. Let me
anthropomorphize the Son doesn't mean that Jesus is the Son.
No, okay, listen, Unc. I'm gonna go in reverse. I hear you.
I mean, you get my point. Hold on, wait. I think this is a little more easier. People from time immemorial have anthropomorphized things. Am I not right or wrong?
Yeah, right? But that's totally different. I'm not talking about that.
You're giving the Son human attributes, but that does not make the Son human, no matter how you switch it up. That's all I'm saying. You don't get that?
I got you, but here's the thing. But see, you're not getting what I'm saying because
I'm getting what you're saying.
No, you're not. No, you're actually not. No, because here, let me. I'm gonna do it.
Give a human car attributes and say that car is now human. You can't do it.
See, that's not what I'm doing. That's how. Listen, that's how I know you don't understand what I'm saying, because that's not what I'm doing.
What are you doing then?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If you let me, okay, so let me do it a different way. Let me do it differently, because that one didn't anchor in. So let me do it a different way. Okay, so now,
we call it trickology, Woojah.
No. Listen. So, if you, okay, we're gonna talk about the words, right? So if I call a house, like if I come to your house and I call your house a car, that does not mean I can get in your house and drive to the store. You follow that, right?
Yeah.
I can't do that. No. So it does nothing. You understand? You get that, right?
And swapping attributes does nothing because the attribute is still a name or something.
No, follow. See, that's what every time. See, that's how come you don't get it, because you jump ahead.
I'm not jumping.
And say something and say no, but you're saying stuff that I'm not even saying.
What you saying?
And then you think I said it, but you run. Well, you're the one that's saying it. So listen. So swapping labels does not mean anything. You can walk into a grocery store and you could take a can of beets and change the label and say it's some oodles of noodles or some chicken noodle soup. Okay. And that's not going to change the content.
Okay.
Swapping the label is not going to change the content of the can, right?
Right.
Okay. So the name is not a primary thing. The name is not it. It's all about what makes something what it is, which are its attributes. So if I describe the sun as this hot gas fusion reactor star 93 million miles away from the sun, I mean from the earth, and it's a whitish color, whitish to yellow, and this, that, and the third, and I describe it. If I call that object Jesus, that doesn't change the attributes. All I did was just swap labels. I have SUN, now I just swapped it to JESUS. Jesus, right?
Okay.
So I didn't. So that doesn't make anything. So here's the point. The whole point is the concept behind the word and not the word itself, not the form of the word. So if I say a house, if I call a house a car, all I did was change the form. I did not change what it was, the actual reality behind the form or the word. So now that was in reverse. So what I was doing with you is in reverse. If you got a group of people that takes the reality of existence and they call that reality of existence God, then their God is as real to them as the natural world is to you, because the concepts match, not the words. That's the important thing.
Got you.
Okay, let me drive.
No, I got it.
Oh, wait. I'm gonna drive the point home. Just give me the basic description of a house.
A roof.
Okay, you got roof. You got windows. You got a door.
Cooled in the summertime, heat in the wintertime.
Okay, and you got rooms, right? That's enough. So that's like five things, right?
And we can say that's God then, right?
Nope, we can't.
Why not?
So here, wait.
Existence.
No, see, you do this every time. When I'm trying to walk with you, you run ahead, and that's the fourth time you did it. So here, so
I'm just trying to get to the point.
No, I'm about to get to the point. So listen, so we got five things that make a house a house.
Gotcha.
Okay, so those 5 things in English, we put those things under the form house, and that's what we say. That's how we spell it. We spell it HOUSE. Okay. Now, if you talk to a Spanish-speaking person, that's those same 5 attributes is no longer has the form HOUSE or house. They say or give that same attributes. They give it to the form of casa. CASA. Casa.
Casablanca.
No, well, casa by itself. Casa is equivalent. The word casa is equivalent to the word house, not because of the way the form is or the way it sounds or the way it's spelled, but it is the reality behind it that matches. You understand?
Yeah, so like water is water.
No, water to a Spanish person is agua.
Right, but to them, you're saying, so to them, you're basically saying that. So you're trying to say, no, let me get it. Okay. So you're basically saying, although they're using a different word, it's the attributes behind it that make it water, no matter what language it's in.
There you go.
So if a people is saying it's God, right? But it's all the attributes behind
the natural world. No, of the natural world.
Yeah, but that would make them atheists, though. And that would definitely make them pantheists. No. And pantheists is a soft atheist, no matter what you say. And I didn't want to say that, but you said it.
No, that doesn't make them. That doesn't.
It would.
That doesn't.
It would, Wuja. You know why? Hold on. Let me help you. Hold on. Because
wait.
You're basically saying, hold on. You're basically saying that there is nothing outside of reality, right or wrong?
Exactly.
The scientist says there's nothing outside of reality. The pantheist says there's nothing outside of reality. Meaning there is no outside God. So they don't believe in God. They understand existence. That would make them a soft atheist. That's my whole point. I've been saying it for years.
Oh, now you're doing it again. See, you.
No, I'm telling you.
No, listen, hold up. Because
do you not get that?
I get it, but let me say something, because
if you don't believe there's a force outside of the natural world, yo, that means you're not a believer, yo. You don't get that.
Listen, here's where you went wrong. Here's where you went wrong.
I didn't go wrong.
Godophobia. Listen, you're suffering from
godophobia. But you atheistophobia.
No.
You're actually scared of that word.
No, atheist listen, I could talk.
Yeah, you said atheistophobia, yo.
Atheistophobia, yo.
He said atheistophobia. No, but listen, But here's where you went wrong, because I listen. I hear you. Okay, let me.
You just don't like the way it
tell me.
sounds.
No, it's not that. You can tell me if I'm wrong after I say it. So here's the thing. You said that it's or reality. Now I used the word existence earlier, and you said reality. So that's cool. That's fine. I don't mind that. But and you said there's nothing beyond or outside of reality. Right? Okay. Now, if they define that, if a people define that as God, then in order to be an atheist, you are against God. Now, if you were okay, let's say hypothetically there was a word that was that's equivalent to atheist but for human. So I don't know if it'll be a human or anti-human, but let's just keep it in the same form. So we're gonna say a human. So atheist means against God, right? Am I correct on that? Basically, the basic. So, okay, so a human would be against human. Now, you can be against a group of humans because for whatever the reason is, but you wouldn't be a human because you're not against humans because you yourself is a human. You are a human. But you can be against a group of humans. And so you can never say you're a human. So what I'm saying is that when you say atheist, you have to define the theist part. Which God and by whose concept are you against? That's the question that atheists will have to express.
Yeah, and express it. Anything that's outside of the natural world.
A Wuja.
Yep.
And what cultural context is God not an entity?
In a lot of African communities.
Like what culture says that, you know what I mean, that you can frame God in, that says that, you know, that don't refer to him in some instance as an entity?
There's a lot of African communities. Specifically, let's deal with Egypt. In Egypt,
their gods was entities.
No,
they communed with it.
No, they weren't. They weren't entities.
Wow. Okay.
They weren't entities in how you're saying entity. They weren't. They were for. I mean, I know you don't mean human, like flesh and blood human beings, but they weren't.
No. I mean entities where they had attributes. They had attributes, right? They had names. They had form, like an entity. Like I know I'm being clear. That was the most clearest, you know, word I could give.
I hear you. So now here's the thing. I know you know what a noun is, and I know you know what an adjective is. A noun is a descriptive word, a word used to refer to, as in school, they say person, place, thing, or idea. An adjective is a word that deals with attributes, qualities, or properties of something. Now, in order to speak a language, in order to communicate, we have to, we're limited to what the Latins called a nomen, which is both a substantive and an adjective. Today, we call it a noun and an adjective. That's how we talk. That's how we communicate. We have no choice. So when you describe, for example, if I say the word elephant, the word itself is not the animal, is not the creature itself. It's a stand-in because we have to communicate. I'm not tossing an elephant from my mind to yours. I'm just giving you the sound. So when you ask me about entities and stuff, that's what I mean. They called these things and labeled these things by words and names and attributes and qualities. And sometimes they use, as Unc said, anthropomorphic descriptions, but those are not exactly what it is. That's not literal. So they're so God, I'm gonna give you an exact example. We don't have
Ruja, can I tell you what atheist is real fast?
But hold up, yeah, but 1 second. Let me just hit him with this. Okay, and I want you to get back to it. Let me just hit him with this real quick. So Sheffrin, are you familiar with the Egyptian word new or nun?
Yeah, I heard it before.
Okay, so I mean,
Water.
not
It's
not
water.
well, not heard. I don't want like if you just I don't know if you just heard about it. I'm saying have you done a knowledge on, like, are you familiar with what that concept is to the Egyptians?
It's water, right?
Concept. No. Go ahead, fill me in.
It's
Okay,
water,
so-
right, Wuja? It's water.
Okay. No, it's not.
Yes, it
Not,
is.
no, it's likened. It's likened to water. That's my point.
Okay,
See, Unc does it every time. See, Unc is that student in the class that the teacher would have to be like, man, get out, get the corner, man. No, but hold up. So
lying and shit.
no, listen.
No,
So new,
like
if you do the knowledge on new, you'll find out what I mean, that God is not an entity. But because new is not an entity.
Here's the premortal stuff. Ra rose out of the premortal stuff. I would say it's a dust cloud.
No,
you could say that. You could
new
play dust cloud.
Nah, new is never described as an entity or anything like
Ra
that.
rose out of none. Come on, man.
No, I know, but you're saying something that that don't mean that I'm talking about new. You're talking about Ra. I'm saying new. Like you keep saying Ra rose out of something. New. What is
I
new?
know. Well, okay, but what is Ra then, yo? Is that
Ra
not a god that rose out of the premortal waters? With is it not an anthropomorphized sun? Am I just tripping? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But who brought up the sun? I'm giving this brother the answer to his question.
Yeah, but that's one. But they didn't have the one God though, Wuja. That's like.
But see,
Okay,
this is where
this
is where you gotta learn, man. Because
all right,
new,
go ahead, man.
New is that ultimate reality. I'm trying to get
that
you to
the
understand.
sun that the God came out of. Am I missing that?
Yeah, but I'm saying when you say the God that came out of it, don't stop saying God, because to you, a God is something that is
it's existence. No, we agreed it's existence. We playing the existence game right now.
Okay, then if you agree, then stop calling Ra that then, because I'm talking about new. New would be that reality, existence itself.
Yeah, but you fought me back when I said they were soft atheists, because they are. If you're a pantheist, you're a soft atheist. And if God is existence, then there is nothing outside of existence, then you would be considered a soft atheist, though. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I agree with you on nothing existing outside of existence. I agree with you on that.
And I'm trying to tell you the knowledge on it that you're not willing to accept, which means that you would take the same stance as a scientist would.
No.
And you would agree with that.
Listen, it's not that I'm accepting it. I asked you, when you said that, I said that what an atheist will have to do is they're going to have to define the theist part.
And no, you don't. And I tried to explain to you. Hold on. Atheism is atheism. So the A, now listen to me, use the A, is a hyphen. Theism.
I know, it's a prefix.
Atheist is someone who does not subscribe to the central tenets of theism, bro.
And what is theism? Theism is short for
province. Hold on.
Theism is short for monotheism.
Been through all that. Deny the following. Listen, it say that hold on, let me read this again.
Read it.
Hold on. Read it again. Atheism
I'm doing
is atheism. So the A hyphen, theism. And atheist is someone who does not subscribe to the central tenets of theism. It says the A is an alpha province. Look it up. ALPHA space PRIVANS.
Okay, can I say something?
Hold on, let me finish. It denies what follows. I had to finish that, dude.
Okay, it denies what follows. I got you. But
So
hold
I am denying
what follows. So what follows the A? That's what you just said. Wait, what you just said. I know. Hold up. I know that much because we are saying the word. Wait, we're saying the word atheism. I know A is a prefix. A is a negation prefix. Wait. It's a hold up. It's a negation prefix for whatever comes after. That's
but you did the same thing.
No, but wait a minute. all I'm asking you, when you first mentioned this, because I guess you just wanted to read that, but when you first mentioned, I'm saying you're gonna have to define the theist part or the theism part, because it's atheist as a person and atheism as the philosophy or the ideal. So I'm saying you're gonna have to define the theism part. So keep reading. It's going to tell you, because atheism is a denial of theism, every tract on atheism should also address the question, what is theism? Theism is the same as, or more current term, monotheism.
Of course.
So, and it says theists are adherents to one of the three theistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So atheist is a person who is against the monotheistic gods. Period.
Right. And there you have it.
You just don't understand that you just
no. There you have it.
Theist is a position. Theist is someone who asserts the existence of a god or gods. To be an atheist is to not assert the existence of God or gods.
Okay, so Jay,
the position. When you say atheism, that means you're not making an assertion. There's such thing as being an agnostic atheist and also a Gnostic atheist.
I got you.
If someone is a Gnostic, if someone is a Gnostic atheist, then what they're saying is that they are asserting knowledge that a god or gods exist.
Okay, I got you.
The belief in.
Here's the thing. But wait.
Here's the belief in.
Okay, but here's the
non-belief. Hold on. Let's clear that up. To be an atheist means that you that you don't have the belief in a God. And to be a theist means that you have a belief in God or gods.
Correct.
Atheist is a non-belief.
Okay, so here's the problem.
Without the belief in God.
Here's where
I'm saying?
I got you. Here's where the problem.
That's as clear as it can get.
Okay, here's where the problem in all of these conversations, because everything y'all just said is nothing new. It's something that's said and brought up almost in every conversation when it comes down to talking about atheism or agnosticism and all that other kind of stuff.
Facts.
But here's the difference, and here's the
pantheism.
Here's the pantheism. Here is the issue. When you normally talk to atheists in these kinds of conversations, what doesn't happen is they do not define the theism. They do not define the God. They don't define it. They just repeat what you all just said just now. It's a position.
You pick one.
It's this.
You pick a God and let me deny it.
Okay.
Yeah,
choose one.
Okay. I'm gonna do it.
You think we confused about what God we saying all of them.
Okay.
So you
That's
choose
crazy,
one.
dude.
Okay. All right. So wait. Let's slow it down. Because earlier, because y'all came on a little later, and what I was trying to tell Unc earlier, I said that, see, y'all set yourselves up to be an easy picking, because if you say name one and then once I name it, you're just gonna say I deny it, because you to define atheism.
No, that's not the definition. It's a common misconception that for one to take an atheistic stance or position, you have to assert that a god or gods do not exist. That is not
what doesn't exist. Is. Okay, Jay, explain to me what doesn't. Okay, for a person who has that position, and I don't want you to repeat the position, but then after you repeat the position, I want you to tell me what doesn't exist.
Exactly. Okay, so now when we say an atheist, so basically the position of an atheist is that we see no evidence, or well, I'll just speak for myself because I don't know why or how other became atheists, but I'll speak for myself. I see no evidence. I see no evidence to prove the existence of a god or gods or anything supernatural, spiritual, miracle, all that stuff. There is no evidence to prove that those things are real.
Okay, now pause right there. Now, in order for you not to see evidence of something, you already have to have what that something is in your mind to not be able to see evidence for it. And so what I'm asking you is to define that thing that you don't see evidence for.
Okay. Number one, the supernatural, and this is I like you asked that question because this is one of my main contentions with it. There is no way to define a God or gods or supernatural or miracles. There is no standard of measurement, of scientific measurement, to delineate what's God versus what's nature. So that's my biggest problem with it.
Okay,
And
now
so,
hold on. So
Mhm.
so even that statement right there, again, you already have in your mind, you already have a conceptualization of what God is for you to even say that there's no way to do something with that. So I'm still trying to
No,
get you to
no,
say what that is.
no. What I'm taking is what you call the null position. So okay, so let's take an example with fire.
Okay,
Fire
wait.
is hot.
I'm very familiar with the null position. A null position cannot be an atheist position because you can't be against a null. I just want to make that clear. Go ahead.
No, I think you have an issue with the word against, and I don't. When you keep asserting that atheist is against something, what do you mean? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, the denial against or
Denial.
without or something along those lines. You cannot deny. Oh wait, you cannot deny a null. You can't negate a null. You can't be against or to go the opposite or whatever to a null. You can't.
Okay, but if the atheism is the position of the null, then you're not against the null. This is what I'm saying. So if someone wants me to believe a unicorn is real, until I see evidence, I'm going to take the null position that there's no such things as unicorns.
Okay.
So I'm saying atheism is synonymous with the null hypothesis.
Okay, but see, I got you. But see now, so now you're back to my question though. Now let's switch it because it's probably easier. So let's talk about that unicorn. In order for you, if I'm sitting here trying to convince you of the existence of a unicorn, and your position is that you're not going to believe it until I show you some evidence for it, whatever that it is, and whatever I am calling a unicorn, you have to have an idea of what that is, even for me to give you evidence. Because how would you even know what evidence is positive for such an existence of a unicorn? You see what I'm saying? So
right.
wait.
And here's the problem. But here's the problem with that argument. When you talk about the existence of a supernatural entity, a supernatural being, a god or gods, there are a myriad definitions of who and or what God is. You have theists who assert the personage of God, and you have deists who attribute deity to aspects of nature. So you have different types of definitions of God. So that's why I said the first problem is you have to establish which God are you talking about, right? You're talking about Yahweh, we talk about Allah, we talk about El, we're talking about Vishnu, or we talking about Zalmoxis, Romulus. You know, it's a myriad of gods and a myriad of different definitions of what people see a God is. So you're okay. So essentially, you're asking me to define something that everyone has so many different definitions of.
No. But see, what you just said, what you just said is exactly what I said earlier. You just said a different way. I said it maybe I said it maybe 3 times tonight. What I said was an atheist, even to have a position of saying, I'm not going to accept anything until you show me evidence, you're still going to have to, if I ask you evidence for what then? And so you're still going to have to know what evidence you're looking for. So for example, like you just said, there are
okay. Let me ask you this.
Wait. There's a
well, I want to address what you just said, because one doesn't have to know what evidence they're looking for in order to take a position. Now, if I don't know what fire is and I touch fire and I burn myself, that's going to be evidence to me that fire is painful, it's hot, it's heat. But I did not have knowledge of that prior to touching that fire. So that does not not knowing what the evidence would be does not negate a position.
I know, yeah, and that's not what I'm saying. So that's why I want to make this clear. There's a difference between defining something and then equating something, equating two things, and then defining something. So,
but hold on, Wuja. We all on here. Let me just say this. We all on here know what God is. We know what that word entails.
I don't make that assumption.
Nobody on here who don't understand when you say God, what it means. Now, if you think that we're confused in some type of way, or you trying to confuse it to where you want us to believe we don't know what God is, and like that's like if you're an atheist or a theist or a pantheist, you understand what God is. You took a position on it already. You see what I'm saying?
I got you, but like, listen, I don't make that. Say, like I don't make that assumption. Like, I don't think that everybody on this panel knows all the conceptualizations of God. Like, we're all familiar with the word God. We're all familiar with how it sounds, and we all say it, and we all mention it. But not everybody on this panel. Wait, hold up. Not everybody on this panel. Like, for example, there are people that will call water God. An atheist will be out of his mind to have a no position or to be against water. So
nobody calling water God.
Man, people did call water God.
Well, that's the problem. I think it is.
Wait. Are you?
This is the issue, man. Because
are you
part of the natural world.
When you say existence, when you substitute existence and God, the question comes to mind: why not just say existence? And I don't know, I'm not really informed about all the Kemetic stuff and things like that. And I'm not sure that that's what you were talking about how people acknowledge existence as God. Right. But in my head, like, I'm pretty sure they did not use the word God. I'm pretty sure there was a translation of God from whatever word they did use, right?
Right, exactly. So and that's the exercise that I went through with Ankh earlier. Like, for example, if I say house in English, HOUSE, and a certain concept will come to your mind because you speak English with me. Now, to a Spanish speaking person, whatever your concept that came up in your mind, they don't label it. They don't have that form of house. They have a form casa. So they would say casa, whereas the English speaker would say house. But both the Spanish speaker and the English speaker are pointing to the same concept. So it's not about the word. It's what I was talking about earlier. It's not about the form of the word. It's all about the concept or the reality behind the word. So what I'm saying is that's why I'm saying that you asked me earlier, I think in the chat, you said, why don't we just say existence instead of God? And that's fine. But what I'm saying is that the same way that if we were speaking Spanish, somebody would say, well, why don't we just say casa? Why do we ever got to say house? You only say that is to show the equation. And so I'm saying that for some people in some communities, they equated God with existence. That's all I'm saying.
Casa and house mean the same thing, though.
No, I know, but when you say when you say means the same thing, I just explained what that actually means. It's the concept. It's not the form of the word. The form is how it sounds and how it is spelled when you see it. They're two totally different things. G-O-D is not C-A-S-A. Those are two totally different things. But the concept behind it is equal. And you say they mean the same. That's called translation. That's why we could translate Spanish into English. Casa for house.
Okay, so you're saying the Egyptian, the Kemetic concept of God is equivalent to the Abrahamic concept of God?
No, not absolutely not.
In some aspects,
that's my problem.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Okay, because that was my problem. That was my issue with it. Because I'm like, that's not a
absolutely not. The Egyptian equivalent of God would be what we would say is existence, and that's what I said earlier.
Because
they had gods, man.
No, that's
hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
Wait,
That's what I'm
wait.
saying.
Let me say this. Let me say
That's what
this.
I'm saying. What
So-
you're calling gods? Hold up, Chef French, real quick,
Mhm.
because you this is the second time you say that.
Hold on one second.
Listen, okay, you do understand that the Egyptians did not utter the word God. They didn't have that sound, that word. They didn't say.
I'm fine with that.
God,
Neither did the Hebrews.
exactly.
But
They didn't
we
say
still
God.
recognize
They
their
didn't say God.
deity as God.
They didn't say
So
God.
what I'm saying is we can recognize the Egyptian deities as God, even though they didn't. That word wasn't in their lexicon. I understand that. But
I know, but what is okay? In order for I know, but in order for you to equate God the way that you understand it with the Egyptian and what they understood, give me what you're saying on the God side. Like, what is a God to you?
what is a God to me?
Because you're saying
I don't want to
Egyptians,
give my personal, you know what I mean? Because I can go with the standard definition.
whatever
I can
you use,
The fallacy of that though is you asking someone who doesn't believe in a God, like, what is a God? That's like if that's like
that's not a fallacy. Wait.
No, but I think as a
fallacy.
general,
I think it's a general
understanding of God.
Wait,
it's
hold
baggage
on, wait.
behind the word. It's definitely baggage behind the word.
No, but wait.
Hold on for wait.
Accept something. Hold up. To not believe something does not equal that it doesn't.
Uja, hold on for a minute.
That you don't have a definition for it.
Remember what we said earlier? We were saying we agreed that the Egyptians were pantheism. So the definition for pantheism is, and this is what you're essentially saying. Pantheism is the belief that God and the universe can be equated, that God is the universe. That's what you're basically saying. Where polytheism differs from both monotheism, a singular God, and pantheism, however, is that polytheism one adheres to multiple gods. So you're saying Egyptians aren't adhering to multiple gods, that they equate existence or the universe itself as God. And I'm telling you, once you accept that, then you're clearly saying that there is no God outside of existence, or there is no God outside of the universe, which is the same stance that all scientists says. So that would make the Egyptians soft atheists. But you won't agree to that. You will agree to everything else, but disagree with that. And you can't have it both ways.
Listen, you never gave me a chance to agree or disagree with that.
I did. You was like, no.
Every time you bring that up like you're doing now, every time you bring it up like you're doing now, you go fast. Like you start off slow and then you go to 90 miles an hour. So
because you said no, you didn't agree with it. I said they are atheists, and you said no. So everybody heard you say that. You said no.
Back up. You said atheist again.
We can start over again. Hold on. Wait. No,
the problem is going to be. Nope. The problem is going to be.
You see what you're doing? See, you never answered the question.
Y'all are never addressing the problem. The problem is your definition of God. Okay, ask me any question. Okay, let's do this. Let's take turns. Ask me any question. No, let's take turns. Let's the universe God. Let's did it.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Wujal?
No.
Let him do that. Ask me a question. And ask you a question.
Is the universe God to the Egyptians?
Existence is God to the Egyptians.
Same thing. It's the same thing you just said in reverse, Wujal.
Okay.
That makes them pantheists.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question.
No, let me ask you one more question. So
we take a turn. No, we're taking turns. Let's take turns. You ask me when I answer
that question. So you never answered. That's my point.
Wait a minute. Listen. I'm agreeing.
But you throwing me off. No.
How am I? Okay, ask me two. Okay, go two. All right, two.
No, I just want you to answer the essential question.
Okay, 2 for 2. I got you. Go ahead. That was
right.
One.
Scientists say there isn't anything outside of the universe. And I think everybody can agree to that on here. There is nothing outside of the universe.
So what's your question?
So then if that's the point, then the Egyptians take the same stance as modern scientists do. What's the same stance as atheists does. So the question is, so then Egyptians will be considered soft atheists if they're pantheists. That's the question. Right or wrong?
You're asking me, are the Egyptians soft
atheists?
Okay, if you're defining a soft atheist as a person who does not believe that anything exists outside of reality or the natural world, then Egyptians would be soft atheists according to what you just defined it as.
Right, but that's
so now it's my turn.
Always
okay,
said that.
So now,
and y'all
now it's my
fought
turn.
me on it though, Wu-Jah.
No. Listen, I did not, because now I'm saying according to your definition, listen. You've just fed me a definition. According to what you fed me, listen. I got you. According to what you fed me, then yes. But here's my question to you, though.
Well, you gotta ask the question, because now we're on the same page finally after 2 hours.
Okay, so let me ask you the question now. You asked me 2 or 3. So let me ask you a question. Now it goes back to this God thing. So the Egyptians saw existence as God. God to the Egyptians is existence itself. There is nothing that exists outside of existence.
Totally agree with you now.
Okay, now, so you're saying that they're soft atheists.
Facts.
Now, what I want you to do for me, though, is tell me what the atheist, soft or hard, tell me the atheist part. And you were doing it earlier. You were defining what the atheist is. Okay. And so you were saying A is a prefix, the alpha prevents and all that kind of stuff. You read it and everything like that. And if you finish what you were reading, it boils down to being against or without or opposite or whatever comes after the A, and theist. And it was defined theist as short for monotheism. And so the Egyptians would not fit into that because they didn't have a thing about the monotheist. So this is the point I'm making with you is that
you defending that, but they're fitting to this definition though.
No, but wait, but hold up.
A good one.
Hey, you know it's more than one definition for theist, right? It's not.
No, I know. Listen, Jay, hold up. Don't wait. Jay, I understand. There's a lot of definitions for a lot of words, but when I'm talking to a person, I got to use theirs. Because I could, if that's the case, then what I want y'all to do, if y'all want to do it that way, I want y'all to give me all the definitions that y'all want to work. We got to have a working definition for the conversation. We can't move the goalposts once the conversation get going. So if y'all want to name one and stick with it, then the conversation can make sense. But if y'all want to move it, once I talk to Ankh and then somebody's going to have a different one, then I have to deal with you based on that different one. I can't use Ankh's definition with you like I can't use yours with him. So I'm dealing with Ankh right now. So Ankh read the definition that atheist was a person who was basically against monotheism, the monotheistic gods and their ideas of gods, concepts of gods. And so if that's the case, then that's fine. But that atheist is limited to monotheistic, which would be the Abrahamic ones, basically. And so
but that's just not the only atheism though, Wu-Jah, and you know it.
No, listen, that's what you gave me though. Now,
no, you
want to add to
I just told you what the A province was. The theism. You went on into it. I just gave you
but I'm saying
I was dealing with that point.
Okay, regardless of the theist part of atheism.
Right.
Okay, you are gonna have to define what it is that you lack the evidence for, or you're against, or you're without, or you're in opposition to, or whatever the case is. And whenever we get to the conversation to that part, that's where it goes crazy. So I'm asking you, what is a God to you?
Universe.
Okay, so now if the universe is God to you, then based on your own definition, are you an atheist?
Yep.
So
because
how can
no God outside the universe?
Just okay, like now I want you to see how this logic is faulty real quick.
It's not faulty.
You just said, okay, but let me get it out. Let me get it out first. I just asked you, what is a God to you? You said
I said the universe.
I know. So is not atheist against God? Oh, it's not now?
Here you go. Atheism is typically defined as a term of theism. And I'm using the document I'm using right now is the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Okay.
Let
me read this.
Just remember that you said God is the universe to you.
No, because we was using in terms of the Egyptians. You said that God is the universe.
Unc.
So if God is hold on.
Now I asked you specific. Everybody heard me ask you straight up and down.
I'm going with you. I'm gonna stick right there. I'm gonna stay right there with you.
I asked you, erase. Listen, I'm asking you. What is a God to you?
No, for me that's philosophy. I thought you wanted to play philosophy. You switching back and forth.
No, listen, I'm not. I'm really not. I mean, everybody listen to this whole conversation. I haven't switched up anything yet.
Yeah. You're using philosophy and acting like it's not philosophy.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, the brother Uncle Keck, what is a God to you? And earlier you said universe. Now, if you want to retract that, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm retract it.
Okay, now give me your real answer then. What is a God to you?
Invisible.
Invisible?
All knowing, all powerful. That's what a God is to me. All knowing, all powerful, can do everything at all times. You can pray to it, you can call on when you need it. That's God.
I got you. And so you don't see that exists. You don't see that exists, right?
Nope.
Okay, I got you. Now, so when you say that that's what you're basically against, or that you don't accept. You don't accept that God.
Yeah, right? Accept the tenets.
You don't. Okay, so you don't accept that God. All right, I got you. Now, okay, so as long as that was your real definition, what I want you to understand now is that definition you just gave of God is not a universal one size fit all definition for all of what's called gods around the planet among different communities of people. And so your atheism, or you not accepting that, it is what it is. You don't accept that. But there's a lot of people who have concepts that don't fit within that limitation.
So here's a question. So hold on, Buddha. So basically, did the Egyptians have a word for universe? Did the Egyptians have a word for the universe? Because that's important.
Pretty much yes and no. Like
stop this shit.
No.
I
don't see what's funny. Like
because here's my point. Here's my point. If you're equating, because if you're equating God to the universe, right? Okay.
I say existence. You say universe. You said those are the same. Go ahead though.
Right. Then if they didn't have a word for the universe,
I didn't say that.
You said yes or no. What the hell is yes or no? I never understand when people say yes or no. What the hell
I know you cut me. If you hold your horses a little bit, you understand what I'm saying. So
I gotta cut you a little bit.
Nah, okay. So
cut your legs off because you'll go long. Go ahead.
No, because you keep saying you said universe, and I'm cool with that. So do they have a word for universe? The closest word that they would have for universe would be in the concepts that we're talking about would be new. NW or nun, NUN. That's how most people spell it and say it. Nun or nu.
Now give me a source on that. It says the closest word would be is that your projection on it?
Wait. So now you're asking
yours. No, I'm asking. Wait. I'm saying serious because
I'm trying to figure out what you're asking me now. Are you asking me for an Egyptian text that says that we believe the universe is new?
No. What I'm saying is that in the field of Egyptology, right? Everybody have their what was it? We talked about this before.
I got you. Pretty much every Egyptologist agrees with the statement I just made. And if you want specifics, you can go to James P. Allen's book.
Okay.
You can go to Theophilo Benga's book. Okay. That's the black and white thing that a lot of people like to use. So James P. Allen being a white man.
Okay.
Theophilo Benga being a black.
Yeah, I read that. I read Theophilo Benga's translation.
Okay, so
that's why I learned that it was water considered.
Who was Anubis?
That's something different. That's a god.
Exactly.
You said it's not a god.
Wait.
We over.
Hold up. Wait. No, we were getting somewhere, Chef. Let's.
All right, go ahead.
I want you to say. I want you to hold that. I want you to get it out. But Unc, we were going somewhere real quick. So you asked me the question. So again, what I'm saying, you gave me a definition of God, and all I'm telling you is I'm cool with that. But what I'm telling you is that definition does not fit all conceptualizations of God for different communities around the world. It does fit a large group of people that, I would consider those Abrahamic belief systems. The Abrahamic belief systems fit your definition to a T. Okay, so again, and this is what I said on the last show. I said, really, an atheist, most atheists, when they have that position, as Jay would say, their position is really against or a position in regards to the Abrahamic belief systems, not so
or
much
put the order though.
Okay, or what? Or what?
Or anybody thinks they can get in touch with an entity that can affect the lives in the natural world. So if you think there's anything outside of the natural world that can affect the lives of human beings and affect the natural forces, then I'm against that too.
Including water. Look, including water. If you think water got magical powers other than its natural properties, you feel me? You adding spookism to it. That is a God. I don't believe in it. It can go along with atheism. If you think existence got
wait, Shepard, hold on, you go too fast. Wait, let's deal with the water thing. Wait, I got you. So in your example,
I think you just got to the point for real.
No, wait. You don't deny that water exists. You deny what people say water can do.
Yeah.
I got you. So now that's a difference now. That's a difference between something existing versus what people say about that something.
It don't exist the way that religious people say. You see what I'm saying? Like the Egyptians didn't believe in water the way we believe in.
Okay, I got you. Like the sun. Okay, like the sun standing still. The fact that you don't believe what people say that the sun stood still does not negate the fact that the sun does exist.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Okay. I want to see where this is going at.
Hey, Chef. I think what you're looking for is the term deification.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
but I just didn't want to say that. I wanted the example. I wanted to show an example of it so we didn't get bogged down in the word deification, because it seems like we getting bogged down on we don't understand these words and what they mean, and it's like it's slowing the conversation down. Like I think we understand certain things. I mean, like a rudimentary form of everything that we saying. We understand God. We understand theists. Like they basic words. Like,
but
why are we trying to think every word? Like,
no, you're right. We do understand.
No,
hold on, Wujah.
Hey, Wujah, can I ask you a question real quick? Do you okay? In the ancient the Rimage, did they deify aspects of nature?
The sky itself is a deity.
Right.
What about Anubis?
Hold on, wait. I'm just giving. Let's just be specific. I'm giving you one so that we could discuss it. The sky itself is a deity to the Egyptians. Yes.
I mean, none.
No, the sky is not none.
Gab.
But
what is it, Gab?
So just to be sure that we're on the same page, to deify, basically, in my knowledge, means to worship or regard something as a god, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Or very special.
Well, I meant it even more stronger than that. Like the sky is literally a deity to the Egyptians. Like literally, the sky is a deity to the Egyptians.
It wasn't the only one though. So if you can take one of their deities, right, and then try to say, since they believe that this deity was like super supreme or equivalent to existence, they had other deities that wasn't, equivalent to existence and other things. So it lends more to the understanding of deity that we have now, right?
But let me ask you, just so I can understand.
So they had it all.
But let me so I can understand. And I'm not trying to be stickler, but y'all got to understand. these conversations, if you're not willing to slow it down, then you're gonna be saying the same thing month after month, year after year. So here's the thing. So let me ask you just real quick for my clarification. Do you think that a deity and a god are the same things? Like based on your understanding, is a deity and a god the same?
Yes.
Okay, I see. So what I'm saying may not won't make sense. So I'm gonna have to work with that. So if that's the case, then I have to say no. But because a deity itself, because a god, because you gotta understand, and like I said before, I've said all these things
Yes, a
before.
different definition, definitely.
Yeah, it's different, but a lot of people don't treat it as different. That's why I asked that question, because I got to know who I'm working, what I'm dealing with when I'm having these conversations. So to most people I talk to, they see deity and God are different things, and then there's some people that don't. So and that's cool, and that's cool. No, seriously.
What the hell is a deity then?
Jay just said.
Hey, you can be a deity if someone regards you as God, then you are thereby deified. Whereas you were not God at one point, then you have become or exalted to the status somewhat of a God. A pencil can be deified. We can anything can be a deity. So
is God a deity? Is God a deity?
Yes, God is a deity.
Right. What are we doing here?
Okay, so
God is a deity, but God is not necessarily deified.
Man, how y'all let Wuja talk y'all atheists into giving the definition of God?
Right, I'm not accepting none of it. Like
oh boy.
No, that's a fallacy right there.
Exactly.
Like
I'm just sitting there like,
if you don't believe in Santa Claus, then you don't know how the nigga look. You know?
No, listen to me, y'all. Y'all understand that every God does not fit nice and neat in the Abrahamic concept. Like that's how I'm asking y'all. Like let me ask you, what gods have you studied outside of the Abrahamic traditions?
I studied hundreds. I studied.
No, you. Okay, name one. All right, now in the past, I'm gonna talk Unc for a second. Let's go Unc first up.
Nigga Juna.
Unc, you mentioned Malunga or Kulu Kulu.
Yeah.
Now, have you studied that?
Yeah, it's a deity in the Zulus.
No, okay, that's cool, that's nice. But I'm saying, have you studied it though?
You mean the Zulu tradition or just the actual God? Yeah, I have. I got a dictionary of gods.
Okay, I'm not asking what you have. I'm saying, are you studied in it? Like, are you?
No, and tradition of Zulu, no.
Are you proficient in that conceptualization that they call Kulu Kulu?
No. Only on the Saws work.
Okay, so are you proficient on the Egyptian concept of Nu or Nun? Have you?
Yeah, I read that. I actually read that. Yeah, that's why I understood it to be premortal stuff or the original stuff.
Okay, now does Nu or Kulu Kulu, based on what you know about them, do they match the same conceptualization that the Abrahamic followers have to their deity or God?
No, because Kulu Kulu would be like the sky, distance, because it's distance, and and then Nun would be like the premortal stuff. So in the Abrahamic faith, God made all that stuff. So that's why I was trying to make the
so there's a difference, right?
Yeah. So but the point is, it still falls under based off of Egyptology, based off of anything you read with it. They have a lot of different deities or a lot of different gods in Egypt. So you like the only person that thinks that they don't have no gods, but the field of Egyptology clearly says differently. Like you're not gonna find nobody that says that Geb is not a god. They don't say that. Geb is a god. They say Geb is a god. You're saying no, Geb is not a god. Geb. Your stance is totally different from the whole field of Egyptology.
No. Listen, man. Listen, I don't know. That's what I said. I'm gonna have to channel the spirit of Dr. John Henry Clark and say everything you're saying. You're telling me what you haven't read. Listen, there are Egyptologists, African Egyptologists, that will say what I'm saying. look, you say you read Theophilus Benger's work. How can you say that if you read his work? Like for real? Like
Theophilus Benger.
Yeah,
Shit,
I'm
he's one
asking.
dude out of a million.
No, but that's not just one. I said there's many, but I just mentioned him because I know you have his book. Did you read it? Like I'm like, you crack it open yet? Did you wrap?
Man,
you take the wrapper
I'm
off?
not you because you an thought, so I'm not even using it.
Did you take the wrapper off yet?
Of course I did. I know, but I'm not using it. Listen, he's just one guy. So the one guy scholarship don't never ever work, or the two.
But that's a red herring because I didn't say it was one guy. I just mentioned one guy though, but it's many.
I'm saying,
it's many. It's many. It's many.
Man, but they not the consensus that we back to the consensus.
Almost everybody. No, almost. It's a consensus among the African School of Egyptology. Yes.
Okay, the African.
I can give you. Yeah. There's a German school. There's a German school. There's a French school. There's a British school. There's an American school, and there's an African school.
And it's the broke ass African school. The African school is broke.
No, it's actually not. But it's
they're actually not doing no digs. Send me an archaeological dig at the African school. We can go with Brown.
So whether something is broke or not is based on a dig. I got you. Okay. So, but
yeah, it's definitely that. Hold on. Whoa. Yeah, it's definitely that.
Okay. And that's
digging in the dirt.
Okay. Based on that, you're right. Okay. Based on that, they're broke.
Am I wrong?
I got. Okay, they're broke because they don't dig. I got you.
I was just cracking a joke, man. It was a joke.
I know, and I'm joking with you. So, but in the joke,
but they're not digging in the dirt.
They're not digging. I got you. They're not.
So they're at a disadvantage.
You're right, but no, that's not that. No, because the European Egyptologists that you cite the consensus for is at a disadvantage because they don't study the languages and the conceptualization on the side of Africa. So they're at a disadvantage.
Well, I wouldn't say that because I'm saying anthropology. In anthropology, you got people like the Lucys. They spoke fluent African languages. So those anthropologists that stay over places for 30 years actually are entrenched in these African things more so than the African American is. They send their kids to school.
I got you on African Americans, but I wasn't talking about African. But listen, you bringing up stuff I didn't mention. I'm not talking about African Americans. I'm talking about people.
No. I'm saying anthropologists.
I'm talking about people who
anthropologists live in these countries that they're studying and learn the languages.
I got you. But listen.
So the mistake was when you said that they're not studying the language. That's not true.
No, I'm talking about, you said that it's an advantage and disadvantage. You cracked a joke about they're not digging. I said, okay,
yeah, funny.
I know. And I said within the joke, you're right, because they don't. So the joke part was the money part. But you're right, they don't dig. But you said that they're handicapped because they don't dig. I said, well, the handicap goes both ways, I said, because the Europeans who dig do not speak the language or practice the traditions and have the chain of the culture and traditions behind them as the others do. And then you saying what you saying. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So you have one or two people, just like Africans go like Theophilus Benger went to school and got his degrees in European schools. So it works both ways there. So here's the thing. My point though, Nu and Kulu are not the same in your mind. They're not the same as the Abrahamic God of the Bible, New Testament, and not even the Quran. Am I correct?
No, it's different.
They're different. So
they're different.
So your stance.
It's a butt though. It's a butt.
Okay, wait. Your stance in atheism stretches the Abrahamic one and the Kula and the new that we described. Am I right about that or am I wrong? You don't accept none of that. You don't accept none of that. When I say stretch, I'm talking about it covers not only the Abrahamic concepts, it covers the Egyptian one and the South African concept of Kulu. Your atheism stance is about all of them.
Who's Kulu?
It's sky.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask y'all this.
It's a word for the sky, but it can't have no powers to it. It can only do what the sky can do, though. Wuja, that's the point. As long as it's just the sky.
Right. Now, do they have another word for the sky when they not talking about Kulu?
Yes.
Some kind of derivative for it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now we talking about a god. Is along the same lines then.
Okay. That's fine.
Hey,
That's
Wu
fine.
Jiao?
Yeah.
Hey man, I probably missed this lesson because I'm pretty sure you gave it during the conversation. But what was the term that the Remich used for that we translated into God? What was the term
that we translate as God?
Yeah.
Most people translate the word nature to God. They replace the word nature, the Egyptian word nature, and they replace that word with God.
Oh, okay. Now this may be
okay, but hold up. I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
That's a problem, and that's one of the main reasons why this conversation happens the way it's happening. That's a problem.
Not
So
with me.
I don't.
Not with me.
Okay, but I'm saying that's a problem though. It's of course not to you all, but if you're gonna if you were to look up in the Egyptian dictionary and you
could
look
just
up,
mean old, don't it?
and you look, hold up.
Nature could just mean old.
But wait a minute. If you look up the word God, G-O-D, if you did a search in the Egyptian dictionary, G-O-D, you're gonna get kicked back to you the word nature.
You say what?
But the word God is German though.
Hold on, say it again, Wu Jiao. What you say, Wu Jiao?
Now the actual word in God is English. The English word God comes from
it's a Germanic root. It has Germanic root, right?
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
Yeah,
but God is
okay.
is English. Okay.
Hey,
but
you said if we look up the word nature, it's gonna get kicked back God. That's what you said?
No, I said if you were to do a search in Egyptian dictionary for God, you're gonna get kicked back to you would be nature.
Right, but they also assert that they don't know what the fuck the word means.
I mean, you got Bud, right? you got Budge who says that. Yep, that's that one scholar thing that you don't like. But yeah.
Hey, Wu Jiao. Hey, this is probably
y'all gotta be quick. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, Wu Jiao, this is probably more likely my ignorance speaking or memeology or something. But I think so. I have heard somewhere, I can't recall, that the word nature is synonymous with the English word nature.
That's wrong.
That's wrong. Okay. Well,
yeah, but people do. But people do say that. But it's
because Wallace these birds said that. That's Wallace said that.
Yeah, that's not true.
But it makes sense according to what you were saying.
In this context, it does make a lot of sense to me if we say if the ancient Remich identified God as one and the same with nature.
Right. It's basically what you've been saying. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, but hold up. Here's why. I mean that you're right, but here's the thing. People try to say Medu nature is the equivalent of Mother Nature. Medu, Mother Nature.
Yeah, I said it.
Nature.
Yeah, it sounds right. That sounds about right.
Okay,
I can go with that one.
I know, but
that's probably just sounded like scholarship, though, right?
Yeah, that's the equivalent of lookership, but for your ears.
Hey, hit me up on Facebook too, yo. When you get a chance.
That's all that means. So I'm telling y'all that nature and nature are not. They just are coincidentally sound alike. They don't.
We're gonna ask you the meaning of natural root. Hey Jay, you hear what I said just now, Jay?
But hold up. But let me ask you this, because you brought up.
I said hit me up on Facebook when you get a chance.
Hey,
okay, yeah, we'll do, man.
Okay, so what is the root of God? What is the furthest back etymological meaning of God?
Tracy? Water. Pour out libations. To pour out libations.
It's to pour, right?
Uh-huh.
In terms of libations and stuff like that.
Yep. It might be like a new tradition or something like that. But go ahead.
That's none.
Pour out water.
No, it's not none. But I'm just asking. So if you say it's a German word, then you have to use what it meant to the Germans themselves. That's why I said it's English, but it's from a German root. But my question, so back to what I was saying though, Ankh, I don't think you answered. Oh, you did, because you said as long as Kulu is the sky and that's it.
That's it, and no other attributes but simply the fucking sky. Then I'm good. If you start adding shit to it, we're gonna call on the sky for the rain, then you're done. That's as far as I'm gonna go. But as long as we can have that conversation, as long as I can put that out there as I'm saying it, we're just not gonna just say God though, because then I need the explanation. I'm gonna start doing like you do. I wanted that. What do you mean when you say God? If you just simply mean the sky, then I'm with you. If you mean something else, you think you can call on the sky, nope, you spooked out. And so fundamentally speaking, you're trying to say that at no point was the Egyptians spooked out. And I'm saying they was. They was like all other humans. And there's no, hold on, let me finish. And just like the theologians, people that go to theology school are totally different than those believers, the parishioners that go to the church. So the people in the church don't even listen to their theologians. They listen to the preacher.
Right.
No, okay, I mean, seriously, you do understand it though, right?
Yeah, I understand the difference between a theologian and a lay person, a secular person, lay person, theologian.
Right. And I'm saying, I don't think that particular scheme of things would change in Egypt, because everybody wasn't literate. Most people couldn't read in Egypt. Everybody wasn't running around reading. Yeah, you got a certain percentage of people that was literate in Egypt. Most people could not read.
Before 5,000 years, nobody was reading. Huh? All of humanity.
No, I'm not talking. I'm saying when they were reading.
No, I know, but I'm saying they're coming out of an era like reading was something that was added. Like for us, reading is essential, but for them, reading wasn't essential at like how we read today, because nobody was reading prior to 3350 BCE, pretty much.
Correct. So my point is that there's no way of proving.
Saying that didn't
mean
there's
no way of proving.
I'm just trying to tell you. Go ahead, though.
I'm just saying, right? That's my point. And so you had people who was writing these documents might have clearly understood the things that you said. That we're simply talking about the premortal stuff. Mm-hmm. But the believer, because you had believers in Egypt, they wouldn't have believed. They would have believed in certain things.
Yeah, everybody believes though.
It's 4,100 miles. I'm saying within the religion itself.
Everybody believe. Okay, what's the Egyptian word for religion though? What's the name of the Egyptian religion? Huh?
They didn't have a codified religion like that, a book religion.
So what's the Egyptian word for religion?
Way of doing shit.
Even their mythological, even their primordial stuff was mythological.
Okay,
it wasn't based on science. It was something that they made up. Like
everything in the human mind is made up by a human. I just want you to understand that.
Huh? All right, cool.
Okay.
So that's not an argument.
So I know, but see, this is what. So let me. So this is what y'all are. This is what you.
It wasn't scientific though, Wuja.
This is what you all are doing. Okay, so the Egyptians, did the Egyptians have a religion? If so, what is the name of it? And give me the Egyptian word for the word.
So did they have, no. So I'm asking you, the Egypt guy. Did they have a religion?
No, see, I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You just said
yes, they had a religion. Yes.
I don't know, John.
All right, Sheffrin, I got you.
But now I don't know the name for it.
I got you, but
I don't know.
Sheffrin said they do. I mean, Unc earlier said the Egyptian religion, and he kept talking.
But of course they had a religion though. But I said I don't know what the name is or what they called it. I don't know that. But of course they had a damn religion.
Okay, so they have a religion.
Yes.
But they didn't. But you don't know the name. So you know they had a religion, but you don't know if
Egyptian religion. Shit.
Okay, but wait a minute. So you're saying religion. I know, I got you, but you said that they have a religion, but you don't know the name of it, and you know what? Don't know what they called it or whatever.
Right.
But so are you saying that they did call it something, you just don't know it, or you're just totally not?
No, I'm saying is you can look up the definition of religion, and they had those things. That's what I'm saying. It's easy.
Oh, now easy work, man. Listen, Unc, I'm gonna tell you, man. Y'all, listen, Unc.
You don't get that. You don't get what I'm saying.
Yes. Let me say something.
Right, so that's why I'm saying they had a religion. Well, down there, you tell us the name of it.
If I was one of your haters, boy, I swear to goodness, you make yourself so easy.
How is that? Because I said I don't know the name of the Egyptian religion.
That's not why. I'm saying
why?
Because what you're doing right now is the opposite of what you were doing earlier. What you're saying right now is what I was explaining earlier. Because you said,
what you saying earlier?
Okay, you said that if you look up the definition of religion, you can look back on the Egyptians and find something that fits that description, those qualities, those things, right? And what I was saying earlier about God, I said, okay, if a group of people define God
Yeah, we move
natural,
past that.
as the natural world and stuff like that,
Yeah,
then
but we move past that, Wuja.
it says, I know all I'm. I know
And we was in agreement with that, Wuja. As long as the sky don't start answering questions and shit, we move past that.
But
listen, and I say, well, they soft atheists, man. We way move past that.
You won't even see. You won't even. You won't. Okay, I just want to highlight the fact.
No, because we came to an agreement. You did.
No,
so I didn't think you had to go back. We did. When you admitted that they were soft atheists, then I admitted that God was the sky. Then we were straight. That's the consensus.
What I'm saying, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that what you're doing now is what you were fighting earlier.
No, I wasn't. I didn't. I only fought it when you was fighting it. When you wouldn't agree that it was
I wasn't fighting anything. Everybody can listen.
You was going back and forth. You wouldn't answer the question. Went to an act of Congress.
And I answered every question y'all asked. I asked every question y'all asked me tonight. I answered every question.
It was a struggle.
I answered every question y'all asked me tonight.
Did not. Anyway, Dan,
so what's the word for? Okay, let me answer you.
Yes or no? They have a religion, Wuja.
Okay, so now they didn't have the wait. They didn't have the word religion, so we all know that. I shouldn't have to say that.
Okay.
But when you said when you look up the definition of religion,
yeah,
you could say the Egyptians had that.
Right.
Right. Okay, so let's do that. So do that for us real quick. What's
the word religion?
What's the definition? Yeah, when you said Egyptians had that. What is that?
Yeah, they definitely had that. Everybody got that, and you don't have to have a God in religion either. See, how about that? That's another point.
Okay, let me ask you or Sheffrin or whoever on here, because I can't see who's still on here. Do you see religion and belief as the same, or are they different?
Different. Yeah.
Okay, that's you. Now, Sheffrin, you. How about you? Do you see religion and belief as different?
Come on, man.
I don't even understand. That don't even make sense.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand the question. Like you said, religion and belief.
And belief.
The same thing?
Yeah, a belief.
Well, so at times,
if it's a religious belief, you believe in religion. Like one has something to do with the other. Like belief is in religion.
Let me read it. Right. Let me read it. It says religion is a social, cultural system. So Egyptian says social, cultural system.
Everybody has
designated behaviors and practices, morals, worldviews, text, sacrifice, sacred places, prophecies, ethics, organizations that relate. That relates humanity to supernatural, transcendental, spiritual, and spiritual elements. However, there's no scholarly consensus over what precisely constitutes a religion. So there you go.
Okay, so now back up though, because was that all one statement, or you were reading a couple and putting them together?
I was reading the whole thing, and they say different religions may or may not have. Hold on. Contain various elements ranging from divine, sacred things.
Faith, that doesn't really help us out.
But what? Hold on. Supernatural beings or supernatural being or supernatural beings, or some sort of ultimacy and transcendence that will provide norms and power for the rest of life. So there you go. It's all kind of shit. Every sacrifices, dance.
Okay, but now listen. Based on what you read, that's really not helpful for a conversation, because that's like really kind of ambiguous. That's like kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
No, well, it's not. It said there is no.
You even just said it.
Here you go. Look.
However, you just said there's no consensus, right? So it's all over.
Here's the point. No, this is the point, right? That's the point. It say, however, there's no scholarly consensus over precisely what constitutes a damn religion.
Okay, so let's be a little more precise for our conversation. All right, go ahead.
And spirituality. Like, how can you be the most spiritual people and don't nobody know what the hell spirituality is? They got some crazy shit, man.
Okay, so
there's no definition of real religion. We don't know what it is.
Religion, Egyptians. Egyptians had religion, they had gods, they had it all.
All that shit.
Okay, and Sheffrin is religious, and you got a god. All right, so here's the thing. But here's the thing. So that
why you say that? Wujah crazy.
Well,
because,
hey,
because
just from my
does.
perspective, I think at times people do use the term belief and religion synonymously.
Yeah.
How?
However, that they do. So sometimes people refer to their religion as their belief, but I also believe at the base form, at the base definition of the terms, that those have two separate meanings. Like I can believe my car key will turn on. I mean, my car will turn on if I turn the key, right? But
that's not a religion.
But that's a belief. But I'm saying that's asserting my point that at the base definition, those are two different terms.
Car keys do turn on cars, though.
What's that?
Car keys do turn on cars, though.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? There may be a time when it doesn't.
That's really not a belief.
But every time you get in the car and turn the key, you believe.
Proven. That's something that's actually. That's how mechanically it works. Like,
that's not the point. That's not the point I was getting at, Jeffrey. But I'm just saying there's different levels of belief, like knowledge. So to a certain knowledge is a subset of belief, which is belief to a greater degree, right? So certain things we know, like if you turn the key, the car will turn on, right? But all I'm saying is that at the root definition, those terms are two different words or have two different meanings, but colloquially, people use them as one and the same. They refer to their religion as their belief as well.
Okay, let me just say this. Okay, let me say this because in these kind of conversations on topics of religion, spirituality, belief, spookism, and atheism, all that stuff included, if we don't create a working nomenclature, a set of labels that will be a solid and remove the ambiguity out of all these different terms that are otherwise ambiguous to different people, then you're never going to have a successful or productive conversation.
Yep.
And so a lot of people use these polarized terms differently. And so you don't have to define every single word that comes out of your mouth, but you are definitely going to have to define key terms and have working definitions among the participants of the conversation, period. So that's why I asked what I asked, because I can have a conversation with anybody as long as I know the definitions that they're coming from, because I can adjust I can dance to any song. So that's why I asked, okay, as far as the panel, do you see belief and religion as the same or different, and so on and so forth. So it's not to nitpick. It's absolutely necessary to have a productive conversation. Otherwise, we're just shooting it, and we might as well just be sipping on some tea and just kicking it, and you know, whatever case is. But if we want to have a productive conversation, you're gonna have to do it. So now I can tell you what religion. Now back to the thing, because you asked me. I don't know if you meant to ask me, but you asked me, or you waiting for an answer about religion in ancient Kemet.
Right.
Okay.
Before you do that, Wujah, if you don't mind, I wanted to kind of clarify the question where to kind of make it a little bit more targeted. Were you asking kind of like, did the Egyptians or did the Remage perform religious acts or activities?
Rituals. Yep, rituals is part of religion.
Okay.
All that shit. But go ahead, Wujah.
Okay, so all right, so I'm going to define some things. Now, I don't know if y'all agree with this, but this will be my suggestion of working definitions for a religion. A religion is simply an obligation to something.
Man, whatever, man. No, man.
Okay, you don't take that. Okay, I got you.
God.
Wuja, yo, we need to write you gotta write a book called the Sacred Sands of Wuja, yo. That's what
no, listen,
like the Dalai Lama, yo. I'm fucking with you with that.
Okay, no, listen.
I'll read your shit.
Okay, listen, that's just my suggestion. Okay, so if y'all want to shoot that down, that's fine.
Crazy.
But now
Give us another one.
Give us another one, yo. We don't accept that. We're trying to trick you. Somewhere down the line, we will get tricked. Ha ha! I told you believe in God. That's how you do, yo.
Okay, so hold up. Wait. Let me repeat that. Because y'all
you got me believing in God. How nigga not gonna understand the universe?
Y'all were
I mean, that's how you trap me up. It's just trickology, Wuja.
Wait a minute.
You know I fuck with the universe and the cosmos. So if you make God the cosmos in existence, how the hell can I not do it?
That's why I'm giving no ground on none of it.
Right.
Okay,
so
I know what God is.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Wait, listen to me for a second. So y'all were real quick on that one. Y'all shot that one. I didn't even get that out the
because it's an end game you got going, yo. Like right now, I'm on live air talking about the universe is God, knowing damn well it's philosophy. But I'm gonna just fuck with you for a minute with that.
Okay, so now see that's what I'm saying, because now you want to retract. Okay, it's fine. All right, here's the thing.
So religion, I've always said that's a philosophical standpoint, yo.
I know, but we never finished that because I was gonna prove to you that it's not.
But you know why it really is? You know why it really is?
You filibustered, so I wouldn't get you there.
I did not, Wuja. I'm saying, you know why? You know why it's philosophy?
Yeah, because see how you talk, so I can't talk. But go ahead.
No, because you cannot prove the different aspects that would make it God, the universe.
Okay, what you don't understand, though, is how things are defined. If I define something, listen, if I define the natural world as God, then whatever you feel, however you feel about the natural world will be the equivalent to my God. If that's how I define it. And there's a difference between defining something and equating something that is already defined. So wait a minute, listen to me for a second.
But you can define.
Wait, listen, man. You could that's
so what is crazy?
That's why I gave you the examples of the dog and the cat. If a dog is not a cat, the reason why you say a dog is not a cat is because you already have a concept and definition in your mind of a dog and a concept and definition in your mind of a cat, and they do not equate. So you'll say they're not the same. The word same and the word equal and equate, they're synonymous. Okay. So
watch this though.
Because you're not defining the two. You're speaking after the definitions already established. You got it.
But I think you're doing a better job than the Egyptians ever did, though, bro. I just wanted to let you know, yo.
No, but no, I was going back because you brought that back up. So I only went back to what you brought. I was trying to get
let's get back on religion.
Hey, could you see the problem with using the term God versus the natural world?
Yes.
If you ask Ankh about the natural world, so if you ask Ankh, hey, do you believe in the natural world? You probably get an emphatic yes from Ankh.
And I did.
But then when you use the term God, there's a lot of baggage to that, man. It's a lot of baggage to that.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
It's a religious term, and it's a philosophical religious term.
Wait, hold up, but Jay, what you just said, I agree 1,000%. Not only do I agree with it, that's the point of my Facebook post. What you just said is the point of my Facebook post. I'm saying that because that's the situation. I know I read it earlier, or unbiased. Dang, how are we on Unbiased? And Unbiased leave? How are we on his live? He not even in here. Not even a youth. Not even a youth. Did he pass the He passed the host.
He did, because he just dipped out.
He died out.
Wait, did he pass the host over to somebody?
Nope.
Dang, that's a trip. Okay, so hopefully.
Now we stuck in here forever with Wuja and this philosophical viewpoint.
Nah,
but
we
all believe in God. Then we gotta explain to another person for an hour why we really don't believe in God.
No, I want to hear what Wuja was saying though, man.
About religion. He was going somewhere with religion.
Right. He don't want to go there. Go ahead. Go there with the religion, Wuja.
I would.
Hell. Do you not realize we have to take an hour to explain to people that God is really the universe?
No, listen, I get what Jay's saying. What Jay just said is the reason that I made my post, and it's what I say all the time. I say God is a polarized word. It triggers. That's what I said. It triggers.
Yep.
It has people shook. When you mention God, it's like, man, people can't think no more.
No,
So if I say universe, if I say universe, if I say natural world, or if I say mother nature or nature and stuff like that, nobody shook. Nobody gets shaken. But the moment I mention God, all hell breaks loose.
Because it's not verified. God
Wait.
is unverifiable. That's
Wait. You see what I did there? When I mentioned God, all hell breaks. Let me stop. All right. So anyway,
Yeah.
So
hey, but hey, this is just this is a student question, Wujao. So okay, so when we talk about the Rimage and them acknowledging nature or the universe as God, and then we talk about religious practices, did they perform any practices, rites, or rituals paying homage to their deities, such as the sky or the water or wood or whatever?
Yes. Yep, they most definitely did. They thanked it. They have a whole thing centered around thanking
what
stuff.
the universe. Oh man.
wait, hold on. Now I must have missed a joke. Like what's like
the joke is saying that their deification of these names, or I don't know, the natures, they not gods, the practices
no,
are
they're not
not
Abrahamic.
religious.
Oh, wait. They're not Abrahamic God. They're not. See, when you say they're not gods,
thinking about Abraham.
I asked you, but wait, I asked, no, I'm sorry, I didn't ask you. I asked what is a God to him? And then he gave me these attributes. That doesn't fit the Egyptian deities or gods.
In some aspects, you do though. They overlap.
All right, so let me put the spot. Let me focus on you. You give me your definition of God. What is a God to you?
I don't want my definition. I will use the standard definition and work off of that.
Okay, I got you. Okay, as long as you accept it. So whatever you read, let that be yours for this conversation.
Yeah, I think we can work with that. I think we can work with the standard definition. So, because I don't want it to be my personal definition of anything. I got you. Because I think you're using your personal understanding of things, and you overlapping it.
No, I'm actually not. Like even religion. That's why when y'all laugh so fast, I was like, dang, y'all ain't even hear the rest of what I had to say. But go ahead, though. Give me your, or not yours,
not mine.
But for this conversation is yours because you're vouching for it to me. So just like you bring some dude into the clique, bring your definition to the clique, and that you won't vouch for that definition. So read your or read or whatever your definition that you want to use. So go ahead and do that. Give that to me.
All right, let's see.
Fall for it, Stephanie.
Huh? God.
Then he see messing with you, boy.
The supreme or ultimate reality, such as
what? Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Okay.
The supreme or ultimate reality, such as
for real? All right, go ahead. Sorry.
How to use God in a sentence, and it goes on.
Oh, wait, but stop. Read that definition over again.
The supreme or ultimate reality.
Woo, boy.
Hold on. That's not nothing that you can wrap your. So all right. So what is that saying?
Wait, can we use that one? Like, do we
can use that one. Now you're gonna have to tell me what that's. You're gonna have to define that in terms that you're talking about. Like, so what do you think that means?
Okay, so listen, the supreme ultimate reality, that right there is
religious.
Is the definition of God to the Egyptians and to what everybody's saying. That's what we were talking about earlier.
And it's religious.
Wait a minute. Just what you just read, the supreme ultimate reality, Ankh, is that not what we were talking about earlier? Nothing.
I'm
nothing
not Egyptian. Hold on.
Nothing is beyond that, right?
You said that's the Egyptian. I'm not Egyptian.
No, I'm not saying you are. Wait, I'm not saying you are.
Yeah, I'm an African American. Your God is Jesus Christ.
Wait. Sheffrin, you have 2 feet like a Chinese person, but you're not Chinese. So I'm not saying that you're Egyptian.
Right, but they have a different philosophy or understanding.
Yeah, but my point is that I'm not saying that you're Egyptian. I'm just pointing out the fact that definition you just read is a very close, if not a match for what the Egyptians conceived as God. That's
but everybody conceived God as being the ultimate reality, though, Mujah.
And it's religious.
All Christians think that. And religious, they all think that.
That terminology is religious in itself.
I don't know about that one. Because this is the reason. This is the reason why I say that, because when you and late every day, if you go to work or you see anybody on the street or in a car or store, whatever, and you ask them what who or what God is, or you just mention God passively, they won't think about the supreme or ultimate reality. Most people in our nation will immediately think of El or Yahweh.
I think the word reality in there is throwing us off.
Well, I think
it ain't throwing me off. I think
that definition. I think that definition was
God's the ultimate reality, though. That's the point.
Okay. Let me ask y'all.
I think that definition was very convoluted.
Wait.
The only value to God is within religion. It's within religion. It has no value outside of that.
Here is the problem. You do not know what it means to define something. What you're doing, you're saying
you're trying to redefine.
Listen, the brother just read. Listen, that the brother read something from something other than me.
But I wasn't finished.
I know. I know that's fine, but let's deal with what he just read first. We could go on. I'm not.
It's not half a sentence though. You cut them off in the middle.
Right, and it's giving you, and then it goes on to give you the understanding of what they just said.
No, you just went to how it's used in a sentence. So let's stop at that one first. We can read the rest, man. I mean, let's y'all in a rush. If y'all in a rush, then we can.
No. I'm saying like so you're going to give a definition, and you're saying after we define this the way that you want.
Nope. I said you can continue. Nope. I'm not stopping you. I'm pausing you to point out the fact that the one you did read just now so far, it is very close, if not a match, for the conceptualization that the Egyptians had. That's all I'm saying.
All right, fine. I don't know what the Egyptians said about God. Or
we do know they spent a lot of money building shit to it, though. We do know that.
Right.
Okay, but now wait a minute. So, but now along with that, what I was saying is that is what we were talking about earlier in my conversation with Ankh. And so I was saying, and then now y'all are saying that. So what Ankh is doing now is saying you can't prove that God is that. And what I'm saying is when you make statements like that, you're totally not understanding what it means to define something. Because when you define something, you're not proving anything. You're basically to define something, you're giving a label on some attributes. And so if I say the ultimate reality is God, I'm defining it. But when you say that it's not, well, I have to prove it. What you're doing is you're having a preconceived definition and comparing it to those attributes. And if they don't match, you're saying, no, that's not it.
I'm saying, but when you have to verify that God is the ultimate reality for it to be the ultimate reality, though. With your definition would have, based off your definition, you would literally have to prove that.
Prove that a human is a human. Wait. I'm doing a field that you're used to. Prove a human is a human. How would you prove a human is a human?
The skulls, they fit within a certain range.
So what you're about to do, you're about to define the requirements that will require an object to fall within a category that we label human.
Yes, it has to be measured. You can't measure God; it's unmeasurable.
No. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? You're about what you're about to do, because you don't have to do the whole thing. I'm saying what you're about to do is you're about to give me the criterion.
Of course.
Of what? Okay. So I'm saying.
But it has to be a measurable thing. So you cannot measure God.
Reality. No. Wait. Don't say. No. Don't say. No, Unc, man. You keep messing it up. Are you saying that reality cannot be measured? Wait. Are you saying reality can't be measured?
It has to be measured in terms
No,
of
just answer
protons
this.
and neutrons. Yes,
Can reality?
protons and neutrons.
Okay, so if I'm defining God as reality, as the supreme reality, then if you can measure the supreme reality or reality, then you can measure God. Do you understand what define means? Because a human, I could say, well, you got to be able to measure a human.
The problem that I would see with that argument is that humans are humans, right?
Look, I'm gonna end on that part. I'm out of here. I'm gonna let y'all keep rocking that. I knew it was gonna be 10 hours of woo job. You need to get your own not Facebook page, but Instagram page right beside the Dalai Lama. Yo, he does.
He said,
Your shit working right now, nigga.
He said, okay, but you said you had a problem with that. So what's the problem? Because I don't.
I'm not saying your approach. I have a problem with your approach because if a person understands God to be reality, I have no problem with that at all, right? But the problem is when we use the term God is so many different things to so many different people.
I agree with you.
One wouldn't immediately associate God with the term you're using.
I agree with you 1000%. That's why when I know me personally, when I have conversations, I define my terms that I know that are otherwise ambiguous and has that potential to be misled. Because the point of communication is have a meeting of the minds. So I'm never gonna use a word that I think people can slide and may not know what I'm saying. So when I have these conversations, either I avoid the word God, or if I use it coming from me, then I will define it for the purpose of the conversation. So I never leave it to chance, me personally. And so what I'm showing you all is earlier I was showing the difference between equating something that's already defined in your mind versus defining it. Because if you already have a definition of object A and a definition of object B, then I can ask you, are they the same? And your answer of yes or no is going to be based on your already known definitions. But if I'm at the point of defining it, then you can't say yes or no. That's not a yes or no situation. You either accept my definition or you don't, and then you really don't have no reason not to, though, because all I'm doing is propping a label on some kind of attributes or qualities of a specific tangible object or whatever it is. Like love is not a tangible object, but we have a definition for love that fits the criteria. And hate is not a tangible object, but love and hate, based on what our concepts of those two things, we know that they're not the same. But if we're at the point of defining it for the first time or for the purpose of a conversation, there's no reason to say yet, no, or fight against it or whatever the case is. So I'm saying that to many African communities, they define God as existence itself. That's all I'm saying. And in that context, we can have a conversation. So now if you accept that as a working definition for the conversation, we can flow. If not, then we don't have to use the word God. I'll just say existence.
Okay.
So that's why I said
no, let's back that up. Let's back that up.
Okay.
You just said that in many African societies, say that again. God, they just equated God with existence.
Yes, they define existence as God. Yep.
Okay. Now I'm gonna jump out there, right?
All right.
I'm gonna jump straight out there, and I will say, right, that they believed that existence was something mystical. Also, if they equated, right, God with existence, then they believe that existence that you're talking about is something mystical or supernatural or spooky about it anyway. You feel me? So it still revolves around the same thing in a nutshell. We can't get off that point. If it's all right, the definition the definition that I started to read, right? with God. It said the supreme or ultimate reality. Right?
Wait, are they numbered? If they're numbered, like say the number. So
yeah,
I know
one.
Okay,
One.
I got you.
One. Now check this out. Now I know, right, from taking philosophy, you know what I mean, and different courses, that the ultimate reality in most religions was a God or entity behind it, like in Hinduism or Buddhism, like Nirvana was the ultimate reality. But in that ultimate reality, behind that set an unmoved mover of things. That the ultimate reality was essentially a God or a being behind that. So by them saying the supreme or ultimate reality, that's layered, right? It's other stuff that you got to understand about that definition, about them putting those words in that definition. You see what I'm saying? And then it goes on to A, the being perfect in power, wisdom, goodness, who is worship, right? And then it goes to B, Christian Science, the incorporeal divine principle ruling over all as eternal spirit or infinite mind, right? And then they give you all these other definitions, right, and aspects of what we call God. Now, I'm saying any culture that posits a God is using a form of these definitions in some way, shape, or form. Do we agree with that?
I agree, because I just now told you, as far as number one, I attach number one to the Egyptians.
Right. So you saying that God that they posited, right, as existence, it wasn't nothing supernatural or spooky about that.
No, it was not.
Wow.
There is nothing. Wait, let me finish. There is nothing extra nature to the Egyptians. There's nothing outside of nature. There's nothing above. There's nothing beyond nature for it to be described as supernatural. There is no such thing in their worldview as supernatural. There's nothing above.
It had to be.
No, how you say it had to be? Why you bent on it have to be?
Go ahead, Jay.
This is one of the things I will point at, Wu Jiao, and which maybe I probably don't have a complete understanding. Well, I'm pretty sure I don't have an understanding because I haven't studied it. But I remember Ankh asking if they were religious, and then I kind of targeted it a little bit more to say that they perform religious practices. So, so when you said that the Egyptians performed these religious rites or ceremonies towards aspects of nature that they deified, that to me that's kind of indicative of the supernatural type aspect of it.
Okay, but let me say this. Again, to them, nothing stood outside of existence. Nothing. So natural, if we want to equate the term natural and existence, or the real world and existence, or nature or the natural world, if we want to kind of use all those words as synonyms, then to the Egyptians, nothing existed beyond that, above that, or behind that, as Sheffrin, his choice of word, behind that, or is multi-layered. There was no layer beyond that to them.
Okay.
So hold on. And specifically, they identified that border, that no such thing as beyond, as new. There's nothing beyond or before or outside of new. Nothing.
And new was who? I'm sorry. Who was the sky or?
No. New is existence itself.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So there's nothing beyond. Everything comes out of new. Every single thing. There's nothing that gave rise to new itself. Everything else comes out of it. And I'm only saying it.
That's religious as hell.
Wait a minute. No, it's not. Wait. As far as our physics knowledge right now, everything that we can observe right now in our universe comes out of a particular point that we now call the Big Bang. But nobody will ever say that us talking
They knew
about it in the
nothing of
time.
it.
Wait. That us. I'm not saying they did. See, you're doing Unc now. What I'm
Okay.
saying is that scientists and lay people will never describe that conversation about the Big Bang and how things arise out of it as religious, like you're doing when I say new. And I'm not saying the Egyptians knew about the Big Bang. All I'm saying is that you're automatically labeling something religious and you have no idea about it. Like it's like, that's what I meant by godophobia. But now I'm gonna say religiophobia, because you're just tossing the word religion onto stuff that you don't really understand. New is the ultimate reality. And that's why I said number one, that definition number one, that's why I paused you. I just wanted to let you know, anchor that with the Egyptians.
Okay, the Hindus believe that Brahm was the ultimate reality. Was it not? Is it not religious?
Not that by itself. Now, if you want to add some other stuff, no. I mean, if I don't know, but that in and of itself is not religious. But go ahead.
Hold on. The Hindus, if you look it up, that's considered one of the oldest religious systems in the world.
I got you, but what you
continuously practiced in the world, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm glad that they was able to that religion was able to last as long as it did to the development of writing, right? And then they was able to put it down, but it existed way before they learned how to write. So even when they learned how to write, they was able to put that down. So it comes down to us in modernity, right? So we can see how they believed back then to now. You see, Egypt didn't have that continuation. You feel me? But you're basically saying the same thing that the Hindus are saying. But in that, we see all of the same aspects. We see different gods of nature in the Hindu religion. You see what I'm saying? We see where a Hindu can say, well, that's just nature. You dig what I'm saying? Or this deity just represent an aspect of nature. You dig what I'm saying? But they didn't give that aspect form, anthropomorphism, right? They didn't give it special abilities. They didn't put mystical powers, or you can pray to these things, right? They can help you when you sick. All of the religious stuff. Like, I'm not saying nothing, and you can see that, right? In Egypt, they had amulets and different things that kept away negativity, and you know what I mean? What's it called? When you having babies, what the hell is that shit called? There's a word for it, Buja.
What, you having babies?
For fertility goddesses.
Fertility guys, okay.
Yeah. And cults arose out of that. Agricultural gods and things like that. Like it come on, yo, it's religious. It can be primitive. Hold on, it's primitive religion, right? But it's still religion.
Okay, so
it's rooted in the natural world, right? It's rooted in natural things, but it's still religious. They added supernatural abilities to it. They added properties to it that didn't exist in nature. They added those things to it.
Okay, so let me ask you this way then. But I don't want to hold Jay. You say something. Then I'm gonna ask you something. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just want to kind of wrap or kind of summarize what Chef was saying, because I didn't know where he was coming from, but he kind of went all the way to my question, was because I'm with you when you say new is existence, and that's what's synonymous with God, with the remnant and all that. But when we get to the part about religious practices, what makes those practices towards their deified aspects of nature, what differentiates that from people using like the stones today, like the obsidian and quartz, rose quartz, all those types of stones and things like that, in order to, you know, bring about money and manifest this and that. Like what differentiates that? Because coming from new all the way down to their religious practices, that's where I the wheels start turning. Okay, that does look like they were religious in my head.
Okay, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if y'all like assume I said something I didn't say, or maybe y'all weren't around when I didn't say.
I thought you said they paid homage to the aspects of nature that they deified. That's why, that's the reason. Yeah.
No, listen, the Egyptians were religious. So I don't know what, like I'm trying to figure out, because the way you're saying it, and I think the way Sheffrin was talking was as if I said they weren't at some point in this conversation, and I never did.
Oh, that's completely my fault, because I honestly thought that was your stance, that they were not religious.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. We're kind of jumping, you know, maybe to a segue to another topic, but we're talking about the concept of God. All I was stressing from the get-go was that the conceptualization of God is not the same. It's not a one size fit all. And usually when people say that they are atheists or that they don't believe in that BS and stuff like that, without saying it, they're really talking about a very limited concept of God. And it's usually the Abrahamic ones. And that's why I asked, you know, how many other ones y'all study, this, that, and third. And I'm saying, for instance, the Egyptian concept of God, I don't think any of y'all would have a problem with that, because their concept of God is existence itself. And y'all are okay with existence. You're just not okay with the very word God. Like you asked me earlier, isn't it easier to say existence instead of God, because God triggers a lot of different things? I'm like, yes, I agree with you. Right. But I'm just pointing out that that's what their concept is. So if you start there, that they didn't see anything supernatural, they didn't see anything outside of nature, outside of existence, they didn't see any of that kind of stuff. So if the Abrahamics see it that way, because here's a fundamental thing. In the Abrahamic system, God it matches what Sheffrin said earlier. God is the immovable mover that creates creation, but then he sits outside of it. In most African communities, they don't share that concept. God and existence is one and the same. There is no creator that creates a bunch of stuff and then sits outside of it, outside somewhere else. You know, whether it's in heaven or on a sofa in the universe corner somewhere. That doesn't exist in many African concepts. They don't look at it that way. God and existence is one and the same. And that's just it. And so what people are trying to call gods plural when they start naming these other gods or deities. That's why I asked earlier, is deity and God the same in your mind, you all's mind and whatnot? But when people try to name these things, they say, oh, they believed in many gods. And this is where the conversation gets all confused, because then you got some people say, well, the Egyptians didn't have gods. They only had one. And that one God itself was existence, but the natural, their principles of nature and all this. You get all that talk that come out.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
Right, because people, and that goes back to my Facebook post. People are not trying to settle the problem with that word, God.
So who was Isis?
Isis was not a person to say a who. Isis, listen, all of the Neteru in Egypt are ontological and taxonomic categorical names for different phenomena in existence. And the way I explain it, the best way I can explain it in a short period of time is the same way that you put files on your computer in file folders, or before computers, we had file drawers. And so these deities or these gods would be the highest level of this filing system, and it would be the label on the top drawer or the label on the root directory. So you have a directory, then you have subdirectories or subfolders, and everything within a particular folder are items that have a common theme or commonality to it. So like, for example, if J if Jay had a family reunion 2019, he took pictures, he's going to download them in his computer and put all the pictures from that family reunion in one folder. Then he has another family reunion 2020. He's going to do the same thing, but they're going to be in 2 different folders to keep them organized. And then both of those folders are going to be under or children of a parent folder called pictures or images. And so the way that historical and ancient communities organized information before there was the invention of writing, they had to have a way of documenting and saving information to pass on from generation to generation. So they created this ingenious way of storing data and storing information.
Was they the only ones who did that?
No, almost all indigenous cultures did this on the
Okay,
planet.
well, can I ask you, did the Greeks have gods?
Well, they have gods. I mean, they have the same way deities or gods that people try to say the Egyptians had. Yeah, they got Hercules and
right.
Thor. I mean, I may probably mix up the Roman.
So you saying that? Hold on, Jay. Hold on.
Wait, but wait. Do you get what I was saying about how they organize existence? See, when I say ontology, I said ontological, taxonomic, categorical labels. Ontology deals with the organization of existence. Taxonomy deals with the hierarchy within existence, how things are related in a hierarchical structure.
I'm cool with how they named the natural, and you know what I mean, how they developed a philosophy around the natural world.
So the ultimate root folder would be new. All right.
Okay. All right. But so I'm saying there were other cultures and civilizations around them, right? Yep. Like you got the Greeks, they had gods, right?
Yep.
You had the Nubians, they had gods, right?
Yep.
You had the people in the Levant, right? To the west of them.
A lot of people, yeah.
They had gods. So I'm saying, so all of these people surrounding them had gods and what we would acknowledge in our understanding as gods, but them being in the middle around all this other stuff existing at the same time as these people, they didn't have the same thing.
Well, everybody you named other than Egyptians were non-related. I mean, not to say non-related, but distantly related populations. You went from Egypt and then you stepped outside. So, and that's what people tend to do. Egypt is part and parcel of the overall continental African community, which breaks down into several different communities. So most African communities had the same method and conceptualization of the organization of existence. The communities that you mentioned, for example, the Greeks and stuff like that, they have
contemporaries of them. That actually communicated with them.
Yeah, they communicated with them, but what happens is that they adopted, like, for example, if you were to zoom in on one or a few of the Greek so-called gods and stuff like that, what is the concept behind any particular one? So if you pick one, what's the Greek Hercules? What would be the concept behind Hercules? Like, do you think that the Greek people thought that Hercules was a literal sentient human being or a person that they could one day walk up to or that actually walk the earth and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. See, now the Egyptians, right? The Egyptians did not share that. So just because they're contemporary, they didn't have the same matching conceptualization.
But that was just one.
No, I know. Okay, well, name any of them. I just pulled Hercules out the thin air. So name any of them.
Hey, can I just step in real quick?
Yeah. So did they see Jupiter as a person that walked the earth?
Sometimes.
Right. So the Egyptians didn't.
But he was also the sun.
Oh, I know.
You see what I'm saying? So it was different layers to it.
No, I got
just you. Like in Egypt, Anubis was real. Like he.
Wow. Man, listen, the Egyptians never ever saw those figures you see. For anybody to sit here and say the Egyptians thought that they were half human and half animal headed, entities walking around, you're nuts.
Was the afterlife real to the Egyptians?
Wait. I want you to.
No. Was the afterlife?
That's a whole new. That's a whole.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
No,
It's showing the religious thought and the supernatural. They look. But was the afterlife a real world? Was a mentor or whatever? Was it real to them?
You're pulling a cart before the horse. First, first deal with what they left you to examine. And I'm asking you, are you telling me that you believe that the Egyptians believe that there's a human being, flesh and blood, sentient human being that had a falcon head or a canine head or a scarab head or frog head or snake head or lion head? And do you actually believe that they saw a human being that could wear horn, that had horns coming out the side of the head and the sun in the middle of it? Do you actually believe the Egyptians took that literally, like they actually thought that was literal?
That's only one aspect of it.
In any of them. I'm saying any of them. In any of them.
So what head did Osiris have? Didn't he have a human head?
Yep, and Ptah had human head as well.
Right, but his son had a falcon head.
Right, so, but that's not my.
Hold on. Now,
they're not literal.
Hold on. Okay. Christians nowadays, you got Christians who, or Muslims that's doctors. They're very rooted in modern day science, right? Yeah. And yet and still, they still can believe in Allah. They can believe in Jesus. That Jesus lived 2,000 years ago and is still living now. You dig what I'm saying? So a religious person can believe all kinds of crazy shit. So could the Egyptian believe that it was a falcon head man? Yeah, they could. The same way a Christian nowadays can believe that a man who lived 2,000 years ago is still living to this day. You feel me? And that he's somewhere, that he's somewhere off in heaven. Religious people can believe whatever they want to believe.
I got you. And so your answer ultimately is yes to my question.
Yeah, I'm saying that it's not out of the scope of reality to believe that the Egyptians could believe something like that. And I'm saying back in those days, it was easier to believe in superstition than it is nowadays.
Okay, but here's the difference. Because you're retro or projecting your ignorance onto them.
That's equivocation.
Yeah. So, but hold up. But see, here's the thing. I said you're pulling a cart before the horse. I was trying to warn you that that's what you're doing. So you're saying that the Egyptians believed that there was a human, there was a falcon-headed human, that's literal. So let me ask you this, because you're working with hypotheticals and could be's and stuff. So could it be also equally could be that the Egyptians utilized an ingenious form of communication that all ancient peoples had to use by default, that today we call figurative expressions. And we break it up into different types like similes, hyperboles, and metaphors, allegories and stuff, but all together under the umbrella of figurative expressions. Could that be what they were doing?
It could.
Okay, so now,
but I don't believe that's what it is. But it could.
I get it. I understand it. But now listen. Just out of respect, that's your belief, and I can roll with that. But I just want you to know your position or stance or belief on that is very handicapped, because you haven't let the Egyptians tell you anything by you haven't studied enough about what they left and what they said and what they did and all this other kind of stuff to have a weighted opinion. Like, I know it's your opinion, but it doesn't have that much weight. And I get it. But here's the thing. In the writings and in the language itself, they tell you that's what they do. They tell you that they use figurative expressions. They have what we call today idioms that they embedded in the language itself. Like if I could show you, I don't have nothing pulled up to be fast with it, maybe another time. I could show you in the writing system itself that they invented. It's innate in it. It's built into it. that they use figurative expressions. For example, the word awut is a word to stretch or to like elongate something, right? And then they have a word ib that's a word for the heart. It really means the mind, but they use a heart to represent that word for the mind. Now, whether people think it's a literal heart, the organ, or the mind, you can't stretch that. But they use that. I'm just give you one quick thing out of my mind right now. They use that word for happy, to be joyful or happy. So they metaphorically was saying to stretch the heart is to be happy, but they didn't mean literally stretch the heart, because if you stretch your heart, you're gonna die. But they use it to be happy, and I can give you literally hundreds of these examples. And so they use figurative expressions, especially in their documentation of what today we would call sciences or pursuits of different fields of knowledge. They were heavily inundated with figurative expressions. So even in the writing system, those figures that you see, those are very large, what we call large determinatives. Those are just oversized determinatives. So you see Heru, you see Inpu or Anubis, Jehuti, and all these other things. They're not literal. They don't tell you that's literal. They tell you the opposite, that it is figurative. There's no way that a ram-headed human being is going to sit on a potter's wheel and then take some mud and clay and sculpt out a human being that's not even of the structure that could be spun on a wheel to come out with an object. You can only make you can only make cylindrical things on a wheel that's spinning. You cannot make arms and legs and you put space in between them and stuff like that on a potter's wheel.
Hey, Bujal, you said it was African, right? Like you said, Egypt, like they come out of an African conceptuality of how they conceptualize things.
Yeah, they share. What I meant by that is that they share, like their concepts are shared by a lot of continental African communities. Yes.
Right. So now you're seeing Africans wear masks, right?
Yep.
Like animal face masks. Could those gods, could those heads represent animal masks? I could, because you asked me could something, could it, you know what I mean? I'm just the same way you asked me.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? Could those Netchers have been wearing masks?
No.
Wow.
No, now the reason why I say no is because they don't tell you that. See, the difference between the other because we got to be specific, a little bit more specific, So you mentioned other African cultures that's even to this very day where they will wear masks. But those cultures that you're talking about, they didn't have writing. The writing systems didn't come to those cultures or to be utilized by those cultures really, give or take, until the Arab invasions, till Arabs came. And so what makes Egypt stands out in a unique sense in that sense is because Egypt can speak for itself. We have records from Egypt from its day one until its fall. And so the Egyptians can tell you. So we can't project and make up and we don't have to speculate and stuff like that. We can narrow our speculation down to a minimum because they have documents, thousands and thousands of documents to tell you what their psychology, what their worldview, what they believe, what they didn't believe, and all this other kind of stuff. Whereas the other African communities do not and did not. They have oral traditions, but they don't have documentation. And so that's a handicap even right there, because you can't rely on oral traditions because you have no way of confirming by correspondence and things like, corroboration, excuse me. So, but in Egypt, we got the documents. I can't tell you that the Egyptians never said this, and then you could pull up a daggone text and say, yes, they did. There you go. See, you can't do that with the oral traditions or people that was rooted in oral traditions until recently. So that's a difference. So I wouldn't do that. But that's why I say no, because in the Egyptian text, various different texts, they tell you those natures are not real. They tell you that not literal. Excuse me. They're real, but they're
Hey
not
man,
literal.
one thing I would like to point out, man, because I'm about to bounce, is honestly, Wuja, I don't think we are actually in disagreement as far as the theology, so to speak, of the ancient Egyptians and how they consider God as synonymous with existence and or reality. And I think the big part, because I jumped on because they all start talking about atheism, but I think the big part of atheism was exemplified in which when Sheffrin asked, "Who is ISIS?" and your response was perfect, based from a atheistic point of view, is that ISIS wasn't a who. Right, because to be an atheist is to be against the concept of a personal creator God who interferes in the affairs of man in existence. And you're saying that the Egyptians did not have that view of a God or any gods.
Right. The Neteru are not who's.
Right.
They wouldn't fulfill the requirement of that pronoun who.
But Jay,
but hold on, let me say this.
Atheism can encompass more than that limited concept that you just gave. For instance, you said a personal God, right? Do you believe in a non-personal God?
When I say personal God, I mean a God who has the ability to have personage, not as far as So
do you believe in a non-personage God like Brahm? You would say that don't exist.
I can see where there can be a non-personal God, because I feel like a lot of the conscious community does that with the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of saying it was God's will, they'll say, well, the universe willed it to happen. You know what I mean? So it's not being a personage, but it still asserts that the consciousness of a supreme being affecting the affairs of man, right? Mm-hmm. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a person. It depends on which aspect you looked at it. But when I listened to Zhao explain how they view existence as God, one is synonymous and the same, and I don't think it did not sound like a lot of the things they felt like these natures could, I guess, do things in their lives. But I don't know. I don't know, because we didn't even go down that road.
Well, see, okay, so let me say this, because like I said, if people totally ignore the figurative expression as a method of documentation and communication with these historical and ancient peoples, then people are just going to totally miss the mark in trying to understand ancient cultures, because figurative expressions was the operation of that day, and we still use it to this day, but we do it more so not out of necessity today. We use it, we go in and out of it for fun and all that kind of stuff, whereas they had to do it for the survival of documentation of information. Because you got to understand, before writing, which we take for granted now, but before writing, they had to figure out a way to transmit information from generation to generation to where the future generation didn't have to hit control, delete, and start over again with re-examining the same stuff. So they had to be able to store data so it could be expounded on in the future generations. So they had to have a way to do that, and they invented figurative expressions. Like today, we use it and we don't realize that, wait a minute, this mode of expression had to be invented, and it was invented for specific reasons. And so if we ignore that, then we're going to totally miss what these ancient cultures were meaning and what they did, how they document information. So that's what I mean by when he asked me Isis, who is Isis? And I said, she's not a who. Now in the mythos, in the way it's expressed, she's a character. So she's a who, she's a she, she's a female, she's a who, she's all that in the thing. But the reality that she stands in for is not a who. That's the difference. So there's the figurative expression that we work with, but then there's a reality behind that. And so, and that's why I say, when I utter the word elephant, the word elephant is not the elephant itself. It's just a stand-in for what the reality is, which is a gray animal that weighs 800 pounds or almost a ton or whatever, a snout, big ears. The word is not that, but the word represents that. So Isis represents something, a reality, but Isis itself is not that reality. So I hope, that's what people got to understand. They got to get that. The Neteru are not literal sentient human beings that they thought of with these animal heads and none of that stuff. Most of them had animal heads, not all of them. Isis, Het Heru, Ptah, Amen, and
wasn't it a fertility cult at some time around Isis?
A fertility cult?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Where people would I guess like pray to her and stuff at her temple or whatever for them, when they was trying to have babies and stuff like that. Like, so what would that be?
Well, because like I said before, that these so-called gods or deities, they represent a ontological and taxonomic labeling system. So I'm gonna switch it to Heru real quick, because that's the quickest, fastest one I could give an example for. Heru, when you see Heru being depicted, it's a man with a falcon head. That is not literal, but that being or that entity or that character represents a mirage of things. It governs, like it has a jurisdiction. So so picture Heru being the name on a file folder on your computer or whatever, or file drawer. Within the drawer, you have folders. In the folder, you got individual piece of paper. So Heru would be the ultimate governor, or the deity that governs all these different things. So I'm gonna name some. Management or managerial aspects, kingship, which ties into managerial, coordinator, a decision maker, a boss, anything along those lines that is a person that is responsible for the smooth machinery of many smaller things. And that's why Heru is the deity or god of kingship, of the institution of kingship. So, and I'm only mentioning those few, but it's a lot more that Heru governs. So when you say that people have these cults or whatever, they're talking about these institutions, and they're talking about everything that falls up under these so-called gods or deities, not the deities themselves, because they're not literal. It's a way to organize things.
So in a 3,000 year history, you saying that they never believed literally, like this over philosophical joint that you given, right, is cool. But I'm saying religious people do not think, they think literally. It's different from what the great philosophers who wrote on those walls. If you saying that's what they was envisioning, I'm not gonna say it's not true. You dig what I'm saying? But I know how religious people, everybody in that culture for 3,000 years did not think that way. At some point, they were believing literally in Isis and Horus, and they had, come on, like, it's religious. Like, that's like saying that the Pope, right, that every Christian has the same understanding and education of the Pope. No, but it's a general belief system that they all share. And the lower you go down, the more literal the belief becomes. So for the masses of people, they have a religion. They believe in those literal things. Now, the high philosophers of Egypt, who you probably talking about, that's probably how they, conceptually thought of things without them having to be as stupid as the lay people. But I'm saying that, come on.
Okay, but hold up. But see, this is the thing. See, I hear you, and trust me, a lot of I have this conversation with a lot of people. But what's not fair is that you're passing your judgment based on a paradigm that is relying on the concepts mainly coming from man, unbiased, woke back up. That's mainly coming from the Abrahamic perspective, because a lot of things that you and other people that I have this conversation with they're describing the behaviors of what we have what do you call it, interactions with, which is mainly Abrahamic traditions. A lot of us don't really interact with people outside of an Abrahamic tradition. A lot of us, now some of us do, but a lot of us, most of us don't. Like our interaction with anything that we would call religious or a belief system would be one of the Abrahamic ones, Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. By the fact that we live in America, that we live somewhere else would be a different story. But let me just give you an example, because you're saying what you're saying, but trust me, you're gonna have to just do the knowledge. But let me just give you an example. Let's say let's pick a person in about the middle of Egyptians' existence. Let's say the 18th dynasty. Let's go with Thutmose III. All right. Mm-hmm. Now we if I say Thutmose III, people will be quick to find out who I'm talking about, because people are familiar with that name, Thutmose, or Thutmose the first, second, or third. I'm talking about the third, right? Now, kings have 5 names. Now, the names that we know these kings by is usually the 5th name, called the pronomen or the family name. And so if I say, let's name some king, Tutankhamun, Ramses, Seti, those are their 5th names, their family names. But they have 4 other names that we really don't use that much. And so people may not be aware of those names. If I call them off, you wouldn't know who I'm talking about. But let me use him for example. His Heru name, every king had a Heru name. It didn't mean that they were Heru at all. Okay. They had a Heru name. And this lasted for 3,000 years now. Because you mentioned in 3,000 years, you mean whatever. So now his Heru name, Thutmose III Heru name, is called Ka-Neket Ka-Imwaset. The word Ka-Neket means strong bull. Now, he and nobody around him ever thought that he was literally a bull. But they and he called himself a strong or mighty bull. As a matter of fact, Ka-Imwaset means to appear in the city of Waset. So so his whole name means the strong bull that appears in the city of Waset. That's his Heru name. That's his 3rd name.
It was a Native American chief named Sitting Bull.
Okay, so all right, that's cool. But I'm saying my point though is that he and nobody else ever saw him as a literal bull. And to say otherwise is just outright crazy. Even the pharaoh, listen, all the kings wore bull tails. They wore, as part of their regalia, they wore bull tails. If you look up a king, that tail looking thing that's coming from their shindit, or what they call an apron and everything, that's a bull's tail. Nobody ever thought that king was a literal bull. Those are figurative. Those things have figurative expressions for real meanings. They mean something to them, but it's not literal.
So what do it mean?
So yeah, well, because of what
the bull tail mean? Why would a nigga wear a bull tail?
Because of what it means. Because just like we don't do it today, but things have meaning. So what does a bull represent to the Egyptians? The bull represents vigor, vitality, virility, and strength to the Egyptians. So calling yourself a bull is the same way as saying that I have virility, I'm strong, I have efficacy, which means that I can get stuff done, and I'm strong, I have power and I have might. The same way we use horses today, like we measure cars ability to travel in horsepower. Now we're not saying the car is a horse, but we will measure
engine strength.
The engine strength, right? We use horsepower. We say, okay, 300, 750 horsepower. Yo, daggone, that engine is powerful. So today we use horses as a measurement of power, whereas in their time they use bulls as a measurement of power, because they had bulls that did a lot of the laborious work. And so a king calling himself a bull can get down. A bull was very powerful. A bull was very had virility and all this other kind of thing. Fertile, very fertile, and also other things. They didn't see him as a literal bull. That's why. And I'm saying that to say that they did things like this, yes, for 3,000 years. Nobody had to believe that he was a bull, just like nobody believed that he was Heru. And matter of fact, that's his Heru name. The whole name is Heru Ka Neket Ka Imwaset. That's his Heru name. Period.
If you see somebody coming out of Africa with horn tails on, horns and tails on, you would call them primitive. Well, I would.
Okay.
Right? I would say that's some old primitive African voodoo type stuff. I wouldn't assign no type of
and you're right, and I wouldn't even have a problem with you not seeing it that way, because we live in a different paradigm, and that's the thing that we got to be careful of. We cannot use our prejudices and our biases of today and superimpose it on people that have a different paradigm, because that's what white people did to the Africans, and they used that as a justification to enslave them. The same thing. So we got to be careful with that, because we're not doing the exact same thing, but we're using the same principles. We're trying to inject our paradigm and pass judgment.
No, what I think we're doing, I think we are basically we trying to mystify Egypt, or it's almost like
I'm actually demystifying it.
If we can see these primitive customs, right, and other people, right, and we can recognize them as primitive customs, but then we can look back at a civilization 3,000 years ago and act like they're not just primitive, superstitious customs, then we tripping.
No, but listen, but I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying that if you're gonna call, like you said, like right now, you can take a trip to Ghana or Nigeria right now, and somebody can take you to witness a ritual that they do right now in 2020, and you will most likely say what they're doing, oh man, those folks are primitive, to this very day. So I'm not expecting you to be any different to the Egyptians. Of course, you're going to say that they're primitive if you saw it. But now the one thing that the Egyptians will have unique is that if you were to walk in Egypt in its heyday with your mentality of today, you would be wrestling in your mind, because on one hand you'd be like, man, these folks are tripping and they primitive, but on the other hand, you're going to see everything that they've accomplished and that they're doing and they've done and everything, and you're going to be like, you're going to be in conflict in your mind, be like, wait a minute, how can they be like this but yet they doing this and stuff? There's a whole lot more to it. And but I'm not saying that you would feel different. Yes, you would call them primitive. You would call pretty much anybody before the 19th century primitive. You call some Europeans primitive. You call the Greeks primitive, I'm sure.
Facts.
Right, but that's not a problem. And I'm not arguing against your view of them. All I'm saying is that we got to be careful of passing judgment and acting like we know. So So what I just explained to you is that what the bull represents. Now I'm gonna tell you, 500 years from now, with us today, people can look at some of the things we do and think it's silly as all outdoors. You know, even the way we talk. Like I will say, when I say, like, if you say something to me, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Now I'm using the word cool. Or I say, oh, that shirt is hot, or somebody say that shirt is cold, or whatever the case is. Like those are two opposite things, but we know what we're saying in our day and time. But in the future, they may look at that as weird. Like, man, that shoe was really hot. Like, I wonder how they wore them. Didn't their feet burn up? And this and that. So it's all, hindsight is always like that. You know, we look at the 1940s. Man, my children look at I mean, my children look at like, oh man, y'all are old heads. Like y'all are out of time, out of tune. The older generation, the older generation. So that's normal. So that's neither here nor there. So okay, they're primitive, fine. I mean, that you say it's primitive, that's fine. But we got to be careful because some people act on that. But,
right. But the Egyptians, like you said, the Egyptians, right? They could do certain things, right? That we will find
shocking, like not primitive. We'd be like, God dang, how they do that? And ask Unbiased, because Unbiased mentioned this earlier. He said that every book that he's been picking up don't even be a book about Egyptians. It'll be about chemistry. It'll be about math or biology. But yet these authors feel the need to mention the Egyptians. And the book is not even about Egypt. So the Egyptians have contributed a lot to the world that it's unfair to even say that they're primitive. So we got to be honest, be like, wait a minute, maybe we got it wrong. Let me check out this figurative. Let me understand that they express themselves figuratively. Let me start to look into the realities behind the figurative expressions. So they got a deity Sekhmet. Why is it that Sekhmet is said to be the female patroness of medical physicians? Why is a female lion-headed person over medical physicians, doctors? Let me read the myths. So now you read the myths and you find out that she's the daughter of Ra and she handles disruptions and things. It's got a story in there called the destruction of mankind, where she goes and Ra sends her to quiet down some humans who are disturbing his sleep and his rest and his chill time. And she goes down there, instead of straightening out with the people who causing the ruckus, she kills everybody. She becomes bloodthirsty. Then he has to fool her into drinking some wine to get her drunk so she could pass out and return back to normal and all that other kind of stuff. What does that have to do with medicine and doctors and stuff like that? Maybe it's more to it. And so when you read further into it, you'll find out that they were describing the way that the human body defends itself from invading ailments that they could not see, pathogens that they could not see. And so when Sekhmet goes and tries to handle the disruption, it's the pathogens that are disrupting in the story what Ra represents, which is your vital health life force. And her going overboard and killing everybody is when your immune system or your system goes overboard and you can actually die from your body reacting or trying to heal itself. A prolonged fever, you can die. It can be fatal. When your body temperature gets too high to fight off a disease-created environment where these pathogens are dying, a prolonged sense of that will start organ failure. You get a temperature of 108, 110 for a prolonged period of time, 111, 112 and stuff like that, your organs will start to fail. So they got to give you medication to bring you back to normal. But Sheffrin rolled out. Unbiased is half asleep, so I think I'm on here by myself. Oh, Unbiased is awake. So man, I done talked a hole in everybody's head. I haven't even been paying attention to the chat, so I don't know if anybody has something to say to me on the chat or a question for me or whatever. I could see what's up with Anybody in chat? Because I couldn't invite anybody in here to come on the panel. Nobody was coming on the panel after I think Jay came in.
Yeah, I had threw the link in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, you did? Okay. But yeah, if anybody, because I think my name was mentioned a few times, but I wasn't paying attention. I can't scroll up now.
So I'll throw it back in there.
But if anybody has something for what we've been talking about, what I was saying, so at least I can clarify myself, then I'll do that for a little bit, or however long Unbiased want to keep it going. He done had a nap, so he should be good.
So yeah, I caught the tail end of you and Shefflin.
Okay, he said, "Ain't nobody listening with y'all. You put your kids to sleep." Oh, I put people to sleep. Yep. See, I slow the conversations down too slow for people, because everybody don't really want a solution to a conversation. Y'all gotta understand that most conversations are analogous to problems and solutions, and it's only because we're not telepathic, and because there's never a 1-for-1 transmission of what's in your mind to the next person's mind. There's always room for there to be something information missed. And so there's ways to make sure that you have a meeting of minds, and a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people don't talk for the solution. They just talk just to talk, or have themselves be heard, or to make a point, without it being a smooth, eye to eye, or being on the same page. So you got to slow these conversations down. And I hope everybody got at least what I was saying with the difference between defining something and then passing a judgment on something that is already defined. So if you already have a definition of a dog, and you already have a definition of a cat, and based on those two definitions, the question is asked, is a dog a cat? Does a dog equal a cat? Your answer is going to be no, because you already have those concepts in your mind and they do not match. But prior to you already having a definition, things have to be defined. And so if you're working with somebody or talking to somebody who defines something such as existence or the natural world, in an example earlier, as God, then the conversation from that point forward, you should know that God equals the natural world. It's math. And that's what I was getting. See, Uncle, they were saying that it was philosophy. And earlier I said it was math, but I didn't elaborate. That's math. That's logic. Logic is the domain of math. Evidence is under the domain of science. So you have math and science. Science deals with evidence. Math deals with logic. And so A equals B. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C.
Yeah, I listen to you and like Abbott and Costello routine. Like y'all do that all the time. Like I heard at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it gets funny because I'm telling you, Unc doesn't like philosophy. I mean, I ain't gonna put words in his mouth, but whenever he feels that something is philosophical, he goes the other direction. And so if something cannot be framed in his mind, then it must not be science or whatever.
Yeah, but the whole point though was like, and I don't see why everybody kept arguing. It's like, if you define what God is, then their preconceived notion of what God is irrelevant. They all have to fall under the umbrella of what you define God is. So if you say God is existent, then God is real. It's not even an argument. You know what I'm saying? Because basically you're God because you're defining what the word means. So everybody is beholden to your definition of the word. So that's why I was like, why do they keep arguing over that? It's silly.
Okay, see, you got it. I know you got it, because what you just said is the absolute truth. And that's what I was explaining the difference between defining something and then contrasting something. If I define something, then I don't care what your preconceived notions are; those go out the window. You have to reset. And Unc said it, but I don't know if he realized what he said, because he said, "Oh, you're redefining it." I'm like, okay, yes, because if you already have a definition, and then when you come into this conversation, I'm giving you one, and it don't happen to match your one you already have, then yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm redefining it for the purpose of the conversation. Now, if we want to work with your definition, then I can do that too. And that's why I kept asking, what is a God? And then he ended up saying that God is the natural world to him. And I was like, well, then you shouldn't have a problem with anything I'm saying. But what it really boils down to, I'm gonna tell you, man, this is the thing. It really boils down to most atheists. If you talk to most, not all, but most atheists, their stance against God or the disbelief of God, like, we understand what it means to disbelieve, but their concept of God that they're disbelieving in is usually 9 times out of 10 the Abrahamic ones, the Abrahamic concept. I'm telling you, because if I say, okay, these people over here in the bush, they believe that water is God. Now I dare you say that water don't exist, and they can't. Now it will change. They'll move the goalposts and say, okay, well, yes, water does exist, which means their God exists. But now, what do they say about the water? Now, if they're praying to it and that, expecting some magical stuff come from it, see, that's religion. But now you went from the existence or non-existence of a God to what people say it does, and those are two different things. And so people blur that all together. But like, nah, that's different.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Right.
Like, my stance is I'm agnostic, because I feel like atheism is a belief, because you can't prove or disprove it. So I always tell people I'm just agnostic. If you ask me what I believe, I'm atheist, and I just kind of leave it at that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but like I said, most of the time it will relate to the Abrahamic faith, but like you said, certain African religions, God doesn't exist outside of nature. So I wouldn't be atheist to African religions whose God does not exist outside of nature.
Yeah, but see, now I can get real petty, right? And I've done this before. But I try not to, but I could get real petty and bring up abstract nouns such as love and hate. And everybody and their mother have pretty much used those two words, love and hate. And I can say, is love measurable by scientific standards? And they would have to say, no, it's an abstraction. But yet people believe that love exists, though. So what people gotta become honest with their shortcomings and what they don't know and what they know. That God, okay, love is an abstraction. It's not a tangible object. We can't measure its height, width, depth, or weight, none of that stuff. It's not made of protons and electrons or none of that stuff. But yet people will talk about love. And so you ask, does love exist? And then in this context, I guarantee if I'd have asked that earlier, they would have been jokingly said no, because they feel like I'm trying to trap, by bringing that question up. But the point is that we just got to understand how language works. Like, God, the word itself, or the form of the word, the God, how it's spelled and how it's pronounced, that's nothing without the concept behind it. And so these concepts don't match. And I gave the example earlier. A Christian who believes Jesus is God does not have a matching concept for God as a Muslim does. Because a Muslim will never equate Allah to Jesus. They just won't do that. And because of that, they can use both. If they both speak in English, they're going to use the same word, but they're going to be talking about two different things. period. And so in knowing that happens, it's about the concept. It's not about the word. It's not about the form of the word, because a word is made up of two things.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, form and meaning. Everybody argues over the form, which is the least important thing. The whole point of communication is to convey meaning. I'm only using forms as a vehicle to convey meaning. So the noise, the sounds you're hearing out of my mouth right now are necessary for me to convey meaning. And so I'm attaching concepts to every word that's coming out of my mouth, because I gotta give it to you, because I can't directly go mind to mind. And so it's the form that's the least important. It's the concept that's the main thing. That's the whole goal. And
In
so
other words, when somebody mentions God, you need to know what they mean when they say God.
Yep, exactly.
You can't just assume that when they say God, you really can't make no assumption of what they mean when they say God until you know what God is to them.
Exactly. Now, unless you already know them to be a Christian, Muslim, or Jew, then you pretty much don't have to ask them, because you already know within the confines of those systems, you already know what those concepts are. So they kind of go hand in hand. So if I know you're a Christian, I'm talking to you, I really don't have to ask you what you mean by God. Now, unless I need that detail, because even among Christians, some of them believe Jesus is God and some of them don't. But Muslims, let me go in proper order. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they share the same characters in their documentation, in their holy books. Same characters. Which proves my point that even with the same characters, they're not the same system. I named 3, not 1. But they got the same characters. But the reason why they became 3 separate systems is because of the conceptualization behind those characters differ. But they all have the same characters. Jesus is the Messiah is in all 3. Moses is in all 3. Abraham is in all 3. Adam, Eve, the whole shebang. Jethro, Joshua, Aaron, Noah, Shemham, Japheth, Isaac, Jacob. They're all in all 3. But it's the concepts behind all those characters and stuff that differs and makes them distinct systems. And so we got to be mindful of that if you have a conversation. So likewise from culture to culture. So coming from Egypt to everything else, okay, you can't assume that Egyptians have the same concept of God. That's I keep saying. The Egyptian concept of God is existence. Period.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to argue if it wasn't.
Well, I've been mentioning a word for the longest time in multiple hangouts, and so people can do the knowledge. Look into the what God knew. Just look into yeah.
You said the Egyptians' concept of God wasn't our concept of God. I could agree to that. The same way the Hindus' concept of God is not our concept of God, but it's a concept of God. It's still, atheists are still rejected.
But how do they know what they're
reject
rejecting?
The belief in gods.
Well, what is okay? What are you rejecting?
Gods, whatever deities.
Yeah, but
you will only reject it if that God was supernatural, right? Because
I believe that all gods are supernatural.
Well, see, that's the whole argument, though. It would depend on who's defining what God is. Okay. That falls back to, like, if I got my religion and I'm in Africa, I make my God nature. Then God is not supernatural. See what I'm saying? So you wouldn't be an atheist to my God because my God ain't supernatural. See what I'm saying?
Okay, so when
I see what you're saying, but if your God can do it, if you can assign
Nah, just nature, bro. I only made it nature. I ain't did nothing else.
no, if you can assign attributes to your God, that's not reality. If you say nature makes it rain, I'm fine with
Nature
that.
does make, yeah.
Right. But if you're saying that I can pray to nature for it to rain, now it's getting into the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And that's what religion does, whether it's modern day religion or primitive religion. It's saying that that you can manipulate those forces some type of way by supplication, by what I mean? Like, come on now, that's religious. That's God.
But what if the ritual? What if I'm performing a rain dance, right? A ritual, right? Now I don't necessarily think that I can really control the rain, but let's just say the ritual is a community thing to bring a positive feeling towards the community. So hey, we have a rain dance. I don't really think it's gonna make it rain, but it's a part of the whole culture to get the people in, you know what I'm saying, and just bring good vibes and just hope that rain comes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So again, so you hope rain come. That's still spooky. Now, if you're doing a rain
No.
dance,
Hope is not spooky.
well, hold on, wait. It is.
No,
When you are,
hope.
it
He
is.
said hope is
Okay.
spooky.
Well, okay. So the rain dance. Then why would it be called a rain dance? It'd be called a hope dance, right?
No, because I'm hoping for the rain. That's why it's a rain dance.
Right. Okay. If you're doing a rain dance in the hope that rain can come, at some point in that dance and that feeling, you really believe that dance can influence rain.
No, I just to see that just when we talk about definition, I just told you what my definition was. I just told you the ritual.
Right.
And you
And
still imposing
I'm
your
looking
own.
right.
I just said that we don't believe that it's going to make it. That we don't believe that we have the power to make it rain.
Wait. So you're doing a rain dance in the hope that rain comes, but you don't believe that dance has any influence at all on the rain coming.
No.
Nah, that's not even.
It's just a ritual, a celebration. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, like for example.
See what I'm saying? Like I just gave you my definition, and you still
cool.
telling me no, you can't do that.
Wait, so now I'm responding. So in a basketball game or a football game, whatever, you have cheerleaders who cheerlead. You got the fans who clap. The cheerleaders cheer in hopes of the team coming back, and the fans clap in the hopes of that the league continues or widens, or that the other team comes back.
Got it.
At some point, the fans are all together believing, even though at some point they believe that clapping and that cheering somehow can create a momentum for the team to come back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Listen, hold up. If you ask a cheerleader if their cheers are gonna make the team they're cheering for win the game, then you're crazy. No cheerleader is gonna say my cheer is gonna make my team win.
Hey, no cheer. Yeah, now I think they really believe, just like fans. I believe fans really think they can influence. Like for example, I'm superstitious, so when I'm watching a football game, or I really believe at some point where I'm sitting, I get a little spooky. I believe the way I'm sitting is going to affect the outcome. Matter of fact, if I'm away from home and my team lose, I think they lost because I'm away from home.
And that's spooky.
And I was right. So if I'm
unbiased, but if I'm watching the game,
2020, so if I'm spooky in 2020, I know that they was extra spooky and super extreme spooky in 3,000 years ago.
But listen, if I'm watching the game and I'm seeing my quarterback, right, they're coming back, I'm like, come on, man, come on, baby, come on. Right? And I'm pumped up. I don't think my cheering as I watch TV going to help them win the game. I mean, everybody don't have that perspective, but I'm still rooting for them to come on. I'm still cheering, like, come on, baby, come on, baby.
Okay, I get what you're saying out your mouth. Like that's you saying that. Just like Cesariak would say he's not religious. So so you can say
So
what you want.
okay, so you're saying that you telling me what I think then.
But hold up, see what something is and what something is not is based on a criteria. It's called an inclusion and exclusion, and that's a fancy way of saying a definition. So in order for something to be something, it has to fit a criteria that makes that something the something. like basketball and football are two different things. Why? Because the rules of both of those things makes it what it is. You can't pick up a football and dribble it, just like you can't take a basketball and kick it, and stuff like that. So there are some laws, or there's some rules that make things what they are, and regardless of what you say around that. And so until you establish those rules, then there's no cohesion to any talk, discussion, conversation. And so if people, like, go back to your example, if fans are cheering a team, or even if they boo, especially you see it in the NBA when the person is at the free throw line and the camera shot is from the back of the free thrower, and if they're at an away game, you'll see your fans in front of that basket waving things and trying to disrupt their concentration and booing and all this other kind of stuff, because that actually does affect statistically it has shown to affect people. Not every time. It's based on probabilities, not a guarantee. Just because somebody do that, they're not going to guarantee to miss. But statistically and the ratio of probability, they know that can be disruptive, and it's a likelihood that they will miss the basket and things like that. So there's not black and white like that, and we got to stop treating things like, okay, off, on, black or white, as if there's a definitive line. That's like saying when asking the question, when does hot become cold? There's no answer for that, because it's a gradual gradient. We got to be careful when we're saying these things and talking along these lines, because it's not like how we think it is. So when it comes to being religious or what people do, we got to be careful of not projecting our modern notions and biases and all those other kind of things on people who are completely different from us, have a different paradigm than we do. And the Egyptians is such a people. They did not think like how we think today. They didn't have the same concepts, obviously, for obvious reasons. It's a totally different time zone, totally different geographical location, totally different circumstances with their existence, 3,000-year existence. It's just different.
Yeah, and they also lack science. Like we have science that can prove certain things. Our feelings. Like, again, back to the basketball game. So when you are tied, when you're rooting for a particular team, you are the one cheering and yelling at the screen, believing they can help you, right? And the person that's rooting for the team that's losing, they really believe those at home or at the game, they believe those boos or being calm can somehow spark a change of direction as far as score or tempo. Now,
well, that's scientific. That's proven psychologically that
if
that
you're booing, if you're
just
booing somebody, it does have an effect.
I gotta finish the thought. I gotta finish the thought. So when I'm watching the game as a fan, when I don't root for either team, I don't boo or cheer. I just wait for the results patiently. So because I don't care either way. I don't have a bias. So the person who have a bias in the game, or the hoping the rain come, that is a particular. If you weren't like, okay, so somebody from a different region, let's say they were watching that region, like in Africa, they got something called the dry season, and watching it from home from the TV, we know that there's nothing no animals can do, or any African, that can affect the dry season. The rain is either going to come or at a particular time, or it's not. And if it doesn't, things is going to die. Animals and certain things, creations going to die. They're going to be dried out. But those animals themselves are really waiting around as though somehow the rain is going to come down at a particular time because they're desperate. So they're actually waiting around in the hopes of some rain comes. So that's just animals. But if you're a human being, you're waiting for that rain that's not coming, you start to believe that a chant, a dance, or something can help influence the rain because you are really just desperate for some water at that point. So you're gonna resort to some spooky tactics to hope that it can influence some type of rain to come, because you're desperate, you need it.
Okay, and I'm saying that in that example, if anybody is trying to do something that is not going to affect something, if you're doing something thinking it's going to affect something and it's really not going to affect something, then that's delusion, spooky. We call it spooky or whatever the case is.
Egyptians.
Okay, but the Egyptians, like I said, the Egyptians, for them to be a spooky group of people that was religious in the sense that that people have been using on this panel or this conversation, for them to be all that, for some reason, their names are mentioned as a culture. Their name as a culture is mentioned in all the scientific books of today in 2020, from chemistry to biology to archaeology to mathematics and a slew of other scientific and just regular academic disciplines. The Egyptian's name gets mentioned.
We keep moving the goalposts.
No, but do you? I'm just saying the degree. I hear you saying that they're spooky. Okay, I get it, but I'm just qualifying their spookyism.
I'm saying no, Buja. I'm saying that we keep moving the goalposts for Egypt. Like
okay,
we're not.
Where you want to put it? Let's put it.
What I'm saying is, if we can acknowledge that these other cultures, right, that existed at the time, their contemporaries were religious, had religions, had gods. You dig what I'm saying? And we can see all of those same elements in Egypt. But when we see them in Egypt, we saying it's something different. We're moving the goalposts.
No, I don't think you're hearing. Every people on the planet have spookism and superstition. Even today, even today in 2020, with all the technology around the world, the internet and everything, you got people who are still superstitious. You got people who will not go on the 13th floor, who will not split the pole, who will not walk up near a black cat, and all that stuff today. And they could be your doctors, your lawyers, and all this other kind of stuff as well. So spookism or superstition is an innate aspect of humanity since humanity's been humanity up until this very moment. So nobody.
So is the belief in gods.
No. But here again, see, you're not addressing the real issue. You say the belief in gods, but you don't even know their concept of God. I just told you that their concept of God is existence itself. There's nothing spooky about that. Because if that's spooky, I'm
that's
talking
only
about
one
specific
concept. So you telling me
that is the concept
that they didn't have? Hold on. So you telling me they didn't have the same concepts as the Greeks in them also within their system?
Okay, let me ask you this: if that's the case, and you're making that assertion, give me the Greek equivalent to Nu. To the Egyptian Nu, the Egyptian concept of Nu. Give me the equivalent Greek concept.
I don't know it.
Okay, so let's not talk.
Who's new?
No, I don't know. But
you know who Nu is. Who is Nu? Maybe.
Oh, Nu, yeah, I can tell you about Nu, but I can't tell you about the Greek equivalent. But you're the one that bring.
No, you said Nu.
Contemporary. No, I said Nu.
Nu. Who's Nu?
Existence.
What?
Got him.
So they hold on. So they got they have a deity for existence?
Most definitely. Now you catch it on.
Again, religious. You just boomeranged yourself.
No, listen. Okay, are you saying that? Now, I definitely didn't boomerang myself. If the Egyptians define Nu as existence itself, are you therefore telling me that Nu does not exist?
I'm saying Nu don't exist, but existence is, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so let me do it differently because you said I boomerang myself, but I don't think you know that you just daggered and boomerang yourself. But hold up, but let me do it this way. All right, let's leave God, let's leave all this talk out of the way. Let's switch to math. Okay.
Let's switch to what?
To mathematics. Okay, so
we keep moving the goalposts for Egypt. We don't go through all this stuff for other cultures.
No. I'm only doing this because you're not. I feel that you're not getting it. For you to say what you just said, you really don't get it. For you to disagree with what I just said, so I'm gonna say it a different way, but I'm gonna use math, right? So if A equals B, no, I'm not gonna say if. Let's say A equals B, okay, and B equals C. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Does A equal C also?
No.
All right, that's the root. That's the problem right there.
It has to, Chef.
Why?
Okay, A equals B, if A equals B and B equals C, then A has to equal C because A equals B. You know what I'm
saying? But see, that's the same thing you was using with the God equals existence. Like, I know
exactly. That's what he's saying. If he define it,
if y'all gonna keep going down this road, you feel me? Every time, then it's gonna get jumbled up. You're acting like we don't. He even used the cat and dog thing, trying to equate the cat with the same thing as the, when we know what a cat is and we know what a dog is. We know their attributes. If you're trying to use the same attributes for a cat, for a dog, you're the one who tripping, not the person that you're trying to convey it to.
Okay, again, you see, you and Uncle are doing the same. You're doing the same thing that Uncle was doing earlier. You're not understanding what it means to define something. You're using your own preconceived definition and not knowing that when something is defined, no matter what you thought it was at first, and have that assignment in your mind, that is wiped away. So I gave you the equation. So I got it on my screen right now. I'm telling you that A equals B. And now I'm telling you B equals C. I didn't ask you anything. I told you that. But now I'm asking based on what I told you, does A equal C?
And your equation,
based on what I gave you, answer that question.
And your equation, yes.
Okay, there you go. So now because I gave you this, me giving you this is called defining. I am assigning a value to variables, or I am setting up an equation. A is the same as B. B is the same as C. And because that's a reality, because I gave it to you, now we know that A also equals C. So
and I get that, but I'm saying that other than Nu, which you said equals existence, I don't know that to be true. Like I got to do a study on that, right? But other than Nu, they had other deities. So you just can't use that one and say they didn't have a broader concept of deity and gods other than Nu. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just one.
I know, but see, you're saying just one, but earlier, this it's a problem because it's like I'm telling you things that should add to your what you know, or what you don't know, or what you know. I just said that Nu is the ultimate reality. When you read your definitions, I paused you to let you know that your definition number one that you read, that God is the ultimate reality, or whatever, the supreme reality, or so whatever you said, that matches Nu. That matches the Egyptian conceptualization of God. Now, either you can accept. Now, if you don't accept it, then okay, cool. but you don't have no reason not to, because I'm telling you that's what the Egyptians did. They equated Nu to the ultimate reality, existence itself. Now you saying they had many more? No, they didn't have many Nus.
No, they had other deities.
Right.
Nu ain't the only one.
And I never said, but Nu is the only concept of existence itself. Just like you're a human and I'm a human. There's no one human, but both of us are called by the same word. So if you want to call Nu a god and you want to call Ra a god, fine. But Nu and Ra are not the same. Just like me and you are not the same, but somebody will call both of us human beings or humans.
So who was they sacrificing to?
Okay, show me where they were sacrificing. Where were they sacrificing at? What are you talking about? You talking about sacrificing people or food or what?
All that. What in the old kingdom wasn't they performing sacrifices?
They weren't sacrificing anything to Nu. Nu doesn't have a temple.
No, I'm saying
they
was
or shrine.
Performing sacrifices to a deity.
But it wasn't Nu. So let's not move. Let's not. But no, but you're
Hold
not.
On, they were sacrificing people in Egypt.
Yeah.
Nah, when? Like what?
I know about that now. For
when?
real?
Wait. You said when? When?
In the old kingdom.
Yeah. Pre-dynastic, they stopped that early. Like when was the last time they sacrificed a person? But they didn't do it to a deity though. So I don't want you to misconstrue that. They didn't do it to a deity. People commit suicide to travel with the king and to die with the king, but that wasn't to a deity though.
Pre-dynastic. That's pre-dynastic. You saying?
Wait, hold on. You said the king was a god?
He was some type of deity, wasn't he?
Wait, so now you about to boomerang yourself again. So was the king real?
I'm not Egyptian. That's their religion.
No, I know, but in terms of the realness of a god. So if a king is God and a king exists, then God exists to them. If what you're saying, if you're saying that the king was a deity and the king was a real person that walked and talked and did his whole thing, he ruled the kingdom, then that person was real.
Yeah, but
then that deity was real.
Afterlife also.
Say it again.
Wasn't he gonna rule the afterlife also?
Nah.
Okay, so the afterlife, right?
Uh-huh.
How was he able to rule in the afterlife?
Who's ruling in the afterlife?
But that's why they died to go with him.
No, I'm saying early on, people. No, that's not why. That's not why they died.
That's exactly what it say.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
It's ancient Egyptian
why did they die?
Sacrifice.
So when he died, why did they have to die afterwards?
So they could serve in the afterlife because he was still ruling.
No, listen. The reason why I'm gonna tell you. See, this is where y'all just gotta do the knowledge. The reason why they did that pre-dynastic and maybe in the first dynasty, it got stopped real early in Egyptian history. Now, it did occur, but it stopped it real early. But here's what happened. The people got replaced by what's called the Shabti statuettes, these little dolls or statuettes. They weren't sacrificed for the person. They were to replace the person so that they won't have to be called to do work. The word Shabti, which means, it was a word that means answer. And so these people were to answer on behalf of the deceased person, not to worship or work for the deceased person or none of that stuff.
Okay. Can we go back before the Shabti? Let's go back to the people who were actually physically.
Yeah, the people were doing it for the same reason.
Okay, so now, so the king died, right? The king died, and his retainers, his wives, and everything with him had to die too, right?
Nah, not necessarily. I mean, because unless you show me where the king and stuff.
We're talking the same period Shepard's talking about.
Yeah, no. So you gotta show me that, because it's not that many cases that even scholars talk about. So when you want to paint a picture just be careful not to exaggerate and say, okay, the wife and everything like that. Just show me that there are instances, and it's still debated among scholars, because what they're using is text where they think that a human sacrifice is being made in the old kingdom, and they're debating it because the text actually doesn't say it. It's because of lookership, because the picture, it looks like a person is being sacrificed or killed while in a procession.
I'm gonna share my screen.
All right, do that.
So I'm wait. So here, can you guys see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this Wikipedia, as you see.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient Egyptian retainer sacrifice is a type of human sacrifice in which pharaohs and occasionally other high court nobility would have servants killed after the pharaoh's death to continue to serve them in the afterlife.
Yeah, click on the link. Click on the thing so you can see more.
It's gonna get even darker here because I already read this before.
Right.
So.
All right, so read them. Read it. It says serve them in the afterlife. In Egypt, retainer sacrifices only existed during the first dynasty.
Right.
Slowly dwindling and eventually dying out.
Right. So right here, I'm gonna click on this right here. Wait. I could go to evidence. Which one should I go to?
Go to evidence. Science is about evidence. Let's deal with the evidence.
All right, so let's go to evidence first.
Yep.
So it says, as in common with most Egyptian archaeology, the plundering and destructive excavation of tombs, both in the past and the present, for tomb riches, has hindered the ability to gain as much knowledge about retainer sacrifices as would be available if the tombs were intact.
Okay, so wait a minute. What they're admitting is the handicaps that they have to go through to do the knowledge. So they're basically saying that because of this, it's hard for us to get a knowledge. Go ahead.
But they came to a conclusion somehow. Dr. O'Connor does believe that retainer sacrifices were the exception. So this was the exception of the things that were handicapped. This was not one of them. It says instead of the norm in ancient Egypt. So this was
not the handicap is how well they can the evidence itself is handicapped because
it said right here, it said disputation. So it says while there is some disputation, so there aren't some as to the authenticity of retainer sacrifices due to less than substantial evidence. Most, that means majority, of the experts, Egyptologists, believe that retainer sacrifice did exist. So most of the experts say that retainer sacrifice did exist. Normally, so now they're gonna tell you what happened. Say normally people in ancient Egypt were buried at different times, while in the graves, people believed to contain retainer sacrifices. The individuals were buried simultaneously, suggesting these. So that's why they most of them believe they were buried simultaneously, suggesting these retainers were sacrificed. The archaeologists claim that since the roofing is continuous, the burials had to be made at the same time. So that was their reasoning.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. If you hover over number 4, it's going to give you a book that you can go get, and I probably had that book right on my show.
Okay, so
what I'm telling you is that what you just read is the same thing that I said when Sheffrin just mentioned it. I said it occurred, and I said it's debated among scholars that to the extent of whether these people were sacrificed and for what purpose, because they're not dealing with text, they're dealing with archaeology. So they're looking at graves and seeing, okay, this king is buried here, this person's buried in very close proximity to the king around the same time and stuff like that. So this person must have been killed or sacrificed himself to serve the king in the afterlife, and so on and so forth. So, that's how they make those determinations. We gotta be careful
though, because when you say it's debated, that can allude that it's 50-50. Which
well, no, debating don't mean 50-50. It's just that there are people who are.
I didn't say that. I said we gotta be careful because when somebody say something's being debated, it can allude to that, to the common thinker, the common folk, the layman. Like they take that as if something's being debated, I mean it's 50-50.
Well, let me be clear. Whenever I say debated, I don't put no ratio on there. So tonight I'm not doing anything different.
They put a ratio on it. Then they said majority of the experts go with the retainer sacrifice.
Okay, but I'm saying it's debated though. So if I say
the big thing is debated.
No. But listen.
Well, because you have the majority can be 55, 45, or
it could be
48.
50.
Wait,
but hold up,
that's your assumption right there. You know, like now you gave a ratio. They just said majority. But
that's what I'm saying. A majority can be.
Okay.
So
no, you put a number to it.
It could also be 99-1.
But hold up, but wait, listen. You just read what you read, and the people who listen in the audience heard you read what you read. I said what I said afterwards. So there's no way I could be saying 50-50 if you just said the word majority, unless you're saying that people don't know what majority means.
I'm just saying when common folk, when we hear certain key, like for example, when we say theory, we think of a hypothesis. So it's certain keywords that might be misrepresented in language.
Well, that would be new to me to equate 50-50 when people say something has been debated. I've never had that come up in my mind, and I never dealt with somebody who thought that way either.
Well,
you're the first person to point that out to me.
You're dealing with one now, and I was amongst a community who believe like that. So
yeah,
when
I'm saying
when I was religious, so I'm just telling you from how I was thinking. So everything, so like you said, you're telling us how you thought. When you say things, I'm telling you how I thought when I received things that was being said. So when I was religious and spooked out, when I heard certain things, like we automatically thought debate means it's controversial. It could go either way. It's 50-50. And a debate has to happen for it to establish one side over the other.
Oh, wait. Okay, so wait, are you saying that the accuracy could be 50-50, or are you saying the number of people are 50-50 who are doing the debating?
I'm saying the
argument. Are you saying 50-50 chance of being right, or are you saying 50-50 in terms of the number of people who are debating?
No, of it being right.
Oh, well then if that's the case, then that's a standard. No matter how many, it could be 99 people arguing against one. There's always a 50-50 chance of a right or wrong, because you're only dealing with two possible outcomes, right or wrong. You're either accurate or inaccurate, right or wrong. So that's 50-50 all up and down, every day, all day.
Okay, so now can we read the reasons for returning sacrifices?
Okay, I just wanted you to know that 50-50 is law. Shoot, right or wrong. You know, lukewarm is only for horseshoes, game of horseshoes. But go ahead.
All right. So now we were talking about retainer sacrifices. So the majority of the experts doesn't give a number. So, but we do know majority of experts go with that based on archaeology. So now here are some reasons from the experts that why this is possible. So it says pharaohs and nobles perspective, the purpose of retainer sacrifices. So I wonder where they're getting this information from. So I doubt they're just pulling out of there. It says was to enable the wealthy nobles and pharaohs to enjoy the same kind of lifestyle after death, which we just said earlier, as they had during their lifetime. So the people
hover over that, because that's a quote that's coming from Death in Egypt. Okay, so that's Spencer. All right, so you're gonna have to read that, so you don't have to guess. But go ahead.
So and then
because you say you wondering where they got that from, because they're not pulling it out of nowhere. So that's cool.
So it says, so this is pretty much what we said earlier, and then it says the same. It says the thought. It says the thought was that the next life without the kind of luxury and ease was unthinkable. They also wanted to maintain the same social status they had enjoyed on Earth, a social hierarchy that was based upon being served by others. Pharaohs used their retainer sacrifices to reinforce the power of the position of the pharaoh by showing the control they had over their subjects. Pharaohs also used retainer sacrifices to help communicate the idea that the state was literally worth dying for.
You should click on the source too, but see if they're using the same source or are they switching sources so you can see what's going on.
So this is
sacrifice for the state.
This is Ellen F. Morris. Mm-hmm. So and the other one was
Spencer.
Same guy, yeah.
All right. And this right here.
You could tell by the same numbers whenever they
right. Yeah, well, yeah, I definitely knew that. So here it says retainer's perspective. So this
Wait,
is
so the first perspective was from the Pharaoh's perspective. Now they're going to the
Right.
retainer's perspective.
so Pharaoh's subjects view the Pharaoh as a living god. So there you go, Sheffrin. The god Horus. Once the Pharaoh died, he became the god Osiris, the king of eternity. So here this is.
The god Horus.
Right. So
Right, but wait, hold up. But was the Pharaoh a real tangible thing? Was it the Pharaoh exist?
well, I don't know. I got
No, I'm asking Sheffrin. The Pharaoh. I had to ask him. We know that these kings existed.
Yeah,
So,
The Pharaoh was real.
Okay, so that God is real. Go ahead.
Yeah, but look at the attributes. When he died, he transformed into something else.
Another
Human beings
God.
don't do that.
Another God.
Human beings don't do that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Keep on unbiased. Keep killing.
Okay.
Wait. So once the Pharaoh died, he became the god Osiris, right? The king of eternity.
Right. So while some retainers' deaths appear to have been taken for granted, other sacrifices appear to have raised the status and wealth of some retainers in the afterlife. Okay, so spooky. They can be inferred from the wealth they were interred. I guess that's what to say.
Interred, yeah.
And their graves positioned in relation to the king's grave. This also suggests that the retainers agreed to be sacrificed to raise their social status and wealth in the afterlife. A little more spooky stuff. Matthew Adams, an archaeologist from the University of Pennsylvania and the associate director of an expedition made by New York University, Yale, and the University of Pennsylvania, suggests that the ancient Egyptians may have viewed being sacrificed at a king's death a sure way to reach the external life. Okay, so for a civilization so centered on the life to come, so it was centered on the life to come, that spooky stuff, a guarantee of eternal happiness and security would seem a likely motivation for returner to agree to be sacrificed.
Right. Okay, so they're saying everything that we already pretty much summed up when we first started the conversation. So you're just reading the details of it. So so now to kind of rewind, what was the point being made for these retainer sacrifices? What was the point made?
They died with the king because they believed that there was something afterwards, an afterlife. So the king, so it wasn't based on just the king being human. He was going to be something other than human in the afterlife. And it says
the king, according to what you just showed us, the king wasn't human even in the life. They was a living God, right?
Facts.
That's their concept of God then.
No, but it's actually not though. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's supernatural, Wujawu.
Okay, so
that's supernatural.
Right. So
that's beyond the natural.
I know. All right, I understand that. So now scroll back down, scroll back up, to where you were before. Now, that first sentence right there, the Pharaoh's subjects viewed the Pharaoh as a living God. Now, I want you to define me because they don't define it. What do you think that this person who is saying this means by God?
Some spooky stuff.
Yeah, like something supernatural.
Right.
That's what
he's a living
being. That's what you think?
Beyond human.
Okay, right. So now listen, I just told you that the Egyptians did not see anything ever as being supernatural. So
but this contradicts it. This contradicts it.
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't say supernatural. Show me where the word supernatural is in that first sentence, brother.
If he's a god, Horus.
See, there you go. See, this is the root of the issue. And I swear the conversation, I don't think you learned from it. You are defining God as supernatural. And so wherever you see the word God, you're replacing it with something that is supernatural. So you might as well just etch that God out and replace it. If you put a white out on there and replace it with the word supernatural, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, and I'm telling you,
that's what
I know, but I'm telling you
And
that.
I'm trying not to be arrogant, but that's what God is.
No, but you can be as arrogant as you would like, but along with your arrogancy, you got to admit that you're being ignorant because you don't know what the Egyptians believe because you don't read the text.
It just told us. Hold on.
No, it does not, but it does not say supernatural though, brother. It does not. I mean, I know you can read, so I'm not trying to be funny. You did not see the word supernatural. You are putting your
hold on.
definition of supernatural.
Hold on. If he's transforming after he died into something else, that's not supernatural?
No, a living God. We're not talking about what happens after he dies. The living God part.
Right.
God. What is a living God? Because you got a dead God and you got a living God, but we're talking about a living God. Okay, the living God. You're saying that's supernatural. Now, after death, you got that supernatural stuff. I'm not even gonna argue or bring that up. The living God part. Why is that supernatural? When I told you Egyptians didn't believe in anything supernatural, because you don't see supernatural in there.
Okay. But it's inferred.
To you.
Yeah, to me, that's what I read in it. Like I ain't gonna lie.
Right.
I don't see how you can read something other than that.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how. One, the difference between me and you is that you're ignorant to what the Egyptians believe because you don't read and study the text. I do. So
but we just read it.
No, you did not read supernatural in there. I'm
saying we just read what they believe.
But you didn't read the text. You read what somebody is saying in an article about it. Like,
so you don't agree with the article?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
That first line, I obviously listen. I obviously don't, because I'm telling you that they don't believe in the supernatural. Now, even though the line didn't say supernatural, you inserted that in there, so I disagree with you. Now, the king. Listen, I just told y'all earlier that Heru governs the institution of kingship. Every king was a Heru. I told you the Heru name of Thutmose III, Ka-Neket Ka-Imwasit. Okay, I told you that. So the king is a representation of the institution of kingship. That's why they call him a king, and a female king. Hatshepsut was a king as well. She was a Heru as well. Everybody who dies become an Osiris.
Okay.
Everybody who dies, whether you're a king or not, everybody who dies become an Osiris. But Osiris is not something spooky or supernatural. It's a deceased person.
Chef in here.
I mean, like
everybody. So the word, like we say, is deceased. Like, for example, we go to a graveyard right now. Everybody in the graveyard is Osiris. Everybody there is Osiris.
Okay.
Nothing spooky about that. Nothing supernatural about that. Everybody there is Osiris. And people. Okay, let me ask you this today, at this very moment, and we're just gonna talk in general. Mm-hmm. When people pass away or die, because pass away is a spooky expression. When people die and people get buried, why don't we put them in the ground? Just raw, like just them in their body. Why do we put them in a metal or wooden casket, be it fancy or not? But it's got different caskets out here. But why do we do that today? And not just put them in the ground?
Because we believe that they sleep. The funerary thing is that they are asleep and they'll be woken again on Judgment Day. The whole Judeo-Christian spookism is around our funerary ceremony. But go ahead.
No, okay, so basically you're saying people are put in coffins. So would you call that spooky? Like everybody who's buried in a coffin, would you call that a spooky act?
No, because the care for the dead, hold on, the care for the dead is just, the care for the dead. Religions didn't put certain things on it, but I think, you know, it's a certain connection with your dead mother or grandmother that you're gonna, even though they're dead, you're gonna still try to care for the body in some type, you know, just not throw it out in the yard. It's still some type of reference.
But why not? The dead person is dead. They don't feel it. They don't care.
Yeah,
are you
but
saying,
we still
they care?
hold on, but we still connected to that form. Like most people still be connected to that form, even though
and
we understand the death process.
Now, would you call that primitive or spooky?
I wouldn't call it neither one.
Okay, why not? Because that's some stuff that see now hold up, pause, because I want you to realize what you just what's going on. So so you wouldn't call it either or, but when you look at the reality of that, it has no meaning. It has no reality to it. Like why do that? Like you know, passing judgment on that situation is like how passing judgment on the, you know, historical ancient people for what they did. Like burying somebody in a coffin with some night coffin lining and in a 3-piece suit and all this other kind of stuff. You don't want to call that spooky or what do you call it? The other word, spooky or whatever.
I call it
superstition.
Yeah, because that might look as weird as mummification in some aspect.
I call that spooky.
Okay, so you call it spooky. Why do you call it spooky?
Yeah, the dude dead. They don't need to dress that woman up or that man up in a suit and tie and dead.
Hold on.
So by you telling me that's how you would do your funeral,
right?
If you lost your child, if you had a child, your child passed, you would just be like, "Shit, he's dead." Throw him on the ground and walk away.
I would do the what's when you burn them up?
The cremation.
Cremation.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Why cremate them though?
But that's still caring for the dead. Hold on,
no...
I'm biased. Yeah. That's still caring for the dead.
Yeah,
you caring for the way that they're put away. You're not just discarding the. Hold on, you're not just discarding the body into nature. You dig what I'm saying?
Well, disease. Well, we know from diseases you can't just do that. Diseases,
right?
Stuff like that. So like
cremation is a way to discard the body.
But listen.
So is burial.
Sheffrin, if your dog dies, you bury it because you don't want it out there maggots. You bury it. You get it out. You get it out the paint. So.
And I love my dog.
Right. So but I don't. So now, y'all asking the wrong person. I don't go to any funerals because of that. So y'all got the right one. My view on funerals, I believe that thing is fruitless.
I believe in funeral. I still would go to funeral. So you ain't lost no. So you ain't lost a mother or father yet.
Lost father? Yes, I lost father. I ain't go to that funeral. I lost grandmother's grandfather. I didn't go there because to me it's fruitless. You're dead. You're done. I'm not going.
Okay, so now, here we have two different perspectives between Sheffrin and Unbiased. So Unbiased, you know, you said what you just said, and Sheffrin, you wouldn't do what Unbiased did. You would
go. No,
that's weird because he's Unbiased was an NOI at one point, Hebrew Israelite, and you talking about you just walking away from funerals like that's totally against doctrine, bro. Like I don't even understand.
Actually, bro, you should check yourself because the Hebrew doctrine is against burying bodies inside the temple of God. So you need to.
So Hebrews don't bury their dead.
Okay, you missed what I just said.
I'm asking, do they go to Hebrews?
No,
Hebrews go to 10 funerals.
You should hear what the Bible actually says.
No, I'm saying, I'm asking you though. Forget about the Bible. Do Hebrews attend funerals?
First let me clear that up first. The Hebrews are against burying bodies in the temple of God. So let me clear that. So now, secondly, the Hebrews believe in a separate sanctuary for the body, but it does not go in the house of God.
Forget about the house of God. What do they do, bro? What do they do with a body when somebody died? What is the practice? What do they do?
Well, I don't know what they do. Look. What you're saying, what they do in real life, from what the Bible says, is totally different.
I'm asking you what they do in real life. I ain't talking about the Bible. I'm talking about, bro, from your experience as a Hebrew, bro. Like, what do they do?
I'm answering your question, but not the way you like it. I'm saying that the Bible says one thing and the people do something else. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying the something else. What is that they do? What is the something else?
Right. they bury the Bible. I mean, they bury the body however they want.
Okay, so now here's my
That's the
question.
whole point I was
So
getting at.
Okay, so
but
what's your
we
point
got,
though? I was still against it. That shit pointless to me. You dead, get up out of here.
so okay, so
Get up
so
out of here. How?
we could clearly see there's a difference
I
between.
mean, I don't care how you get up out of here. You could
And the NOI do the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
but guess what? And that's why I'm not in any of them, because I could not go with that.
Why you was in it? You go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't go with that. That's why I got up out of there.
You left because of funeral practice. You left the NOI.
I don't sit somewhere where I totally disagree with something.
No. I've never been a part of any religious organization.
I'm saying anything in life.
I've never been a part of any. Yeah,
bro, I'm
just saying
one thing, or two things, or three things. An intelligent person at some point make a decision. Say, you know what? Why am I still here if I disagree? All I'm trying to say is this.
I got you.
Okay, let me just finish, bro. I'll let y'all talk. Let me finish. I'm saying that at some point, what you disagree with is going to come to light at one point. You did like this right here. We're having a conversation. So if I'm in the mosque and this comes up, they'll get my views on death, and they're going to have a problem with it. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so here's my thing. So clearly, we all probably got 4 different views on what to do when a person dies. So with Unbiased being pretty like straightforward, like you did. So but my original question was the way that most people, exception of Unbiased, but the way that most people handle a dead person when they die is that they put them inside of a coffin, a casket, and they have a wake and a funeral or whatever, and then they bury them in the ground. My question, though, the reason I brought that up is to ask, would that be viewed as superstitious or spooky because the dead person is dead, and that's a ritual, or that's a ritual, first of all. Okay, but that is a ritual. It's a funerary ritual, rite and ritual, same word. It's a funerary rite that people do to this very day, and a whole lot of people do it across different genres of systems and stuff like that.
But it still has a practical function.
Yeah, I don't look at it it is just a ritual. Like
if you take all that out of it, it still has a practical function.
Okay,
like
you could trace it from its origin and see like
just leave a body out the rock. That's disease and everything else.
No. Okay, so let's all right.
Let's discard the body.
But even deeper than diseases, though, you see it even amongst I think Neanderthals might have even been. Like it goes way back, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like I think too, for like a mental comfort, like, you know what I'm saying? Like some of these rituals are for mental, for you to be, you know what I'm saying, to put you in a peaceful place mentally when someone passes, because
it definitely is.
When a loss, no, I'm talking about psychology, bro. Like the loss of life puts an emotion. It's like when a child loses a parent, you may give them a story to ease that emotional burden on them until they reach the age to where they're old enough to understand that. You know what I'm saying? So you see those practices play out from 100,000 years ago, even further than that.
Right. So we're describing what people do. What I'm asking is, can it be labeled as superstitious or spooky? Because I'm not talking
it could be
about,
labeled. Yeah, it could be labeled.
I'm not because I'm not talking about the act of burying. I'm talking about putting him in a, because I brought that. I'm talking about putting him in a casket, putting the, dressing them up and doing all that kind of stuff, and put him in the ground.
Looked upon. Yeah.
I'm talking about like dig a ditch and put the body in there without nothing, versus what most people do. I'm saying, so the purpose of that, so now that we got that sorted out, but I'm asking, what do you think the purpose of doing that is? The full way that people do it, by putting them in a dress as a woman, or a suit, having them look good, and even the undertaker, or what do you call the funerary folk, the funeral house.
I think that comes from religion.
Okay, so but
because they were doing what we talking about, the modern, because when we talking about, you talking about modern practice. You're not talking about burials from when they were putting ornaments like hundreds of thousands of years ago when anybody even had a religious practice and they were putting ornaments and stuff like that.
Fitch,
Right?
no, I don't
You talk about now,
none of that stuff, bro.
right?
Yeah,
Like, what you talk about this time frame, right? Would y'all?
Yeah, I'm talking about right now. Like, why would you think that? Why do you think that people do it? Another question. Well, I'll say that one, but
it comforts us.
So it's for the living, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's not. It's not.
No. Psychologically, it's for the living, but the living, most of the living believe that that their loved ones or the dead are still watching them, and you supposed to put them away the correct way because you would want somebody to put you away the correct way.
How about you?
No, because I'm I'm agnostic and I don't. You know what I mean?
Burn me, bury me with my just nothing. I don't get there.
I'm saying not what you believe, Unbiased.
I'm talking about you. Like your anybody in your extended family, if somebody passed away, Sheffrin, do you condone or agree with the burial process and stuff like that?
Yeah, definitely I do. I do.
Okay,
because
so
it's not just for me, it's for everybody. You get that separation, that loss of a loved one, you still got to go through that grieving process. And I believe the funeral for my family is a part of the grieving process. So we just not going to just throw somebody in the ditch with no casket or no nothing. We're going to have a service. We're going to speak words about their life. We're going to go through but we just ain't going to just throw a person away and
forget about celebrate their life afterwards.
That's
the repast.
So it's for the living.
No doubt.
So a funeral is really for the living, not for the dead.
Well, it's for them too.
Listen to what I'm saying.
The dead can't benefit from it.
Yeah, because a dead. Are you saying a dead person is aware and can benefit from?
No. Listen. Now let me explain because you asking me. No. What you asking me? I feel like when a person dies, they worth a ceremony. Like their life was worth us speaking.
To
you
who?
Know what I mean?
To who? The living or the deceased person?
To the living, like remembering them.
Okay, right. So you answered. I said, is it for the living or the deceased? And you agreeing that it's for the living because the deceased don't know.
I know it ain't for the. I know they don't get nothing out of it, but it's the reverence for to speak on their life, not to just forget about it. You feel me? Like they didn't exist.
Yeah. That's important, right? I'm saying, but I'm with you, but I'm just want to differentiate that it's for the living. It's not for the dead.
It's for both.
Man, how you keep saying for both?
Because the dead can't experience it.
Yeah, the dead
is for us.
Look,
like we know the symbolic. It's symbolic. I get it.
Jeffrey,
we get
that part, man. You religious now.
No, definitely. Like death.
Symbolic.
Like I experienced that my whole life. You dig what I'm saying?
So you said definitely you spooky.
I lost my parents. You dig what I'm saying? Now I don't believe that I know that they're gone, they're dead, but I still believe that a life is worth speaking. Right? Or remembering. Like
I agree with you.
I feel like you're doing the person a service when you do that. You dig what I'm saying?
I agree with you, but I agree with you and you agree with me up to the point when I asked the question if it's for the living or the dead, and we disagree when you say it's both. That's the only point. That's the only point of splitting. And so
I'm doing it for them, like in remembrance of them. It's for them too.
You honoring them, but it's really for you because
but it's for them too. I'm acknowledging.
How you say it's for them? Like, what you mean it's for them?
It's like, their life that I'm honoring. Like,
I get
why
that.
wouldn't it be for them? Like,
when you say for them or because of them, like it's because not for them.
Because
of them. All right, I got you. Okay.
Good word. My bad. Good
now
word.
We're on the same page.
Now we're on the same page. All right, I got you.
Because of them. It's like when somebody gets an award postpartum. You dig what I'm saying? Posthumously, whatever. Like, ain't that the word?
Posthumously or whatever they say.
Posthumously.
Whatever. We got.
Like a person that died You dig what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And then we bestow honors on them because it was something that they was doing in life. You can still honor them.
I got you. Right, right.
Like
But
we
now
know
hold
that
up.
they're not physically
Now,
getting those awards. You dig
man,
what I'm
listen,
saying? But
listen,
it's just an acknowledgement of what they did or what they achieved or what they
listen.
meant to the
We
community.
with you. We
I
with you,
want
Chef. We
listen,
with you.
listen. Yeah, I'm with you now, full fledged now. But I want y'all to remember this part of the conversation. I know it's late, but we're gonna continue this a little bit because I'm gonna tell y'all that. But I got the ultimate slow down setup now. But seriously, I want you to understand what you just said. What you just said though, Sheffrin, because you said it's for the remembrance, right? And and I know you may not know this now, but in African cultures, that's what it was all about when honoring the dead was remembering them. Because remember, everything that you experience, and I ain't trying to get all philosophical like Unc would say, but everything that we all experience, not just you, everything that we experience occurs in the mind. All of our experiences occur in the mind, and when you remember someone, they are still alive in your mind though, and in the minds of their loved ones and whoever knew them. And so you want to never forget them. The moment that they're forgotten completely by everyone, and they're no longer in the memory of anyone, then they no longer exist, period. Like completely. And so as long as they are remembered by one person, one or more people, they live, but they only live in your mind, not literally, walking around, but they remain alive. And so when people talk about this so-called afterlife, it's in the memories. It's in the memory of the people. And this is why in Egypt specifically, why the name was so important. A person's name was supposed to be uttered and remembered um, for eternity. And as long as that happened, that person continued to live. And if you wanted to kill somebody, um, not the physical body, because that's already dead, but if you wanted to exterminate someone out of complete existence, you had to erase their name or to make people forget them. And so the kings had the benefit over everybody to have their names etched and protected by a circular or oval rope called a shin, and they carved it deep, deep, deep within the stone so nobody could rub it away or replace it. It made it hard for them to replace it.
So you said kind of like what they try to do to Akhenaten.
Oh, most definitely. And
Superstition.
no, wait a minute. How is that
Oh,
superstition?
no,
And
no,
and,
no.
and what you just
Just
said?
We just
because.
explained. You just explained a
No, no,
superstition.
no. You talk about just to erase him from the mind.
Yeah. So
Yeah, the mind.
they
So it's not
etched his name out
That's
at
not
everything.
superstition.
Yeah, so he'll be forgotten in history. So his existence will be forgotten from the mind, just completely erased. No, but not
Right.
Yeah.
But
Right.
remember, Wujawu got a different understanding of Egypt than the rest of us.
No.
What we
Listen.
just read, what Unbiased put up, right? You said you disagreed with it.
No, I disagree with. Told you specifically what I disagree with. When they say that the pharaoh is a living god, and they put the god Horus, every pharaoh represented Heru, because Heru represents the institution of kingship. So a king, equals Heru. That's a given.
So what about the afterlife?
And the deceased person was called Osir or Osiris, and that's what I'm telling you. But here's the thing: why it's not so.
my favorite anti-theist, Corey
What
McKinney. Look,
why I said what I said about remembering the name. So let's say, okay, like right now, Sheffrin, there's like right now there's almost 7.8 billion people in the world who are alive right now. And as long as human beings have been some Homo sapiens sapiens, there have been humans that have been alive and are dead. Like if we add up the people who are living right now and then everybody who has ever died, we're not even aware of their existence. Like nothing about them. Like we don't even have no reference point or nothing. Those individuals do not exist. Period. They just don't exist. The only people who live are people we can remember. And so like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he is still alive in the minds of those of us who remember him. But he's not literally alive to walk around, but he is alive in the memories of everybody who deals with him. So in Egypt, it's the same way. In Egypt, they even tell you that if you want to live forever, write a book or become a scribe, because back then writing gave you a sense of permanency. It wasn't temporary. If you learn how to write and you were to write something in stone or even papyri at the time, your name will live on forever, or you would live on forever in the memory of the future generations. And so there's a lot of people and a lot of things that we don't know and they don't exist no more. So what you just said earlier, you go to a funeral because you want to celebrate a person's life. It's for the remembrance of them. You want to remember the good things they did in their life and this and that other. And when you leave that funeral, people usually celebrate, have a party, and then you still remember them. And most people who remember deceased people, they visit the grave periodically to leave flowers or to give a moment of silence for remembrance, for the memory of them, to keep them alive in the mind.
Yeah, just like we do on Martin Luther King birthday.
That's
Yeah,
eternal.
we have remembrance for Martin Luther
Exactly.
King, and we on his birthday. You know what I'm saying? We do the whole
Malcolm
little
X,
list.
Malcolm X the same way, and certain people. So that is eternal life. When you stay in the minds of people, you are living as long as that is occurring,
I
and
can
that is
rock with that.
eternal. That is eternal life.
Yeah, I can rock with that.
Not nothing spooky. You're not gonna walk out the grave. Nobody in Egypt ever walked out of their grave. Nobody ever even thought that that could have happened.
Well, the yearly remembrance is something that we borrow from like the Americans, you know, because they will.
Wait, say you talking low? Say it again.
So I said the yearly remembrance for like birthdays or characters is something we borrow from the Americans, like because they used to do the yearly thing with their heroes, and then when we were free, whatever, and we got some rights, then we wanted the same type of treatment for the people we honor. But that's something we really got from them.
Oh, you talking about the yearly
Yeah,
annual uh
yeah.
celebration? Oh, okay. But but but
I
in
don't know about
Egypt,
that one. I have to say I'm looking to see. Let's get
well, hold
that
up,
though.
hold up. In Egypt, when a person was buried and they had enough money to get this set up, they had the actual burial, the actual tomb, but then right in front of it, to the side or near it or above it or whatever, they had a chapel where the general public or family members or extended family members can come and remember them. And they were supposed to read the glyphs on the side to say certain things to remember their name.
But what about the rest of Africa though?
Oh, I mean, I don't. They had other ways to remember. Like you had people. This is where libation comes in too. What people would do, they would find a living organism such as a plant, a flower, tree, or whatever, and they would pour water and they would call off people's names out of remembrance. And so they will call, and even today on the street, people pour beer or alcohol out for dead people on the streets for the
Yeah,
same reason.
you know, that's because a lot of us, like I'm speaking like black folks or those who are victims of, oppression and colonization. I think a lot of us look backwards because like we don't know how to look forward for solutions, and I think we look backwards too much, and I think that's why we do those acts.
Yeah,
It's not looking backwards. It's just remembering.
yeah, but I guess my point is that we still do it to this day. Um, at the core of it all, it's about remembrance, and I'm basically springboarding off of what Sheffrin said, which was key. It's for the living because we all agreed to that finally, and it's for the remembrance of the dead. But it's not for the dead. It's on behalf of the dead that we're trying to keep them alive.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, what race don't do that? Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Like
what I'm
all
saying is
races
this.
do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying is this. I'm like I don't look at things the way you do. I'm saying the Egyptians and those 3,000 years ago, like they were like primitive, definitely compared to us. I'm saying through time, races came with more information. They got more technology, and they start to drop certain beliefs, certain practices because it really didn't benefit them going forward. And I'm saying in 2020, we are like more advanced. We have our science, our math, everything, our technology, everything is way better than before, especially 1,000 years ago. So like we are still blossoming as a human, or we're still evolving. We're still becoming a better or more fit human being altogether. So there are practices. This is my opinion. There are practices that we still hold on to because we still coming out of that primitive, mindset. Even our science still can't answer certain questions or solve certain things for us. So like we're still trying to figure out things. We're still growing. We're still trying to get answers and get certain devices to figure everything out.
The emotional side.
Yeah, but I think like you're not gonna do away with like those type of rituals are gonna be here probably time immemorial, like because they've been here for like literally thousands of years,
right?
And like they just ain't going nowhere. Like even scientists attend funerals.
Well,
right.
Wait, Uncle already told you half the scientists are religious.
No, half the scientists are not religious. It's like 15% of science. I think it was like, I think they said that they did Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think what it said, 85% didn't believe in God and 15% believe in God. So it's not like half. It's not even close to half.
Okay, I'll Google it.
Okay, it's a power of the pharaoh. It's a kings were revered as gods in human form. Now, that right there then goes back down to what Bias had read, right, about retainers' perspective. It's a pharaoh subjects viewed the pharaoh as a living god, the god Horus. Once the pharaoh died, he became the god Osiris, the king of eternity. Like, this is what they believed. They believed in gods like any other civilization around them. It could have been, it might have been different according to their cultural philosophy or whatever, but it was a religion of the time that they was in. Like, I don't see how we keep moving the goalposts for them. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I heard Wu just said earlier that Egypt was religious stuff, right? I think I heard that. I was riding around listening to the conversation.
They didn't have gods in the way that we say, like, but everything that we're reading is saying that they had gods and worship gods like everybody else. But he said God to them equals existence. Well, Osiris and Horus was gods and they wasn't equal to existence.
Right, but you got to understand. But listen to what I said before. I said earlier that people will translate the word nature as God, and I said that is problematic because it will confuse people who do not study Egypt. They will think that Heru, Osiris, Geb, Nut, Shu, Tefnut, Enpu, and all those other so-called gods are at the same level as Nu, because Nu is called a god, and then Ra and all these other Neteru are called gods as well. That is confusing as I don't know what to a person who don't study it. So that's why I said it's problematic.
So Nu is the only god to you.
Nu would be the god. Yep, Nu is existence itself.
Look, fine, but the other ones are gods too.
Okay, I got you. Listen, I understand that, but I'm saying that's problematic. The Egyptians would not ever explain it that way. That's why I keep telling y'all what y'all should look into. I said these various different Neteru are ontological and taxonomic categorical labels. And the Egyptians had a hierarchy in how they explained everything, with Nu being the ultimate. That's why I stopped you when you read your definition. The ultimate supreme reality, or whatever you said, that matches with Nu. They don't equate Ra. They don't equate Ra with that. They don't equate Heru with that. Listen what I'm saying. They don't equate that, even though they all call God. And that's why I say all of us are called humans, but we're not the same. So just because all these things are called God don't mean that they're the same. Nu is not the same as Ra. So don't get it twisted. Just because we slap on that same God label on Nu and Ra, don't mean that Nu and Ra are the same or at the same level or the same concept.
Okay.
Just like you and I are human, but we're different.
So Brigham Young University is getting it wrong.
No, listen, every single Egyptologist, I can name Egyptologists out the wazoo who will tell you that Nu is what I'm saying. And we can go to Egyptologists by name. Like earlier I mentioned two. I mentioned a white one and a black one because people want to do the color thing. I mentioned James P. Allen and I mentioned Theophilo Benga. But we can go to Alan Gardner, we can go to Budge, we can go to James Hodge, we can go to many other people. So and I can show this. I just don't have it right here fast, but I can show it.
No, I understand a supreme deity and lesser deities. I totally understand that concept, but it's like it's a common that's like a common thing back then though. I mean, just because you know technical words in that language, you dig what I'm saying?
Well, but it's important to like I said, if I'm talking to somebody and somebody calls Nu God and they call Ra God and stuff, I don't have a problem with that, as long as they understand that they're not the same and they're not on the same hierarchical level. That's why I keep saying ontological and taxonomic. Ontology deals with the categorization of existence, and taxonomy deals with the hierarchical relationships within those categories. And so it's a vertical and horizontal labeling system, like a grid. And so you got levels and rows, or you got columns and rows. And so Nu would be the ultimate. And it's not the same as Ra, but you can call them all gods if you like. And most people will translate Neteru or Neter as God and gods, Neteret as goddesses, the feminine. And that's cool with me, but as long as they understand that they're not the same and they're on the same level.
Oh yeah, I can agree that they don't have to be at the same level. Like, you know what I mean? The Christians got angels and saints and different things that's not at the same, but they can still call on these saints. They got supernatural powers. You feel me? You can call on saints such and such if you want good health. You dig what I'm saying?
Just
you can call on certain angels. Jesus got a function and a power. Then you got the Almighty God who got other. Look,
but hold up,
all religions, it's all gods, it's all supernatural.
Boy, I tell you, you try to, boy, you fighting it, man. You fighting hard, man. You,
no, I'm
you put up a good, man. You put up a good fight.
It.
Listen, because
what about Buddhism?
Buddhism, same way.
Even in the Bible,
ain't no God in Buddha.
No, Buddha was a Hindu. So look,
there's no God.
Buddha was a Hindu. He still believed in Brahm, right? But Brahm was the ultimate reality. It existed with Nirvana. You had to reach that level of understanding. You see what I'm saying?
Look up Buddhism in religion. See if they different opinions.
Hold up. So if you like even in the Bible, right? If you read the Bible in English, everywhere you see God, you would kind of by default think it's talking about the same character because the way it's written. But if you were to read it closest to its intended writers, how the writers intended the reader to read it, you'll see that even though they're using the same word God, these are actually different characters. And so you have El Elyon, El, El Shaddai, El by itself, Eloha, Elohim, Yahweh by itself.
Facts.
These are different characters because, and you'll notice it a little bit because one minute the one God will say something and do something, and next minute that same, if you think it's the same God, you'll be like, dang, is it? He got schizophrenia. He kind of switched up on us because it's really different. It's really different ones,
but they got a whole different personality.
Yeah, they call it by the same name, and that's confusing. So what I'm saying all that to say,
and sometimes the angels are like God, right?
Oh yeah,
like
exactly.
It's henotheistic.
Exactly. So, but the reason why I'm saying that is because the same confusion and problem happens with Egypt. They're using the same word, God, God, but it's really talking about these different concepts. They're different. There's nothing going to go beyond nun, nu or nun. New or none. There's nothing beyond that. It is an undifferentiated, infinite and eternal concept.
The
And so
Most High.
let me do this. Okay. I know all y'all familiar with Amen or Amun or Amen, right? And so Amen, do y'all know why he's colored blue? For the most part, like when you see him carved and painted, if the color still exists, he's mostly painted blue. And the reason why is because of what Amen means. Amen means, well, it means imperceivable one, but most people call it hidden. And so it wasn't a deity as a literal deity or a spook apparition or some spirit force or none of that stuff. It's a label for the imperceivable aspect of existence. And they metaphorize it and describe him or color him blue because they looked at the sky as the sky is the color blue. They look at the sky as a perfect metaphor for it because the sky seems to go on for infinity.
Mm-hmm.
The sky is very far away and the sky seems to never end. And so the blue color represents expansiveness. And so Amen, being the hidden one, is the one whose name or true form that no one ever even knows. Not even the other so-called gods know Amen's true name or his true form. And so I'm saying that because this is the figurative way that they express these concepts. They're not literal people. They're not spooks. These are simply concepts.
They definitely spooks.
To explain what Amen is.
They definitely got a very complex way of explaining
spookism.
Their spookism. And you do a good job explaining what they believe.
Wait, how?
I'm saying you do a good job explaining what they believe, but it still don't get out of the realm of, if I'm an atheist, I'm against all that shit they believe.
Okay, but that's a biased stance without that's just like reading a book. That's like commenting on a book before you read it. But here's the thing. So what I just explained, if Amen equals, here it is, give you a definition.
Here we go.
if Amen equals the imperceivable aspect of existence, how is that spooky?
The imperceivable what? Say that again.
The imperceivable aspect of existence, the imperceivable, what you cannot perceive. That's what Amen represents. What you can't perceive.
What you can't perceive in existence.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But I'm asking you, how is that spooky if that's how they define Amen?
Because I don't think the Egyptians knew what they was talking about. Like that don't even make sense.
Bias. Okay, and I can roll with that, but I just want to understand that is a bias.
Wow.
You don't believe that they knew what they're talking about. That is purely biased because you don't even know enough about them.
If it's what you're saying, right? If it's what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, I don't understand. If you understand what they're saying and what you conveying to me, I don't agree with. So
okay, but I'm asking you, how can you disagree with somebody defining what you can't perceive as under the word Amen?
Because what they could perceive was very limited, right?
Okay.
Like 3,000 years ago, what they could perceive was very limited. So our perception goes further than their perception. So what they couldn't perceive, what they couldn't perceive 3,000 years ago, you dig what I'm saying? Like, okay, a lot of stuff could have been, the great beyond to them. Which now is what now to us is like, yo, that's.
I get it. I got you. So let me ask you this.
What I'm saying is they didn't know. So the shit that they was talking about was the supernatural was something that's just common, like sense to us right now.
You keep saying supernatural. I keep telling you they didn't believe in the supernatural. But hold on.
Well, the imperceivable, what we call the. Come on, yo.
Okay,
like,
no, listen.
Hey, Corey, help me out, yo.
No, hold up. Let me ask you. So Sheffrin, do you perceive everything?
No.
Okay, so
not at all.
Okay, so that which you do not perceive is called amen. It's not a static thing. It is relative to what you can and cannot perceive. The what you cannot perceive is amen.
The unperceivable.
The imperceivable.
Okay.
So what you cannot perceive is amen. It's not a specific thing that you don't perceive. It is whatever you don't perceive is called amen. You get that? It's a difference.
So things can only be amen for a limited amount of time.
No.
Am I correct on that?
No, you're not correct. There are things that you will never ever perceive ever, no matter who.
No, to the Egyptians, he's saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
no,
because
I'm
hold on, where the
period.
sun went.
He's saying period. He's saying period, and I'm asking him. He's saying period.
You're right, but where the sun went, right, when it goes down, to them was unperceivable, right? It was called what?
What you mean? No. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference between something being blocked or hidden from imperceivable. That's why.
So where did the sun? In their cosmology, right? Where did the sun go when it went down?
It went into a place that they couldn't see.
Right. So what was it called? I know you know the technical their name for it.
You mean the actual name of the place?
Yeah.
Well, the underworld, the duat.
Oh, okay. The underworld, the duat, or I think I read somewhere Amenta, like the hidden world.
No, Amenta is the west.
Or the unperceivable.
No, Amenta is the west. That's the gateway to the.
That's where the sun set at, right? And
yeah.
Oh, come on, and you ain't even working with me, yo. You know I don't know what you.
No. You
gotta help me through this. So
I am.
I don't sound like completely crazy, but you know what I mean.
Exactly, but you asked me for the word. I said duat. Then you introduced a new word, and I was just telling you the difference between the duat and Amenta. Amenta is the region in the west, and the duat is the whole underworld.
Oh, okay. So that's where it goes. But it's the unperceivable place, right? They couldn't perceive that, but now we can. You see what I'm saying? So it's according like what Corey was just saying.
Wait, what you mean? Wait. So let me see.
Go ahead.
So right now. Right, where you at? You on the East Coast? You in Baltimore, so you on the East Coast.
Yes. Yep.
Right now, you could perceive the sun right now.
What you mean? Can I perceive it?
No, I'm asking.
No,
yeah, can you? Perceive the sun
I thought when you was talking about perceiving, it was what according to what they knew.
No,
that's saying that it was something that they could see at all times. I thought it was according to their view or what they knew, like in total, like they didn't understand chemistry and real small things.
So let me clarify.
Perception has to do with understanding, right? Am I right?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. He's saying I gotta see.
No, okay. Are you saying knowledge and are you saying to know some knowledge is perception? So you
know that kind of, but the understanding. I guess you can. Knowledge is kind of synonymous with understanding, but I would use perception in that.
No, okay. Well, I'm not.
It's the method in which you understand things.
Okay, no. That's why I was gonna give you an example, right? So check this out. I'm gonna give you a fundamental example that I always use, and follow me on this. I'm gonna be fast as possible. Let's just imagine that you are an eyeball. That's all you are. You're an eyeball. Okay. You as an eyeball, no matter where you turn, you could turn 360 up and down, left, right, the whole gyration. You could gyrate the entire spectrum, right? And move. You can see everything around you. But the one thing that you can never perceive or see is yourself. Because you are the actual object that does the perceiving. So you cannot perceive yourself. And so that aspect is what they're talking about as amen. So it is not knowledge. I'm not using it in the form of knowledge or stuff like that. I'm talking about the aspect of existence that we cannot perceive. That is Amen. It's should be translated as the imperceivable one, but most people call it the hidden one, where people get confused because I can hide something just by covering it. But that's not what they meant. They meant that it's imperceivable. So much so that in the myth where the character Amen is placed, the other deities or the other Neteru or the other gods don't even know or perceive Amen. They don't even know Amen's true form or true identity, because even to them, he's imperceivable, because Amen represents that which you can never perceive ever, because you are ultimately the perceiver, and that's the one thing that you can never perceive is yourself. That's it. Don't have to do with knowledge. It has to do with you. It puts you in a point of reference to where you become the center of your knowledge. But the only thing that you can never perceive is yourself. And the only way that you can even attempt to perceive yourself is to see yourself in the other things that you can see. And so if you read the myth where how creation occurs and unfolds, you'll see that Nu, you have this character Ra, the deity Ra, the god Ra. Ra differentiates of itself to become the things in the world and as the world. So this is where you get the supreme reality having a reflection in order to know that it exists, because only way that you know that you exist is if you see other things to differentiate you from something else. And that's it. That aspect is called Amen. There's nothing spooky about it. It's just a label for a concept, for that concept. And you can't say the concept doesn't exist, because I gave you an example as an analogy, or the best way to kind of overlay it with something. Just like Nu is metaphorized as water, but Nu is not really water, and you're not really an eyeball. I just gave you that example so it can click on what they meant by Amen. And then they combine Amen and Ra in certain instances to reflect a expanded version of that concept. So you have the imperceivable one, and then in order to reflect or interact and in exchange. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. In order for you to do business, right, you have to have an identity in America. In order for you to interface with other people, you have to be a legal fiction. That's the only way you can conduct business.
So hold on though. They have perception as being synonymous with discernment. It's a way of regarding, understanding, or interpreting something, a mental impression. It's the ability to see, hear, or become aware of something through senses. The state of being or process of becoming aware of something through senses.
All right. Okay. So if
that's the working definition,
and that's great. I appreciate that. So in my example, I limited your senses to a sense of sight, and so my example, still, you cannot become aware through that sense of sight because you can see everything else but yourself. So you will never become aware of yourself through that sense of sight. Why? Because you'll never make contact with yourself through light. The only reason why we see is because of light. And so the light will never reflect. So the only reason why we see objects around us is because of reflection of light. The light will never reflect off of yourself because you are the actual object that's doing the perceiving. That's why I always use the eyeball as my example. So Amen represents that, but for all existence. And so it's not a thing that you don't perceive. It's just the imperceivable aspect of existence, period, relative to whoever, whatever. That's just it. That's why I say when you talk about Egyptian deities or gods, you gotta think in ontological terms, ontology and taxonomy. If you're not hip to ontology and taxonomy, then you're not going to be able to kind of fit the network of these deities and what they meant and how they interrelate react.
So ontology is meaning like it is transcending something, is transcending or something like that.
No, ontology is how existence itself is categorized. Ontology, ontos, and logy is the study of. It's the study of existence, but in that study of existence, it's the categorization of entities, of existence itself. How are they categorized? And taxonomy deals with the hierarchical relationships within those categories. So the most famous taxonomy system is the biological taxonomy, where we say we have, animal, primates, mammalian, biological taxonomy hierarchy, from species, subspecies, to family, to order, to family, to class, and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the Egyptians used a form of ontology, which means they categorize existence, which has to deal with definitions, how things exist in and of itself, and then the taxonomy of those existences in the relationships and the hierarchy in which they interact and interface with one another. That's what these deities represent. They represent nodes in this system, the higher nodes. So where these crisscross, that's where deity is placed. And so Amen represents the aspect of existence that is imperceivable. Period.
Okay.
And so it's not, as what I'm saying, I guess I'm going back to my point of saying it, is that there's nothing spooky about that. There's nothing out of the ordinary or spooky about that. Because in fact, even in psychology, if you look at the great psychological writers and scholars, go back to Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung and all these people, where they talk about the ego, the id, the nous, and super ego, and all this other kind of things, you will see a lot of information from their perspectives will overlap with what I'm saying, that psychologists and people use to this very day. Because you got to remember that everything you experience, everything you and I experience, happens in our mind. Perception, what you described and you read, you gave us the working definition. Everything you read, if you ask yourself, where does it take place, you have to say in your mind. When you reach out and touch a cup of water or a glass, spatially you're seeing it at a distance from you, but the actual experience of that is not happening out there in space away from you. It's happening in your mind. The same way when you see an object, you're actually seeing a reflection of light from the object. You're not seeing, and it has to come to you. It's happening in your mind. You know what I'm saying? So we never really experience things out there, which is kind of crazy, because it's kind of a misnomer. Experience, X means outward. We should really call it insperience, but then that gets funny. But everything we experience is really happening in our mind, and our mind itself is an abstraction. It's not, you can't tell me where your mind is really. And that, my friend,
the mind
yeah, that would be the ultimate spooky. So if people want to talk about spooky, then our experiences happens in a spooky place, because nobody can pinpoint where the mind is. And if you can, I would love to sit down and have you just discuss it with me.
Well, I just say the mind is a byproduct
of the brain, right? There's
yeah.
It's That's
Well, if you go to the experts, they don't.
I think
the mind is just like the sound of your voice. You know, it's a byproduct of the things, the mechanics in your larynx and your throat and all of that. It's a byproduct.
But listen, if you want to, what do you call it? If you concede to the experts who debate and study this thing, they will tell you that there's no evidence to show that the mind is a byproduct of the brain. That's what they say. That's what they say. I mean, a lot of people say it, but they say there's no evidence for it. No evidence for it. There's no evidence that there's a neurological causal agent for the mind. And if you want to have that conversation, I could bring you enough resources, because that's something that I dug into a while back.
Well, it's something they probably don't know yet. They're like that, but it's definitely all. It's
well,
definitely
we
all
look at we
chemical.
can definitely look at parts of the brain that's
the activity
neurologically activated in certain situations.
There's a difference between correlation and causation, and this is something that they all say, and everything you're saying, people say it all the time, and they address it. They listen. If you study it, you're gonna see what the arguments are, and they're gonna be very specific. There's a difference between causation and correlation. Yes, there are certain areas of the mind that you can hook up to a EEG machine, and you can see where matter of fact, they even did a recent study on the it's a certain portion of the hypothalamus. I forget which one, the thalamus. I forget what's the other word in front of that, but they found where, at least in monkeys, a certain monkey that they just did. This is, matter of fact, it was 2 weeks ago, where they pinpointed where stimulation can happen inside the brain that would correlate to consciousness in terms of the off and on switch. And in matter of fact, I'm gonna find the study and post the link. They just did a study 2 weeks ago, where they conducted some experiments on several things, and they were talking about that. But they have to understand. But you got to understand that there's a difference between causation and correlation, and they talk about it. They know it's things are correlated, but there's no evidence, and it's just remarkable. That's why they still studying it.
So you think possibly that the mind is something different than the brain?
I mean, everybody already knows that the mind is different than the brain.
Nah, I don't agree with that.
Wait. So okay. So you are of the belief that there's no difference between the mind and the brain.
I think as a byproduct, is the brain's function.
Right. That's like asking, is there a difference between digestion and your intestines? Like
good one.
No. The intestines is the thing, but where is digestion at? Like the thing
okay.
The intestines do.
Listen, that's nice. But again, you're not accounting causation, difference between causation and correlation. So yes, your intestines and digestion, it happens once the food into your mouth, once the saliva hit it, technically. But I get what you're trying to do.
Can you point to it though? Like you can say like the saliva hit the saliva is starting to break down the food, but where's digestion at? You see what I'm saying? Digestion is
a process.
It's a process. It's a byproduct.
No, I understand. No, well, digestion is a byproduct, or you actually getting the nutrients is a byproduct of digestion. Which
so when you look in the toilet, that ends up the byproduct. It's a byproduct when you look in the toilet. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I got you. So the thing is that. But I'm saying I'm trying to see the analogy and link it to the brain and the mind.
See, because the mind is a function of the brain, just as digestion is a function of the intestines.
Okay, so again, correlation and causation. So you're saying that the brain is the causation for the mind. Is that what you're saying?
First of all, I understand.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Correlation is not necessarily causation, but a lot of times it is. You see what I'm saying? But yes, the brain, the mind is a byproduct of the brain, or as a function of the brain. What was your question again? Say that last question. You
No, that's
my answer is yes to the question.
Yes? Okay, so let's do this. So I'm gonna bring some sources of people who debate, address, and deal with this that you can check out. Okay. And so we'll do it like that, and then you do the knowledge on what they're saying, and if you have enough proficiency in it, then you can discern from what they're saying to see if they're where they went wrong or where they're erring at in their methods and conclusions or whatever the case is, and then we can have a discussion about it.
Facts.
Yeah, like
we could do that.
Like you say, like we don't totally understand everything about the mind, or consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Like consciousness and mind, I'm using that synonymous. Right? Is we on the same page with that?
What, consciousness and mind?
Yes, that's pretty much the same thing, right? Or no, that's not the same thing to you? To me, it is.
Okay, I can work with it if I don't. I mean, on my own, I wouldn't do that. But if that's a working definition.
Speaking about
well, I'm just just trying to that way. So once the conversation progresses along, then that way we ain't confused when somebody may say consciousness and another person may say mind. So
right,
you know what I mean.
I think that would be similar. That's the same thing. I can rock with that.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like me on my own, I wouldn't do that. I don't do that. But if
how would you separate the mind from consciousness?
Can I play Tyson Degrassi for you?
Go ahead, he's the expert, ain't he?
Don't do. Come on now, Unbiased.
What?
You sounded like Unc now, man. Tyson Neil deGrasse.
Wait. He be Unbiased. He butchered his name. I swear to God.
Tyson Neil deGrasse.
He called him Degrassi, and he be tearing the man's name up, bro.
No, but hold up, but yeah, you can play that. You could play it. No, what I was saying to answer his question.
Which one? Oh, go ahead.
To answer the question, the reason why I don't do that, first off, but I can rock with that working definition. But me, because the mind, you have different breakdown. You have the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious, and all that other kind of stuff. So I wouldn't say the mind and conscious. I wouldn't do that one for one thing like that. That's what I am not used to. I don't do that. But if you define it that way, I can adjust and still have a conversation.
All right, let's go. You defining it that way.
Okay, I just wanted to see like where how you was, where basically where you was using the words and just kind of compare. I can even go for how you just defined it. You know what I'm saying? Like consciousness is like part of the mind. You know what I'm saying? It's different stages. It's different parts of the mind. So you got, like you said, consciousness, unconsciousness. You know what I mean? So I can go with that, but it's all good. However, I just want to know that we speaking the same language, and you know what I mean. One person ain't talking past the other person.
Nah, that's good and that's excellent. That's how you should do it. But I'm saying when I'm gonna bring a couple of resources that I'm gonna suggest that you all check out, and you can see what the arguments are among the scholars who make it their business to argue and discuss these things. So you can see. So you can see what they're arguing and why and all that good stuff. And the difference between causation and correlation and how they make that distinction there and all this other kind of stuff. But so what you gonna play Neil deGrasse?
So if you can't hear it, let me know.
Okay.
Was it pertaining to?
Therefore I am. I think, therefore am I you? How do you define?
Oh, wait. Hey, let me play
what's the context? Like what's the context? Like what's going on?
Let me play it. Unbiased. I could play the audio where it would be loud.
Okay, go ahead.
What is it in relation to? Consciousness?
Yeah, it says it right there in the video.
Oh, I wasn't looking at it.
Yeah,
okay, hold up. You said Neil
I
deGrasse.
just watched this video the other day.
But even with this though, like you want to go to like Neil deGrasse is he great with astrophysicist though. You want to go with like a neuroscientist like Robert Sapolsky, Joseph Ledoux.
Okay.
Like they're going to be like the top of the field at
if you're aware of his YouTube channel, you know that he does interviews, right? So he interviews like the best out there.
Yeah, I just gave you the name of two of the best out there like that. Robert
Sapolsky, again, if you follow his channel, they're probably on there.
But those are his colleagues. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you can just go straight to the source though. Like those guys are like.
Well, okay, then you go to that source. I'm gonna pull up, like, you know what I mean? You do what you gotta do. I'm gonna do what I gotta do right here.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this one so everybody can hear it. I think. Okay, everybody will hear it. Here we go.
Therefore, I am. I think. Therefore, am I you? How do you define consciousness in this context? Consciousness is, I think, it's a poorly defined thing. Everybody's trying to define it. It's a very amorphous word in this context. It's amorphous in many contexts. The whole books on consciousness. You know why they're still publishing books on consciousness? Because we don't know anything about consciousness. That's not true. We know something. But the fact that it is an active field of research, the evidence of this is that people keep publishing books on it. Consciousness explained, consciousness re-explained, my version of consciousness, their version of consciousness. This will continue until we understand consciousness, and then no more books will be written about it. Why do you think it's so difficult? Because you're trying to understand the thing that is making you trying to understand it. It goes back to another episode where we were talking about the mind, brain. Why only 10%? How can my consciousness understand itself? That is a challenge. Get to rise.
Now listen, y'all. I had to pause that for a second because Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying in a different way a little bit what I said earlier. How can consciousness knows itself or perceive itself? And so this, in historical lingo jargon, that would be defined as amen. That would be a close, rendition of what amen represents. What I was saying. And Neil deGrasse Tyson admits what a lot of these psychologists and stuff who deal with the mind, the study of the mind and human behavior, those are the experts who deal with that. They say the same thing he's saying, that the limited amount that they know. I mean, they're forthcoming. They say, hey, man, we don't know much about consciousness. So for people to say that, okay, it's a byproduct of the brain, they're like, slow that down, man. Where you get that from? We don't know much about that.
When they talk about it, though, the same thing could be said about quantum theory. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like a good person to go to the Joseph Ledoux. Like there's still a lot to learn, of course. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's like quantum theory. It's still a lot to learn, but they have learned a lot more. They have learned a lot more about consciousness.
Who'd you say? Let's see if he.
I think I pronounced it right. Joseph Ledoux.
Joseph.
Yeah, but another one to go to is
give me somebody I can find. See if I can find.
Go to do Robert Sapolsky.
Okay.
Robert, I think it's Sapolsky, D-A-P-O.
Wait. Spell it again. D-A. Say it again. What's his name?
Sapolsky. D-A-P-O-L-S-K-Y.
S-E-Y.
S-K-Y. Sapolsky.
Oh, S-K-Y. Oh, Robert Sapolsky.
Yeah, Robert Sapolsky.
Okay. The biology of our best and worst selves. That's 15 minutes. Joe Rogan. That's an hour. Oh man, these are too long. These are too long right here.
While you looking that up, though, I'd just like to say, like, so Amen is basically synonymous with the God of the gaps. As our understanding grows, Amen gets smaller, right?
No. I know I'm very familiar with the God of the gaps, but no. So I want you to know no.
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about just the consciousness and how, trying to consciousness trying to understand itself. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But
so the Egyptians' theory, the Egyptians' explanation or theory.
Hold on, like they say, I was gonna say, they say like how human beings are finding different things out about the universe is similar, is the same thing, because this is the universe looking back on itself. Human beings are part of the universe, so this is the universe looking back on itself and gaining an understanding. So
that's what Neil deGrasse,
like I said, that's what Neil deGrasse just said.
No, that's what he said before. That's what I was trying to tell you. And when my man Corey was on my side, that he's just repeating what he know, and sometimes he's repeating from his colleagues. So what he's saying is just as accurate as his colleagues actually saying it. He's saying the same thing that they say, and that's why I was playing. That's why I was playing him. He's saying what they would say.
Yeah, that's nice. But if we have the opportunity, and it's good because that was a short clip. But if we have the opportunity to go to those very colleagues of him, then it'd be good to do that.
That's the thing, Sosa, is that when I watch these videos and I hear key things, I document it so I can play it back in small clips. So we should all do the same thing, so we ain't gotta watch an hour video trying to find it.
Yeah, but whoever his colleagues are, if you go to them and find the clip, because like the videos that King Sosa just told me, that Robert person, all those videos were like 50 minutes plus, and we're not trying to dig through that. Like this one, I would love to play this one right here. This is 20 minutes long. This one's 8 minutes long. The brain is not the mind, and all these other kind of things. But I'm gonna do
an 8-minute one. Like that's a quick one. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna do.
That's too long. And I read the YouTube terms, and like you got about 2 minutes. That's about it. And even that's risky. Even that's risky. Hey,
I'm not gonna play it.
Would y'all put that link right there, that one inside the somewhere, so I could watch that later?
This one, the one I'm on now.
Yeah. Wait, is that the thing that Unc sent already?
No, I don't know.
All right. Well, put that one inside the somewhere if I could look at it.
Well, all I did was search brain versus mind. So if you want to search on your own, also another time. But I'm gonna put it in this chat right
here.
Yeah. All right. But I'm gonna do one better because I did some knowledge and stuff all the way from 2014, because I'm after I'm finished my grammar book, I'm gonna pick back up something I put on the back burner all the way for 2014 that deals with the mind and stuff like that. So, and I keep up with it, but I guess I'll share at least a couple of suggested readings of these people and their papers, because this stuff, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, is new material coming out all the time, because the fact that they know little of it. So any little seemingly advancement, then people writing papers or books and stuff. So it's a very active field in terms of activity, whereas astrophysics is not too many new on popping stuff going on in terms of book writing, as frequent as psychology and all the brain and mind stuff.
Hey, like the dude put the dude in the back check, I put Joseph E. Ledoux, right? Like he studies the mind and consciousness as far as anxiety goes. And the studies they've been finding out, like, like they test the medicines on the mice, and it slows down the mechanical part of it, right? But it doesn't work because subconsciously the people still freaking out in their mind. You know what I'm saying? So even though they are calm, in their mind they're going berserk. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they're starting to realize. Like these, so when they test it on these mice, it's because it's not consciousness. They're not getting the full detail of what's going on, and that's why you don't see a lot of these anxiety pills. People are backing out anxiety pills because they realize like they're ineffective.
Okay, yeah, I pulled up a couple of videos. They kind of
long. So that's my shit.
Long.
Yeah, they long. Ain't no short clips. There ain't no short clips.
Fear and stuff. But it's interesting. But I mean, to get back kind of to rewind to my statement earlier, I was just trying to to clue y'all in on the Egyptians' explanation of what these guys are probing, is that they came to the conclusion that or they described the imperceivable aspect of existence. They gave it a name, and the word itself means that. Most people translate the word amen as hidden, but it's better to translate it as imperceivable, because that's what it represents. And in the mythos, they further expound on the definition by telling you that none of the other gods even know or can perceive amen. They don't even know his name, his true name, or his true form. And that's what that's reflecting. It's a reflection of the fact that it's not it's an imperceivable aspect.
Hey, so how does amen relate to no, you know what I'm saying? New, yeah.
Yeah. Amen. See, all the deities are really, all the so-called gods and deities are really aspects of Nu. And so amen would be the imperceivable aspect or quality or attribute of Nu.
Imperceivable, but how can you tie that into consciousness though? Just because it's the what? Just because it's the unknown. You saying?
No, okay. So let me hold on, let me get this off my screen. So okay, now how you relate it to consciousness? Okay, let me because I just need to ask you something. Do you see yourself as something that is conscious, or do you see yourself as consciousness itself?
Consciousness itself.
Okay, good. Because I've asked that question to a lot of people, and more so than none, people say I am conscious. And when they say, not you, because you answer differently, but when people do that, they're separating the entity that they call I from as something that can be conscious, then rather than consciousness itself. And so you, the way you answered, if you are consciousness itself, then that's what the Egyptians, that's the viewpoint that the Egyptians had, that the human being is not a homogeneous one thing, that the human being is made up of several different, or composition of different entities working together, and the real you, the part of you that answers to I, is consciousness itself. And because consciousness itself can never be conscious of itself, it has to reflect, and that reflection of you as consciousness is called your person. It's your double. And so in the Egyptian, they call it the Ka. And so you have to have a double. And so even on those YouTube videos right now, if I scroll, you saw when we looked up consciousness, somebody said the dualism. And so it's this dualism where consciousness can't perceive itself. Therefore, it has to project itself in other things to perceive or be conscious of itself. It can be conscious of everything else but itself. And that's what the grass. Mm-hmm.
So that would be their. So that's part of their philosophical viewpoint.
Well, I mean, like today.
I mean, just so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Just so to speak, like that would be their.
Yeah, that's their
Socrates type. You see what I'm saying? Like,
well, that's where they got that's Socrates, Aristotle, and Plato specifically, and Platonism is reflecting a lot of these ideals where they talk about the nous, the brain newts, and all these other kind of things, the demiurge and everything. Those concepts are shared in Egypt to an extent, not exact one for one, because they have a different arrangement. In Egypt, they have the consciousness, which is part of you, which is the real you, and then what consciousness does. And so because Nu is undifferentiated and infinite and eternal, and it has no matter, it cannot be perceived, because the only way you can perceive something is if it has a definition, if it has a form. Nu is formless. And formless, the Greeks picked up and called chaos. And so that's why they call Nu the chaotic waters. because it's metaphorized as water, and they say it's a form of formless, which is the word chaos. Chaos really doesn't mean confusion. Chaos is formless. It causes confusion because you can't perceive it, and that's how it links together. But it's not really a negative thing. It just means formless. And so new is formless. It has no form because it has no definition. It has no boundaries. It has no because the word definition, the definition of definition means to put a boundary around something, to separate this thing from the next thing. And that's called differentiation. You know, and birth is the same way. You know, we how we're born is through the same process. We're becoming something. And so the you know, the sperm and the ovum meet, and they start to divide, or we could say multiply. Like both of those words can apply. They start to divide or multiply, meaning they start to differentiate. And so that's how, you know, the birth of the universe. That's why even in the creation story in Egypt, they liken it unto actual human birth, where the deity Atum masturbates, and through his sperm, certain things come to be. That's what they're referring to. So all I'm saying is new is the ultimate. New is the ultimate reality.
The Most High.
It has no form. It has it's formless. It is undifferentiated. It has no matter. Therefore, it has no energy. Because energy cannot exist without matter. Energy is actually a property of matter. And so the energetic body or aspect, because energy is just really the capacity of something to do work. And so the matter or energy matter body is likened unto Ra. That's where you get the whole Ra concept. And because of matter, or that energy matter system, or both of them together, that is what becomes the things in the world and of the world through a process of differentiating. And they have a whole story. I could share the whole the story, the text, the Egyptian text that tells you what I'm saying. It will tell you what I'm saying. It will tell you Ra come, you know. And this will be the last thing I want to say, because man,
to be on what they did, they had to have been on some type of fly shit to do some of the things that they did.
But I'm saying, but see, these people, like today, what we call scientists, and the different fields of study and stuff like that. Every field of study, like even today, every field of it's still on my page. Every field of study has its scholars, and it produces knowledge. Like, you know, people writing papers, people writing books, people doing dissertations and this and that. In Egypt, it's the same thing. They wrote their findings, they wrote their studies, they wrote, they improved, they changed. And see, people look at it as like Egypt lasted roughly 3,000 years. In 3,000 years period, they're documenting things that they contemplated on and the conclusions that they reached, the changes from one era of time to another. And a lot of people will look at that as competing, quote unquote, religious texts, where, okay, in Waset, they had these gods, and in the city of Eight or Khnum, you have this god, and then the Heliopolis, they got this god, and in Memphis, they got this god, and these things, the Ogdad, the Pasejet, or the Ennead, and this and that, not knowing that these are their findings and stuff that they're going through and discussing. And if we don't even understand what they wrote, we can't say if they're right or wrong in the first place, or we can't even improve like we do today. Science is self-correcting, and Egyptians not around to self-correct whatever they wrote that's wrong. And we won't do it if we don't even understand it. If we just label it, okay, it's religion, it's spooky. There's nothing spooky about what I'm saying about Nu and Nun. If that's spooky, then the whole field of psychology is spooky. Give it up.
Psychology is spooky. I like psychology though.
Yeah, you got some people who will say that though. Because the mind, Nah, I ain't gonna do that. You know,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know, I just want to say so there's nothing spooky about it. But here's the thing. If I say that, right, people will interpret what I'm saying as if I'm saying the Egyptians were pure scientists. They got nothing wrong. They were not superstitious, and they didn't have spookism. And that's far from what I'm saying. Every culture around the world has superstition and still does. And pretty much every culture around the world has some what we define as spookism, things that cause fear in us, and we react. That's really what spookism is. And every culture had that. Even today, you got some people who, like I said, they don't want to cross a cat, cross under a ladder, open an umbrella in the house, don't want to set a purse on the ground, don't want to go to a 13th floor. You got people who are superstitious.
Yeah, spooky ain't going nowhere, man.
Yeah, and,
Like,
and everybody,
spooky ain't
every,
going nowhere.
exactly, everybody has their share in it. But the one thing about Egypt that people, for some reason, don't want to kind of just deal with is everybody has their share of spookism or superstition. But what makes Egypt stand out is that Egypt has contributed a lot to the world to this very day that people acknowledge in all fields of study. Because you can walk into a library and research any of the major fields of study, and it don't even be about Egypt. You're not looking for Egypt, but you open up a chemistry book, and somewhere in that chemistry book, it's going to mention the Egyptians. You open up a mathematical book, somewhere in that book, it's going to mention the Egyptians. Even though you ain't looking for it, it's going to mention them.
Yeah, but you know why, man? Because shoot, you know the pyramid was built on the cornerstones of the earth to keep the planets aligned, and you know how everybody done juice the story up. So it's like now all information is trying to come back and fight all the crazy stuff that came out. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but I'm
gave
just
Egypt a
saying.
bad luck. You know what I'm saying? They really did.
Listen, the British and the French, after the European Renaissance, they went through a dark age, came out of it, went through a period of rebuilding and Renaissance, and where they go after that? They went straight to Egypt. They went straight to Egypt to try to decipher those glyphs because they felt Egypt had the secrets to the universe. And during their Renaissance period, they started to reflect on their classical civilization of Greece and Rome, and found out that the Greeks, as brilliant as they thought the Greeks were, that the Greeks was giving all homage and praise to Egypt, Egyptos, and then they themselves turned their eyes on Egypt, and then that was the war or the battle for the decipherment between the French and the British, between Champollion and Thomas.
Okay, I got a question. I remember I think Unbiased was doing this video on it about the circumference of the earth. Did Egypt did they come up with a calculation for the circumference of the earth prior to the Greeks, or do you not know?
The way that they created their calendar, the scholars are saying that not explicit, like, okay, this is this final number is the circumference of the earth, but they had a way of knowing that the earth was once spherical and that it had a circumference and stuff, and the way that they calculated the calendar is a byproduct of that knowledge, but explicitly no. But they did calculate the speed of light and stuff. They did contemplate that and talk about that in text.
The speed of light.
Yeah.
So they had to use in order to like build structures like that, the way they built them, they had to understand triangulation, trigonometry. So and through triangulation, you can understand this is how you figure out like how far something is or how big something is. And, like that's how they understand like where the sun is at and how big around the sun is. through triangulation. So, you know, I think they probably not down to like what you know, what we thinking, like down to the factors, the you know, the smallest factor, but they probably had a good idea of the size of the earth, I would say, in order to, especially to build structures like that, because I build structures, and I know like trigonometry and geometry go hand in hand with understanding, like, you know, triangulation and you know, how big something is, the position of something, all of that goes hand in hand.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know, because see, discovery, you got to understand, even a lot of the scientists will say this, that a lot of scientific discoveries are usually made out of necessity. Like people usually don't discover things just on GP. It's like they're trying to fulfill a need, and then they pursue it, you know. And so the Egyptians didn't have an explicit need to deal with, you know, the actual exact size of the earth, just like they didn't even have a need to map the continent of Africa. They didn't have a concept of the continent of Africa.
But didn't they? I don't know if it's true or not. I heard, like, I'm trying to remember, because sometimes I can't separate shit I heard. I actually came across. God damn, I heard so much shit about Kevin about they having the calendar pretty much precise to where like how we use it, how we got to put a
no, yeah.
days in
It's
it.
close to the atomic clock, like.
Yeah, did they have it correct like that?
Yeah,
it was close, very close. Yeah,
they had it uncannily close, the closest in history, because they calculated from Mendifer, which is Memphis, and they calculated down. They knew that a day was not exact 24 hours, and they knew that a year was not exactly 365 days. It was 365 and a quarter, same thing we use today. But instead of a leap year, they allowed the calendar to every 4 years to go backwards a day. And so they had two calendars. They call it a wheel within a wheel, where one calendar went backwards one day every 4 years. It went backwards, and that's why the civil and religious calendar are not the same. And that can get confusing if you don't, you know, study the difference, but that's what it is. So their seasons, their natural seasons, the civil calendar went across the seasons, and they call it annos or annos something in Latin, which means a wanderer, because the calendar wandered across the seasons. So the new year wasn't the same. Like us, every January 1st is a new year, but to them, the new year wasn't on the same day every time. And they didn't calculate from a fixed point in time. They started their years over when the king took rule or reign. They'll say the first year of King Ramses, second year of King Ramses, and then when King Ramses died and somebody else come in, they'll say the first year of that king. That's how they never had a fixed point. Fixed point in time like we got today.
Yeah, I mean, like to have a society that lasts 3,000 years, they had to have a pretty good understanding of, you know, the basic things, like, you know, how things work basically, you know, nature, you know. So that wouldn't be far-fetched, you know what I'm saying? Like what John would say, you discover things out of necessity, you know what I'm saying? You stumble upon things, basically.
Yeah.
Even writing itself, that wasn't like that was out of necessity. But let me tell y'all this text that y'all can look at, because I'm about to go. If y'all ever get a chance, it's a text that speaks about the speed of light, that the Egyptians speak on it, and I'm trying to give the regular name for it.
Yeah, so they
knew it was 680 million miles per hour, something like that.
They actually got it down to 150 million kilometers, and what would be equivalent to our.
Post that in the chat.
Unbiased must be sleek. Right, this was your little. I was like, Hey, and two, unbiased. Look, that Pew Research.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You gotta check that
You don't know
footnote.
it, but I am. I'm waiting for some sources.
No, I said that Pew Research though for the scientists. That's not for all the U.S. scientists. That's for that group, bro. That's for the AAA. That's for that group of scientists. That group. That's not a poll for all.
I showed. Okay, I showed 2 links.
Just go to the source. When you see that source, you click it, and it'll tell you.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they didn't get an answer for every scientist in the world.
No, it's for the It's for the AAAS. That's what they.
Right.
It's a poll from that
American
group.
Association of Scientists.
All right. So,
yeah, it's for that group.
Yeah, I never said it was every last scientist.
No.
Because there's no poll on every last scientist. So if you do a poll on scientists,
no, I'm saying it's for that, but it's for that group. It's not for like, you see what I'm saying? Like it's for that membership. That's not a membership. Anyway, go ahead, bro. Go ahead for the sources, Wuja. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat, right? I don't know the name of the Stella, but it's a Stella and it's a number, they all numbered. 826. I put it in the chat here. It's located in the British Museum. If you Google that, and then you can read a translation, and then you can go from there. You're gonna see where they talked about the calculation of light, and when you read it, it's gonna
like
be
what year, like what's time period,
Oh, it's in terms of the Stella itself.
Yeah, what's like the day?
It was produced during the reign of Neb Ma-Re, which is Amenphis, which will be around 1400 BC.
Yeah, damn.
1400 BC. All right, so y'all check into that because you're gonna see, and we could talk about it.
Where do you put it in the back chat or in the YouTube chat?
Oh, the Zoom chat.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Stella number 826.
Yeah, it's right under where King Sosa put Joseph.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
So yeah, look, read it. So
you look up that Stella 826. Okay.
Yeah, it's housed in the British Museum, but there's translations of it. So if you find one, just check it out, and then you're gonna see. Now, what's gonna be interesting once you read it, so read it, digest it. It's not that long actually. It's not that much to read, but you're gonna see what I meant by how ancient people documented their testing of their assumptions and hypotheses and their conclusions and stuff that we call science. The ways we do in science today. They record their science of that day, but they did it in a figurative way. It's just that today we record our science in the majority of a literal communication. Like a black hole is a black hole.
Hey,
we call it black.
As far as that,
scientists usually call things the way they see them. It don't necessarily, the name kind of don't necessarily mean what it is. They just call it the way they see it sometimes, just to make it easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says, astrophysics is hard enough without coming up with all kinds of Latin complicated syllabistic words. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he said black. We call it black hole because it's black.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So that's how science works.
He's against dark matter. He said they should call it Fred. because it's not really matter. But go ahead.
Yeah. And as another black astrophysicist too that don't be getting no props. So he's Jim Gates.
Yeah.
Oh boy, serious too. But as far as
Hakeem Odolo, I think that's his name. Hakeem Odolo. I can't. I'm probably slaughtering his last.
Yeah, dope. But as far as their medicine going, like the medical papers they got, right? Yeah. How far did they get, like with medicine, right? Like the crude brain surgery, somewhat, right?
Yeah, they had brain surgery. Yep.
And
now here's the thing. Listen, y'all.
Right.
Yeah, don't believe what I'm saying, but y'all check this out.
Nah, I definitely don't.
I know. Unbiased don't. I ain't even gotta say nothing.
Well,
Unbiased.
I know about the crude brain surgery. Like that's not even
Unbiased.
debatable.
Unbiased don't
Post
even
that link
believe
real fast.
in science, huh?
Now my man, I am Sosa that got the proof. Go ahead and post
Crude
that link.
brain. Just type it in.
No. Listen, I never say type it in. If I say something, I post a link there. So
All right,
okay. So
I'll put it in there. But I thought we covered the crude brain surgery last time we had a discussion, but I'll put it back in there.
I never was aware of that. Post that link in there.
That they would crude brain surgery, that they would put holes in just to release the pressure.
Okay, now you do know when they say surgery, right? That word is like very ambiguous. Surgery can be external or internal, and surgery can be something as simple like a band-aid. It could be, just stopping something from bleeding. So, but
I told you what it was. I said crude. That's why I said crude. I said it was doing crude brain surgery.
Surgery. Can you put that in the chat for me?
Yeah, that's what I said. Crude, like crude, bro. Like just basically what I'm talking about is like placing like a hole in the skull to release pressure relieve pressure on the brain. Like I ain't talking about a scalpel getting in there and goddamn like working on the goddamn cerebellum and shit like that.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
That's not what I'm talking about, bro. No, it's 3000 BC, man. Like I'm not talking. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So there's okay, but there's
Jim Gates. Jim Gates is the person. Now he a little spooky. That's the guy I put in my Facebook thing. My man says some spooky stuff in there. Matter of fact, he talked about
artificial intelligence.
Nah, he's nowhere near like Tyson deGrasse or Neil deGrasse.
What did he say that was spooky, bro? What did he say that was spooky?
Yeah, my man talked about. I think he said, if I can remember, I hit Uncle right away. Something about consciousness. Like he said something that was like just pure nuts.
Well, hold up. So let me just say this.
You gotta put that in there.
I just want to make this point about medicine. That's very interesting because medicine and the very, very root of God and the devil, by whatever names and whatever cultures, really stem from health and sickness. So like the root of evil in a lot of so-called primitive populations was whatever killed a human was evil, and whatever promoted life and stuff was good. And so because they couldn't see these pathogens and things that would cause these illnesses and things, they referred to them as either the devil, devils, or demons. And so they looked at a person's health as
that sounds like the New Testament.
Well, it was way before the New Testament, but they looked at a person's life as this homeostasis existence, and that it was a perpetual battle by unseen forces that was at war with one another. And when somebody got sick, the forces of evil was winning, and when they got better, the forces of good, prevailed and stuff like that. That goes way back to the root of even God and the devil itself, or this evil and good concepts that always exist. You'll never get rid of evil. And so pathogens, they couldn't see them, but even the Egyptians. So I'm saying that because coming up to more recent with the ancient Egyptians, they looked at, they didn't have microscopes to be able to see pathogens explicitly, but they knew pathogens existed, and they dealt with them and tried to have remedies to fight off this. So you see all this stuff in the medical papyri, but along with medicine, they had a holistic approach to the practical physiological application of things, where they knew that there were some things that was going on in a person's mind. They understood placebo and the whole nine, where you can trick somebody into thinking that they're getting a cure when they actually cure themselves. And they understood that the balancement of the body happens from within itself. It's not something that's external or whatnot. And so they would do things to try to get the body to heal itself. But I got this thing on the transnasal exacerbation surgery in ancient Egypt, where they talk about brain. They talk about It says our modern knowledge of anatomy, pathology, and surgical techniques stem from discoveries and observations made by Egyptian physicians and embalmers. And in the realm of neurosurgery, ancient Egyptians were the first to elucidate cerebral and cranial anatomy, the first to describe evidence for the role of the spinal cord in the transmission of information from the brain to the extremities, and so on and so forth. So I'm gonna pass this link. This is coming from the NCBI PubMed.
Yeah, that's the one that I think that's what we was putting on. That's what we saw about that day. Unbiased, that same one.
Oh, okay. Well, grab.
When you say surgery, again, like certain words like that, it goes into modern like definitions of surgery. We think of heart transplants and stuff like that.
And you see how you making sure you real detailed about the word surgery, and I like it. But the same thing, you got to be consistent with not you maybe, but people got to be consistent with the word God, because what you're saying is like, oh, you got to be careful with surgery because surgery, da. Same thing with people who say God and stuff like that, and try to lay that one ancient populations and what they're saying, because they don't use that word. So we got to be careful, just like you got to be careful with surgery. Do they mean a Band-Aid? Do they mean actually incisions, like creating an incision and have intent of changing something internally and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, them folks are making a decision. They weren't talking about no Band-Aid.
The whole thing about a lot of surgeries were external, but I never had the God conversation with you. First of all, I only have a problem with intervening gods. So if anybody has an intervening God, I got a problem. If your God is not intervening, I don't have a problem with you.
Right. Okay. Now, do you talk to yourself?
I don't.
I mean, not out loud. I'm not out loud. I'm saying in your head. Do you experience a conversation in your head?
I'm not sure what you mean, but I do know I have thoughts like everybody else.
Okay, well, let me explain what I mean. I'm saying, do you hear chatter or not hear like with your ears, but I'm saying, do you experience communication going on in your head without it being verbal or out loud? Like, do you talk to yourself, or do you have this conversation or this communication going on in your mind? Now, you may be calling it thoughts, though. I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know, but like I said, I might have thoughts. That's where I would put it. I might have thoughts.
We ain't gonna think you crazy, Unbiased.
Well, I'm telling you, I got thoughts. If y'all got something different, y'all might be crazy.
Okay, no. I'm saying, because what you're and see, here's the thing. What you're calling thoughts may be what I'm talking about. So let's call it thoughts. So you think. I mean, everybody think. But so because you're calling it thoughts, I'm saying, do you see that as being spooky?
Nah, the thoughts are real.
What do you mean by real? Can we measure it scientifically?
No, you can experience thoughts. Like, you can actually plan something in your mind and then execute it. And matter of fact, it can make sense to you if you plan it correctly in your mind.
So a thought is not real until it's executed?
Well, I don't know anything about the realness of a thought. I don't study that type of stuff, so I'm just a layman. But I'm just saying that if I think of something in advance, I can prepare my words perfect the way I want to say them. I could have a plan that I can execute it. Like, if I'm driving, I could start thinking about the route that I forgot, and then
I got you.
with the route.
I got you. Okay, so and you say you experience it, and you say that they're real.
Well, hold up. Don't wait. Again, I'm a layman. I don't know about the realness. I don't know about that stuff. I just know that when I'm driving, if I forget where I'm going, I sit there and think to myself, I have these thoughts. I relax. I have these thoughts to try to remember.
Okay, so who
the thoughts manifest in reality, don't they?
I don't know that stuff you're talking about.
Who's okay? But let me ask you this question: Who is doing the thinking? When you say I have thoughts, like,
okay,
and you say I think, like, who?
Thoughts arise. Who? I don't know. I got to Google that. Like I said, that's not my field at all.
Okay, but there's a separation between the I Like the I owns the thoughts, because you said I think or I have thoughts.
But that's me speaking as a layman. I don't really know what's going on, but that's a layman um, reaction or experience. I don't really know what's going on.
Okay, I can dig it. Because it's late, man. I ain't trying to drag that out. I'm gonna let that go. No, man, it ain't nothing to let go. I'm just saying. I asked you that because it's just to me, in my experience.
All I'm trying to say is that I might be expressing myself incorrectly. Like the same thing in court. You could try to represent yourself.
I know.
And you think you're making sense to everybody, but they might think you're crazy. So I might be expressing what I'm saying incorrectly. I might not be using the proper, verbiage or terminology. So I'll just leave it at that. I'll have to Google it, and figure out what I'm trying to say.
All right, I get it. So yeah, but okay, well, why if you ever do that or whatever, I was asking because I wanted to see if you experience within your being a distinction, at least two, at least a sense of a dual thing going on where you have the I, and then the I does something else. Like, the I is the owner of something else and not the thing itself. So like if you say I have thoughts, and I know you said that you're not the lay, but I'm just saying anybody who says I have thoughts, that's a instance of ownership, like you own it. So what is the owner? Like, who is the owner? I know what thoughts are, but who is the owner if you say I have thoughts, and things like that? So I'm not asking you, but I'm saying that kind of thinking will start to lead people to understand, okay, wait a minute now. And it's going to get into the differentiation between what makes up a human being and how these ancient people saw the human being and why they say what they said, why the Egyptians broke down the human being, at least for 8 or 9 entities working together. And when people try to ask me about the afterlife, I can't really have that conversation until they get an understanding of what the context of what an afterlife would be to an Egyptian, because they didn't even see the human beings the same way we do. At the very least, today in modern times, most people break down the composition of a human being into 3 entities, and they name it body, mind, and soul. Most people. Now, some people just go mind and body, but nobody really just says body. Even atheists don't really even do that. Like even atheists will say, okay, yeah, I got a mind and body, and they don't, or whatever. I don't know. But for the most part, people will break it down to 3. A lot of ancient communities had way more than 3. And so when you talk about afterlife and everything like that, you got to kind of go into their context and see what lives after life. What actually lives after life? They know the physical. They know the physical body didn't live after life, but the physical body is not you. When you get a haircut, you're not on the floor of the barber shop. If you get your nails cut, you cut your nails. Those nail clippings in the trash can is not you. If you were in the military and you had a bad accident, you had to get your arm amputated, that amputated arm is not you. Like you wouldn't define that as you.
If you commit a murder and that nail is left behind, they're gonna say that nail was you. They're gonna lock you straight up.
That's right, but you wouldn't define that as you at no time. That nail is you. You wouldn't define that as you. And if I asked you, and it sounds like a silly question, but if I asked you or you to ask yourself, where am I? Like not as in, okay, I'm in my room or I'm sitting on the couch or whatever, but within your body, I mean, within your being, if you ask yourself, where are you? Where am I? And then once you stop laughing and see how silly it is, you going, and you really try to answer that question, it's gonna throw you. You're gonna be like, okay, snap. And most people, because I've done this before, everything I'm asking y'all, I've asked for years, and if I had to write statistics down, the majority of people answers that if I had to place the I, like me, it would be in my head.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Yeah. That's what most people say in the head. But there's a reason. And the reason is because out of the 5 senses we have, 4 of the 5 input devices we call senses is on our heads. The ears, the nose, the tongue for tasting, and the eyes to see. The only sense that we have beyond the head is touch. And so because our stimulation comes from this area of our body, we identify that as the home of the eye, of the I-ness, of the real me, the I. But whether that's true or not and accurate or not, that's a whole nother conversation. And I'm telling you, these ancient people contemplated stuff like that. And it's just fascinating to read what ancient people say about these things, but most people don't even get to that point because they think it's all just religious. Oh, it's spooky. I ain't trying to do that.
Hey, it's funny though, because like when you think about it, right, we tend to think like ancient people just sitting around thinking about dumb shit, right?
Exactly.
But you got to realize they human just like we are, and they sitting down thinking about regular stuff like we do. You know what I'm saying? Like they might, you know what I mean, they might not have some of the modern references, but when you talk about like philosophy, like what is a soul? Like these would be like a normal type conversation for somebody.
They were 1,000 more times spookier though, because they didn't have science to tell them whether they was right or wrong.
Yeah, but we're talking about philosophy though. We're talking about philosophy.
But they had a lot of trial and error. You know, they knew more than, I wouldn't say that unbiased. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, man.
Trial and error.
Yeah, we making it like Fred Flintstone back there. Like,
hold up now. But wait a minute. But see, here's the kicker. They did it out of more necessity than we do today.
Right.
Like they
it meant life or death to them.
Exactly.
To understand something.
Because okay, I mean, listen, this gonna sound crazy to us today, but imagine the first person to ever eat a strawberry or any particular fruit. Do you know how stressful that event was for a group of people? Like they don't know if that object is gonna kill them or not.
Yeah, and they gotta watch and observe to see what goes on days later. You know.
Yep, they gotta.
Somebody eat it first.
Well, that's the thing. Whoever, that's what I'm saying. Whoever that was, like whoever that one person, that very first person to eat a avocado, you know what I'm saying? They first gonna probably observe. I can see the process. They probably gonna observe animals. They're gonna see, okay, if an animal eats that, and then if an animal eats it and it's okay, then okay, they can put a check mark. All right, so at least the animal didn't die. So animals move around like we do, okay, and everything. And so they're gonna have a process to the madness. But trust me, once they figure out what to eat, they're gonna want to log that. They're not gonna want the future generation to go through that stress and refigure that stuff out again. So they have to have an ingenious way to log their science, to log their knowledge, and that is the birth of science.
You ever seen the Bushmen find water? Where they'll go get a monkey
with the baboons. You mean?
Yeah, and then make it be salt, and then man, that shit is so ingenious, bro. You know
they dry their mouth out and follow
Yeah,
them.
they follow them back. Yeah, man.
Exactly. That's crazy. And I don't know if you've seen the one where they put this thing inside this hole where the baboon or monkey reaches in there and grabs it, but the hole is too small for it to pull it out with the thing in his hand, and the monkey don't know to drop it.
Yeah.
And then they catch it.
Yeah. Hey man, like you like when you see some of them ancient techniques, you realize you be like, you get way more you get way more respect for them, like for their whole little deal. Like they master their environment, bro. Like
and today we'll say that's primitive. That we'll say that's primitive.
That is funny with the monkey thing and also the salt.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
but that's very smart though.
They got video, like you YouTube, you'll see it. They got a monkey that will wait till the person leave, go in there, grab it, and then trying to pull out, trying to get away, but they don't think to drop it.
Yeah,
like, their hands not big enough to, and then they get caught. They get run up on.
That's funny.
You know what I'm saying? And the whole salt thing, the monkeys eating this thing, and then after a while it dries mouth out. And then you see the Bushmen, they run after the monkey, and the monkey take them straight to the water.
Wow, that's funny.
Straight to the water. But I'm just saying, overall, that's the birth of science. Science is the domain of evidence, and you got to understand the early human beings was very empirical in what they did, and a lot of people, a lot of the tests were a matter of life and death. If it wasn't instantaneous, it was sure quick. Because remember, if you were an ancient human and you got bit or you had some kind of open wound, what we take for granted now is that that wound get infected. Most likely, a basic infection back then meant death.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you sprain an ankle. If you got an ankle sprain, that was life or death. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you working on the brink of dying here shortly. You know, just from an ankle sprain, because you may not be able to get away from predators. You know what I'm saying? It may not be healthy enough people to carry you along. You know what I'm saying? Or you may be the best hunter out of the group. You know what I'm saying? But your ankle sprained. So, like the other, groups were small. It wasn't like big, large communities. You know what I'm saying? Like hundreds of thousands of people when you're talking about ancient time. You know what I'm saying?
And like them tribals, they say, like, when you look at them, like they don't really have that type of concept. Like, I'm gonna throw my body in front of a bullet for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not really in there. Like for most tribal society, like that's not really in their philosophy. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think most people survive like that.
Nah, a lot of them, like they get on. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to defend for yourself. Like they got the community thing, of course, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But how about this one? When I think Ankh talks about this a lot. Imagine being an ancient, one of the ancient archaic humans, and you're walking and you're in just your environment of tall grass and stuff like that, and you see the grass move. Back then, the default setting was to run from tall moving grass because it meant life or death. And so you would err on the side of caution because you want to live. And so even if the wind caused it to move, you don't care. You're just gonna run and whatnot. And then it's a catch-22 though, because once you go through that learning process, you ran and it ended up not being anything dangerous. Over time, it happens again. You don't run, but in that particular time, it happens to actually be a predator animal, and you get killed by the animal. And so that's the thing the early humans had to contend with, and that gave birth to the speculation, the speculative aspect that leads into superstition and stuff. So a lot of these behaviors that we have even today goes all the way back to very practical and simple things like that. Very simple things that we continuously use for our survival, because that's part of social evolution period.
Yeah, one thing I always look at too, you can see like the how the prayer, the blessing over the food translated to eventually when you're hunting, and that waste not, want not, because you're appreciating that life. And if you have to kill an animal to get food, like to waste it would be, you know what I'm saying, would be to be like disrespecting the source that you got food from, that life that you took to get the food. And you can see how that would then translate over to like blessing the food, you know what I'm saying, which would later change, and different little aspects like that.
Oh, I'm glad you said that last thing, man. I said I'm go, but my laptop about to die. I forgot to plug this thing in. But about speaking about food, right? Go back to the heart of food offerings to anything. If you think about it through a curiosity lens, leaving food out for somebody who has deceased and died already is really a curiosity or an experiment, or trying to figure out or explain decay, because food decays once you pick it and stuff, or gets ripe. Once it goes through ripe, it starts to decline and decay. And so think about this: if a human being, since we're warm-blooded and mammals, we need we're catabolic creatures. We need to eat food every day, and so the food keeps us alive. And so you can see where it's easy to think about, okay, while we're alive, we need food. And a dead person decays and dead food decays, but where does it go? So it's an answer to the question, okay, where does this go? So if a person dies and decays, but it needed food to keep it alive, wherever a person goes in the thinking of that thing, they're going to need food. So a deceased person is going to need deceased food. So as a person decays, a food decays, whatever the person's made of and whatever the food's made of, it must be a match because it matched here in the living. It matched for us who are alive right now. And so from there, you get this system of, or this belief where, okay, if I offer food, it's going to somehow benefit a deceased ancestor or deceased person because it benefit us while we're alive. And since both things decay, and we need it when we're alive, and both things decay, then obviously they need it. So it's like an explanation of decay. Where does food go? Or where do people go? What happens when things decay?
Yeah, you can see it's a part of human psyche because you see it just traveling for like different continents. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's from Africa
Hey,
to
I'm
the
gonna say
Americas.
peace. My laptop about to die. I'm gonna say peace,
Hey,
man.
you,
I enjoyed the
Gustavo,
conversation.
Are you the host?
Oh, am I? If I'm,
I can't even see who the host is.
oh, you know what? I think Jay must have.
Yeah, oooweee is the host.
Somebody must have made me host.
Yeah, because I knew you'd be. I figured you would outlast me, so I made you the.
Anybody outlast unbiased.
Hey, I just passed it. Hey, I'm glad you said that because my laptop battery about to die. So I just passed it back to you, right? You it's you see it back on you, right?
Yeah, it's
I'm
on.
about to say, if you're the host.
Yeah, it's on. Unbiased, start the show and go to sleep.
Okay, I put it back on you. So I'm gonna say peace, y'all, because my battery about to die. So hey, we gotta do this again and come back about that brain thing. That's interesting to me.
I don't think I'm the host still.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
now.
I see.
Yeah,
just hit participants.
Yeah, I see it. So
okay. All right, hey, peace, y'all. Join the conversation, man. And
yeah, good bill.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, you've been on here. I mean, we all been on here for 7 hours, and about 25 people still watching, man.
I can't late. Y'all still rock. Yeah.
Yeah, I came in. I'm only been on here for about 2 hours.
I'm gonna say peace to the chat, man. I see people getting down in the chat. I ain't even been paying attention to the chat.
Only 8 people dropped off. That's about it.
Dude, Fitz be in there rocking.
Fitz was on last night late.
Are they all from California or?
No, Fitz is England. You know, Fitz is the England bully.
Yeah, so I mean, you know me. If you guys keep rocking, y'all want, but yeah, I'm pretty much gonna be asleep.
No, yeah, it's all good. I gotta goddamn be in court tomorrow, like 9:30 anyway. Goddamn shit.
Yeah. Peace, man. Let's do a hangout tomorrow. Shoot me an email, man. That way I can get in. You know what I'm saying? In the main conversation.
Yeah. I jumped on late too. I listened to them boy battle for like 3 hours with Uncle Oooweee. So yeah.
Oh, I ain't even here. I gotta go back and watch it.
Once they started talking,
it's over with.
Yeah, but listen, once they started talking, I knew I wasn't gonna. I knew I couldn't last. I got tired. And it was over.
Hey, what was they talking about though? What was the conversation about to begin with?
It was about.
I woke up and Uncle was gone.
You know, they was, Oooweee was trying to get Uncle on the God thing, and Oooweee was like, basically like, if God equals existence, then God is real. You know what I'm saying? And Uncle just wasn't going for it. No type of way how he explained it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he pulled that. I think I went through that with Oooweee before.
Yeah, and I was listening, right? And I was like, I ain't heard Unbiased talking like 2 hours. I was like, that nigga sleep.
You know,
I was riding the whip. I was like, shit, that nigga Unbiased ain't said nothing. It's just like 10 o'clock. Nigga, like, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I woke up. Yeah, I didn't know what happened, man. Matter of fact, I thought everybody was off when I woke up.
Yeah. But it's a
I
good
looked,
build,
I said,
though.
still live? Yeah, so I'm hey Corey, you said an email for what? Again, you said email for what?
Shoot me an email for when you starting to hang out tomorrow. You know my email.
Send your email in.
I put it in the back chat. Huh?
Do I have your email?
I thought you did, but I put it in the back chat though.
Yeah. Shit, Unbiased. You all you need is a schedule, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll tell you right now, if it's weekdays, it's gonna be 9 o'clock for me, like 9:15 every time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm second shift and I get off at 9, so it won't happen before 9. It'll be like 9:30, 10 on a weekday.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know what I'm saying. You know how it is to build it up, that consistent time frame when people know everybody rocking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you do it on a consistent time, you've been getting some people in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You building it up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So yeah.
So I got your email. I'm gonna keep in contact. Like it's a lot of stuff I don't know how to do on Zoom. Like how people can first of all, like people can type a message from the channel and say, I'm not going live or I'm going live. I'm like, yeah, how do you do that? And then some people can set the date, the hour, 24 hours.
I know, like Sami doing this shit.
Yeah, I'm like,
a song going live.
Yeah.
Like I forgot, I saw the date not too long ago. Those you got to set a reminder and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm like, how do you do that? Yeah.
Like,
look,
I don't be on YouTube like that. I just jump on a panel, so I don't even know how the inner workings. You know what I'm saying?
I found out how to use. You could go live with your iPad, but I guarantee you can't share your screen. No, I'm sorry. I guarantee you can't go YouTube live with your iPad. I found out how to do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's a good trick.
It's all kinds of ways.
Yeah. But all right. I gotta wake up for the gym tomorrow. I gotta play some basketball.
All right, man. Peace. Favorite anti-theist. All right, Unbiased. You know this.
Well, I don't know if I'm a real anti-theist because, like I said, I just got a problem with the intervening God. I don't got
no, he talking about me. I'm the anti-theist.
Yeah.
You probably not.
Yeah.
You said you okay with everybody having a God.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if the guy I don't care. Just as long as it's not intervening, I don't have a problem with it.
Shit, I don't care what I don't care what they do with their God, as long as they keep that shit in perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, you know what I'm saying?
I say keep God in behind closed doors.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, exactly. In the bedroom. You know what
I'm saying? treat God like your underwear drawer. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, for sure, man. But shit, I'll get up with y'all, boy, man.
Right,
Peace,
man.
man.
Peace.
We out.